Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Greentree Sports Cards Flesh and Blood Classic Constructed 10K Weekend. My name is Jeff. I thank you all for joining us, and thank you for just hanging out with us for the weekend. We have some good games that will be coming up for you. Our players are about to get ready in their player meeting. One of the important things I wanted to bring up, while I am currently here, though, is one of the big things we're doing at this event in person is a charity auction for local food banks. Now more than ever, it's been more important to actually donate to these services to kind of supplement what's going on these days. Unfortunately, we can't take any live donations like in person if you're not in person, but we will be able to. Sorry about that. We can't take any donations in person if you're not here, but we will. I encourage you to actually donate to your local food banks. Right now, we are going to cut to our sponsor reel. I'm going to introduce Dex and Barrett to you, and we will be coming back with game one.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Dexter Fan, and I'm joined by Barrett Goss. We'll be your commentators for round one, and also we're going to introduce ourselves and maybe talk a little bit about the ProQuest season coming into this event itself. So, Barrett, how did your ProQuests go?
Short and a little bit bitter. If you know the mid-state area, there's a lot of brutes around here, so we got a little bit brutalized, if you will.
Oh, well, I'm one of the brutalizers.
You are. It was a really interesting ProQuest season, actually, I thought. There was a lot of really interesting deck developments the entire way through, a lot of really cool heroes that came out that we might not have thought of at the very start of the season, and then we have to always go back to the big three of the format right now,
right?
Which we'll probably see a lot of today, I expect. But a lot of really cool innovations coming out those last few weeks of the ProQuest season. How about you?
I actually thought it was really interesting because this is our first ProQuest season where we had the new system of if you win a ProQuest, you are no longer eligible to compete in further ProQuests down the line. And something that was really interesting was like watching how the meta developed based on that metric, right? So Gravy had a lot of very early wins in the ProQuest season, but then his like win rate rapidly dropped off in the second, third, and fourth weeks as I guess the more veteran Gravy players were already LLing ProQuests, right? But yeah, it was really interesting. I had a couple friends who were able to exit the ProQuest scene really early, and I couldn't tell if I wanted that to happen for myself or if I wanted to. I wanted to secure my Yokohama ticket, but I also wanted to play as much as I possibly could. So,
gotta farm those overcrowded.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, like you said, we saw a lot throughout the season with Gravy Bones, Synra, Verdance, big 3 decks of the format. We kind of came into the format at the start of Super Slam thinking all these new brute cards are here. We're going to see a lot of KO.
Yeah.
KO kind of came into the meta with heavy hitters, kind of speed ran for that first few months. We thought that he's going to LL immediately when he had the introduction of his armory deck. Savage Sash came out, kind of just terrorizing the scene. And then he kind of dried up for about a year and a half there. Didn't see anything new development-wise with him. Didn't see any new cards with him. He kind of just sat there on the leaderboard. Super Slam gives him so many new tools. He has new attacks. He has a lot more disruption than he had before. He has a lot more powerful turns off of just the blood rushes, right? But we kind of saw that slow down, right?
Right. I think what actually initially, I think KO was like the meta-defining deck going into this ProQuest season, but despite being that meta-defining deck, he didn't actually secure that many wins. And I think it's because what he's doing is very face-up, and when you are, your whole deck is planning to do 16-ish damage per turn, maybe 19, pushing it sometimes, and other decks are maybe doing 15 to 17. That's not so much of a difference, and once you're getting to that same life total range of like 35, 38, all of a sudden you're able to both push for armor at the same time. So he has maybe those really push numbers, but there's also those other decks that are capable of doing the same thing and attacking on different axes like Synra and Verdance and Gravy Bones. So
we really saw as the season progressed, we saw a lot of those early wins off of Gravy, off of Synra, off of Verdance. They still kept that pace throughout the season overall, but we did see them slow down. And those last couple weeks, we saw a lot of those tier 2 decks rise up. So we saw more KO. We saw Rhinar. I know that everybody loves that. Eugene is in the building. Expect to see him on stream today with Rhinar.
I believe he's actually going to be our first round match that we're going to get to see.
Terrific.
So.
I expect the turn 1 Scabs roll. And I expect to hear Ethan yelling from somewhere in upstate New York if it's a 1.
Maybe.
But we saw a lot of brutes in that. We saw Kasai's. We saw Dories. We saw a lot of the warriors rising back up in that set in those last couple of weeks. Then there's all those other tier 2 meta decks that people might not really know yet that we're trying to discover. Do they have a place in this meta?
Right.
We've seen everything from Riptides, Jarls, Ailios, Dash.io. That second tier of decks that are just behind those first 3, there's probably 10 or 12 good heroes there that you could reasonably make an argument for. This hero has 1 or more good matchups in those top 3. And then has some question marks around them, right?
I think a deck that I both expected to do. So I had 2 decks flip in my expectations of how they would perform in this meta. Florian was performing really well early in the meta, and I was like, okay, surely after Gravy Bones gets some wins, maybe he'll continue to push forward and gain those numbers. But towards the end of the season, it seemed like RKO was rising up in terms of usage and in terms of ProQuest wins, and Florian was way down on that same list. So
I'm sure that made you very happy.
I was, yes.
The RKO player now.
Whoa!
Look, I don't want to do your boy Rhinar sad or anything, but there might be a new favorite in the Dexter household.
Listen, I played RKO for this ProQuest season. It was incredibly fun. I was able to get LL points on someone not Rhinar, finally. But Rhinar's still the GOAT.
Right there.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
speaking of, we have RKO, who's been making some waves, actually. A lot of people are really interested in him. He does some really powerful things. But the other Super Slam heroes have been kind of missing in action.
Right.
So any thoughts about what we think they're missing, if we might see them today? How do you feel about them in the meta right now?
I don't have too much experience playing the Super Slam heroes, but I've gotten a lot of experience playing against them. And they seem like they have a lot of moving pieces, these decks. And often when the newest decks come out, it takes a little bit of time for the community to figure out how best to play them. I think it was, let's call back to like even Icelander, right? There was the traditional way people thought Icelander was supposed to be played, and then Michael Hamilton really changed the perception of how Icelander could be played very early on. Similarly, I think Dash.io was very slow to start, and then she had a breakout 15-1, 13-1, something like that run in Melbourne, and that really put her on the map. So I think very likely it could just be waiting for a specialist of some sort for Lyeth and Pleiades and Tough Nut to come into the scene as more competitively viable decks.
Yeah, and I think even up to like Ailio, if you think back to him, he did get some new cards along the way that helped him out a little bit, but Pleiades did have an armory deck to help her out. We could see things here in the future that really kind of push Tough Nut, Lyeth, and Pleiades into that next tier as well as all those meta shifts when heroes LL.
Yes.
Kano, we could see a Kano in the room. We don't give LL points at this event, but he is dangerously close to leaving the meta. I know that there are many people who will be quite happy when that happens.
Yes, and I believe we're going to be transitioning to a brief sponsorship a brief moment for sponsorships as we get set up for our first round. So we'll leave you with that conversation for now, and we'll see you back when round 1 begins.
See you soon.
All right, everyone. We are back for round one. We have a very fascinating match for you. It's Eugene Chung versus Jeffrey Lang.
That's true.
We have a classic brute matchup. It is Rhinar versus KO, armed and dangerous.
Now, Dex, if I'm not mistaken, you've played Brute before.
I have.
Okay.
Some may say I'm a brute aficionado.
So we're familiar with some of the play lines and patterns that we're going to be seeing here now. I know just because we're local to each other and I see
Right.
you at Armory a lot, you have a lot of very interesting opinions on what Eugene does with his list. He has a very particular play style that sometimes is just a little outside of the norm.
Yes, so I think Eugene's it's all based within math still and statistics. So it's not just I'm Unga Bunga, we're gonna roll scabs. I'm Unga Bunga gonna go find a Blood Rush Bellow to play immediately off the top. Like, he's not inciting variance for no reason.
Sure.
He was formerly a competitive bridge player.
Yeah, I found
Yeah.
that out yesterday. Fascinating.
Yeah, so a lot of math goes into his testing and into
Sure.
his work. So all of the play lines he takes are very calculated and very based heavily in math. He is of the opinion that there is no reason really to be playing KO in the current meta when you could be playing Rhinar.
So it's really funny you mentioned that because his opponent is on KO.
Yes.
Now, what do you think about this matchup? Is it generally like how does it feel as Rhinar when you're sitting at looking at KO armed and dangerous?
So for me and my personal list, I think I would struggle more into KO.
Okay.
But Eugene, again, as you mentioned, is a very aggressive player. He takes very aggressive lines, and he's looking for that high
I
ceiling.
think
yeah.
he's going to use the power of statistics to just crush you.
Exactly. He's using the power of brute math to win. Yes, so I'm hoping to see a kind of a throwback to the very early in heavy hitters.
Okay.
When the first infusion of new brute cards came in, KO was very dominant. And at that point in time, I actually felt Rhinar was favored up until Savage Sash came out.
Sure.
And that really pushed the balance in KO's favor, in my opinion. So if I were going to be playing Rhinar in the current meta, I would be a little bit hesitant to run into opposing KOs, but I hadn't been seeing him so much in ProQuest lately, so
Sure.
it felt like a very reasonable thing to be like, oh, well, Rhinar feels better into the Earth Heroes, Rhinar feels better into Gravy, Rhinar feels better into Synra than KO does, so...
It's going to be interesting, too, because both of these characters utilize the card Blood Rush Bellow in such different ways. Rhinar
Indeed.
Blood Rush Bellows are still, like, I lay awake at night thinking about them sometimes, and now I just had no cards in my hand to stop it. KO is usually trying to leverage a little more aggression and damage with his, so it's going to be interesting to see how the two players kind of play off of each other with that.
Absolutely. It looks like our players are getting shuffled up right now, so we can go ahead and cut to them and see what they're doing. But yes, I would expect a mirror in terms of equipment from both of these brutes.
I would be shocked if we saw any surprises, and it looks like we're getting ready to reveal some of our equipment as well. Gotta say, I'm a fan of these Incredible Hulk card sleeves. I thought it was Slimer for a moment. I thought it was a little more Halloween appropriate, but I'm still into this.
I mean, you can imagine it as Slimer if you want.
It's
you can
Slimer
squint.
to me. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. Now, in the Brute matchup, this is something that I always struggled with. I'm not a very good Brute player. That shouldn't be a surprise to you. You've played against me when I was on a Brute. Now, when you're both playing Scowling Fleshbag,
Right.
how are you trying to leverage that against your opponent? Like, when is the opportune time to use something like that?
So I think, especially in terms of planning out your game plan for any particular game, it's very easy to assign yourself these rules that you have to follow. So, for example, a very cut and dry, easy rule is maybe I will use my Scowling Fleshbag on the first Blood Rush that I see.
Okay.
Now, that is like an easy guideline, but that isn't the line that you should take every time. On occasion, you might be able to get so much more value on, say, a KO using a smaller hand with an arsenal.
Now,
Yes.
Eugene must have heard us because he has
Yes.
presented Ballots of Justice, which is a very strong headpiece to bring against KO. Also, too, I'm surprised to see Armed and Dangerous on the new Brute Gauntlets. This is not necessarily what I was expecting to see on that side of the table.
So the Brute Gauntlets are typically what we would see for the KO Armed and
Sure.
Dangerous lists now.
Okay.
Since all of his blue 5s are blue 6s.
Oh, of course.
So he's always going to get that +1 value on the gauntlets, and then he also gets the +1 value from the mites whenever he's discarding a card. So functionally, it's +2 for existing.
Sure.
Which is very nice for KO. So what I expect from him is likely setting up those buck wilds to go for the go agains, and then following up with a 2-cost attack that he can use the extra pitch for off of a second blue to get that extra +1 from the gloves of gauntlets of tyrannical
Sure.
Rex.
And speaking of setting up, starting pretty much the best way you can, discarding that agile windup, getting the agility, getting the might for the next turn, and pitching what looks like to be 2 reds you might not necessarily want in your hand this early to just swing the claw with go again.
Right. It looks like Eugene's doing a little bit of filtering as well, knowing that likely a follow-up can be blocked with the remaining 2 cards in his hand, so he wanted to get both that Sand Sketch Plan and the Splatter Skull out of his hand, getting ready to set up for the
Sand Sketch
turn.
Plan is one of those cards that Eugene uses in such amazing ways, so hopefully we'll be able to get to see a little bit of that this game.
Yes, absolutely. And I think if this had been flipped and Eugene was the starting player, I feel like would very likely have played that Sand Sketch Plan to go for a very aggressive Blood Rush to push damage early. We have an early Pulping, which is quite nice.
Sure.
KO, not a deck really known to be running D-Reacts. So this is very likely to come through for 6 Dominate and go again if we hit a 6 off the top here. All right.
And it looks like
a Beast Within. Very nice. Beast Within is such a clutch card. Unfortunately, we're going to lose a little bit of extra life on that Sigil of Cycles, but he does get an Agile Windup. I believe that's a yellow going to hand, which is quite nice.
With Beast Within, too, that is one of those where those non-attack actions in your deck do kind of maybe come to hurt you, depending on when you see them from there. Only taking 1 off of it doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world this early.
It'll be 2, actually.
Oh, 2, actually.
Because the Sigil Cycles will take 1, and then the Agile Windup that went into hand will do another point of life. Yeah. So we'll see if that extra point of life loss ultimately ends up mattering. But usually Brutes are swinging for such large numbers that these margins of some minor life loss don't end up mattering that much.
Blocking, is that a blue Smash Instinct I am seeing being put in front for block?
Mm-hmm. He won't be needing that. The blue Smash Instincts typically, at least historically, for KO have been used as an anti-fatigue tool, simply because they're always asking you for so many cards when you're blocking.
Now, are we seeing one of the new cards from Super Slam?
Yes, that is Buck Wild, and we're pitching that Agile Windup that we drew off the Beast Within, so now the Buck Wild has go again. So that should be 6 Dominate into, if that's red Buck Wild, which I believe it is, 7 go again, and then we'll see what Eugene wants to follow up with after that.
Again, this is just kind of throwing back to Eugene's unnaturally aggressive strategy with Rhinar. This was a surprisingly wide turn to someone like myself who doesn't play Rhinar that often.
Yes. We'll see what the follow-up from KO is here.
Starting off the turn with exactly what you want as KO, though. You're going to get the go again and the +1 to your first attack.
Yes. What's really interesting, though, is when you have an agility like that, you're usually priced into using a larger hand. So I'm very intrigued to see that Jeff has blocked with 2 cards, making this follow-up turn much less deadly than it possibly could have been, because he did have a Strongest Survive that he blocked with, too.
Now, it looks like Art of Arsenal. Is that another one of the new Super Slam cards?
Yes, that's Show of Strength. 2 for 8 and 9 with the might.
Huge. It's just another swing big in your deck, and with that agility and +1, it's not necessarily something you want to be staring down. However, it doesn't look like Eugene's having too much trouble covering up most of that damage.
Right. Well, interestingly enough, Show of Strength is really good into the non-brute heroes because its power can be reduced by blocking with 6 power cards. So Eugene just gave a Swing Big and a Wreck-A-Romp, I believe, and that will reduce the power of that Show of Strength by 2 as well. And I see we're just passing, so the agility is wasted, which is quite nice.
And I believe Eugene is answering with his own Show of Strength?
Indeed.
These Brutes, they're showing strength, they're beating chest. This is what they do.
Just 2 Brutes showing off some strength to each other. Now, interestingly, because these are on the combat chain, KO's ability doesn't give them the buff, so this is still coming in for 8 on Eugene's side, which is quite nice.
Sure. It looks like that might be what we have kind of been discussing with the players themselves as we're looking down the blocks of this card. Now, at this point, I think we're just trying to see both these players are hoping to hit their Blood Rush Bellow first, was my assumption.
Ideally, yes. I think a strong brute player would still be able to play around not finding that Blood Rush Bellow first, but it is such a house of a card that the third Show of compelling.
Strength has been shown today already.
Yes.
Now this one's really puny. This is only 8. This is not like last turn where it was 9.
Yeah. Yeah, the 8 is quite a nice number, but notably because
Absolutely.
it doesn't trigger KO's ability, he's not chaining these mites for subsequent turns. And I think Rhinar is very happy to play this small game turn with KO. So if I'm looking from Jeff's side, I'm really hoping to find some sort of go again, like a wild ride or a pulping of my own, maybe even a buck wild. So it seems like he might be struggling to find some go again right now. We'll also notice that Jeff is on Scabskin Leathers here. We've seen more recently, I believe it was after the AGE tournament, a lot of players were adopting Noah Bagelman's KO list, which was running beaten trackers. And what was really interesting, what was really interesting about that was it gave you an additional like spike turn that hopefully would be enough to kill your opponent. But what I think was happening was like you could wait out the beaten trackers, and then once they're gone, if KO doesn't have innate go again in his hand, then he's stuck on doing nothing. So
too, I'm wondering if since Prism is not necessarily at the top end of the meta right now, that might be another compelling reason to not necessarily have Scabskin Leather, since you're not going to have to get out from behind something.
Indeed, but Scabskin Leathers is one of the best comeback mechanics in the game. If you're behind, it does have the innate ability to bring you back into the game where you might otherwise. I think also, sorry, briefly, I'm getting interrupted because I think Eugene has drawn a Blood Rush. I think it's in his hand, so we'll see what happens here. But KO did keep a larger hand this turn, so it's likely we'll see some amount of damage come across here from Jeff.
So it looks like we got our wild ride. We're making our might. We're getting ready to set up for the next turn. That is something I did always like about Armed and Dangerous, is it feels like you're kind of leading in those future turns with at least a might or an agility. Kind of opens up a lot of more play lines.
Yes, and I'm seeing Eugene has placed his cards face down on top of his hero. A clear indicator to me that he doesn't want to be blocking this turn.
We're following up with the Bare Fangs Red.
Yep, quite good. Discarding a run roughshod, so the Bare Fangs will get that buff. But Eugene keeping all of his cards. Blocking with just Savage Sash and Balance of Justice, quite nice. Setting up the balance for a draw later and setting up for a Savage Sash usage should he so choose. Oh,
we're taking it now.
Drawing the card now. Okay,
I think that was a send packing too.
It seems so likely to me that he has a Blood Rush in his hand now.
I think we're about to see a big turn from Eugene's side of the table here.
There it is. There's that Blood Rush Bellows. +2 to all of your brute attacks this turn, so it affects both your claws and all of your attack action cards. In addition, I love how all of the brutes use their cards so differently. So Blood Rush, pretty similar for both decks, but this is such a spike power card for Rhinar specifically because it also rips opposing cards from their hand to stop them from being able to block. If you do 18, 20, 26 damage, but your opponent has like 4, 3, 2, 1 cards, it becomes so much more deadly.
And this is when having 2 arms comes in really handy, because on Blood Rush turns like this, having 2 mandible claws is gigantic to push more damage and string larger chains.
So true. I have to imagine that Eugene was hoping to keep that pulping in hand because he blocked with Savage Sash. In this particular scenario, I have to imagine what he initially wanted was to be able to either lead with the pulping or send a pulping somewhere in between as like the 3rd or 4th attack, and then followed up with another really big hit from Arsenal, which is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting some sort of 2-cost 6, 7, or 8 to be an Arsenal.
Sure, it looks like we're coming in with the next claw. This will be another 5 damage with Go again.
Indeed.
And then there's still 3 cards left in hand and an Arsenal, so really anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I think this gets so much better if he has a second source of Go again other than the pulping that he already discarded.
Sure. Seems like a good use of the flesh bag here, just like we were talking about, kind of nullifying that draw off the Balance of Justice, and maybe hopefully pulling some power card that you're not going to get smacked with out of that hand.
If I were me, I think there's a reasonable... I think Jeff made a very good decision to use the Scowling Flesh Bag. My concern is with having so many cards still in hand, how impactful is losing that 1 card going to be? Eugene functionally went from 3 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand and 1 card in Arsenal to 2 cards in hand and 1 card in Arsenal.
Sure.
If he didn't have more Go again, the follow-up was likely just going to be 8 damage anyway. So Jeff using the Scowling Flesh Bag, I think is hedging that Eugene has a go again card, and he wants
Absolutely.
to stop 2 more attacks. And if he does stop 2 attacks, then
We're
seeing
breaking.
a savage sash.
Okay, what is coming?
Okay, so we very likely that he has a go again card in hand then.
It's so interesting to see the sash broken. Another paw.
He's just kidding. He's teasing us.
Oh.
Nope. All right. Giving it a consideration.
We were lucky enough to have dinner with Eugene last night, and just hearing him talk about this deck and the math and statistics behind it made me realize just how badly I was playing it when I was trying. This is an equation that he is just solving in front of us.
All right, here we go. Loses the Splatter Skull, but gains the Dominate and intimidates the final card from Jeff Lang's hand. So Jeff is priced into taking a lot of damage here aside. Okay, he's pushing some armor forward in front.
And then we still have 1 card in hand and 1 card in arsenal.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, a Wild Ride. Okay, so the Wild Ride whiffs. So
It
there's
looks like
no
a smashback
go-again on
Ailhorn
this.
that was hit, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is ultimately fine at this point. So Eugene's done 5-5-8-8 on this turn, so that is 26 points of damage.
That is a pretty good Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Indeed.
And with that discard of the pulping earlier, I'm not even necessarily convinced that that is how he thought it was going to go, and it still ended up that well.
Yes, well, it seemed like he did have a lot of go again.
Oh, yes, yeah.
There was a lot of go again.
And he was lucky to be
hand.
able to keep that scent packing to have those yellows to pitch as well.
Yes. I think, I'm not sure on the math on it now since the turn has passed and players have cleaned up, but I'm wondering if he was able to preserve the Splatter Skull in hand. It was obviously a random discard, so there's no choice to keep it. But if he was able to keep that Splatter Skull, I wonder if he would be able to have also stripped a card from his opponent for the next turn and made it even weaker.
Looks like
we have
another pulping.
Pulping, maintaining a might, so this is 7. But when you compare having done 26 damage to the 7 back, I think Eugene's very happy to see
Absolutely.
that trade.
He also no longer has to worry about scaling Fleshbag. He got the block value out of pretty much every piece of equipment. There are just a lot of positives that are in Eugene's favor.
Yes, and if you'll notice, Eugene's armor has been used up at this point, but so has Jeff's. So those life totals are relatively accurate in terms of determining who's in the lead in this current
We do
game.
at least have the full Apex Bonebreaker on Eugene's side.
Yes.
So there's a little bit of block value left in there, which is going to come in handy, but more importantly, another Blood Rush
a
Bellow.
second Blood Rush. Certainly not what Jeff wants to be seeing.
Absolutely not. And it looks like we're just going to start off with the Claw, which is kind of not my favorite way to see a Blood Rush turn start because you just know worse things are coming.
Right, absolutely. We have Claw once again. And again, when you're at 13 life, Blood Rushes become extremely lethal. So we have a single block coming out for the first Claw, I believe. And then we have the second Claw, and then very likely a follow-up from Arsenal once again, is my expectation. All right. I think we're blocking with the final point of Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. And then we're sending Bam Bam. Not a particularly relevant card into this particular matchup. KO's not going to be setting up items at any point in time, but Bam Bam, very good into decks who want to set up items.
Oh, as a Verdance player, yeah. It's, as a Verdance player living in a region full of brutes, it was not the card that I wanted to see.
Right.
Looks like another good Blood Rush turn. Jeff was still able to block out a decent amount of that damage, though.
Yes, 5-5-8. But when KO is sending back Claw for 4, I think you have to be worried as the KO player. Not that Jeff is doing anything particularly incorrect. It's just Rhinar puts you on such a back foot with that Intimidate.
Sure, and Jeff is one of our Pittsburgh local players, so he is no stranger to playing against Rhinar. It is a very popular hero in the state of Pennsylvania, it seems. However, this type of Rhinar deck is just so unexpected.
It looks like Eugene is looking to put the squeeze onto Jeff at this point. He's using his Apex Bendbreakers very aggressively just to increase the damage he's doing. So we're sending Beast Within, not for 6, but for 7.
Oh, that is one of the Ethan Mansant Might tokens, I believe. Okay, those are cool.
They're very cool.
Ethan, if you're listening, I would love some.
One of my favorite parts of Fab is like all the little accessories that you can get. You can customize your tokens. You get all of these dice, or
Some of
or
yours are
perhaps-
actually on stream right now. Thank you for letting us use them.
Yeah. All right, so we've arsenaled a card, which I have to imagine it could be a go again card, something to push the turn a little bit wider, maybe his third Blood Rush, which would be a nightmare for Jeff to see.
And pitched a very interesting card. It looked like a blue pummel, which is a terrifying even one of card to see because you just know there might be more of them.
Exactly. We're also noticing here Jeff playing Wild Ride, discarding Beast Within, which is quite nice, getting to draw a card. I didn't get to see what that card was, but this could potentially allow him to throw the claw afterwards with the Wild Ride. So we're going to get 5 gaining a might and then 3 afterwards for 8, which is not bad in terms of value for sure.
Just going to take this moment to say hello to a couple people in the chat. Tori, thank you very much for watching. And Rich, I'm sorry you can't be here today either, but I do hope that we all get to see you in Philadelphia soon.
Yes, Worlds being in Philadelphia is quite nice.
Incredible.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
I think there's going to be a huge turnout for sure. 2 Battle Hardens have already filled up, so...
I'm excited for the calling. More importantly, though, we should probably talk about this game currently and not what we're going to be doing in a week and a half. It looks like we are seeing an... Is this a Reckless Swing for lethal?
It is. I believe it's sending him to 1.
Definitely not a position you want to be in against Rhinar. Any brute, really. Once you hit 2 life, if you don't have damage prevention at the ready, you are going to be in some trouble.
Yes, and brutes typically, I would say, are on, at least Rhinars, are on usually 2 Reckless Swing is my personal... If I saw a Reckless Swing, I would expect to see a second one.
And with such a calculated player like Eugene, sending Jeff to 1 specifically, I feel like there has to be maybe a dominate in hand, maybe some other way that he just knows he's going to tie that game up next turn.
Right. Even if he doesn't get the win on this next turn, if he doesn't send that, able to clinch that last point of HP, we're at a stage where Eugene has, because of those 2 Blood Rushes that came out so much earlier than we haven't seen any Blood Rushes from Jeff, right?
Sure.
So
no, we have not actually in this
yeah,
game.
because Eugene's Blood Rushes came so early, he's able to build up this huge life lead, and now he might even if this next turn is not as deadly as it's going to be, he could just wait to find his second copy of Reckless Swing and then send Jeff off at that point in time.
It looks like that Savage Swing is coming in now for... Is that 7 with the Might token?
Should be 7. I didn't see if he rolled Scabs or had an Agility, so this could be 7 followed by a Claw and a card draw.
It looks like we're working out the Intimidate now.
Yeah, so it should be an Intimidate trigger, and then because a 6 or greater power was discarded, he'll draw a card. Savage Feast, a very good power card for Rhinar in particular.
Absolutely.
But KO is very, very good at running this card too, just because with the high density of agility that he ends up getting.
And the go again and the card draw just come in so handy.
Yep, and it works really well with beaten trackers as well. So it just enables you to have the on-demand go again if you need it for that turn when you draw the Saga Savage Sash. All right, so we're resolving the Intimidate.
All right, the first Intimidate has hit, so now... Oh, the second Intimidate is now hit as well. That's going to make this 7 a lot more awkward to block.
Oh, I see. He discarded the Bam Bam from using its instant ability.
And that double Intimidate. There's a Blood Rush Bellow on Jeff's side as well. Definitely not where you want to be playing it. In the block, you want to be kind of using that to drive your opponent's life total down.
Absolutely.
Now
I wonder if something happened there, because I would have expected that to be 7 damage. It
looks like he
used
sacrificed a Savage Sash to do it. Yep.
Yes.
Swing big, answering with the life lead that Eugene's in. Maybe not necessarily the most threatening swing big. And then the question that Jeff's got to be wondering, because I am too, how many more Reckless Swings are in that deck?
Yes, I would expect at least 1 if I was Jeff. So you're in a weird position where you feel like you need to kill Eugene as fast as possible, but the more times you attack him, you're opening yourself up to that Reckless Swing.
Another interesting card just hit the pitch zone. Did I just see a tear limb from limb?
Yes, very good card, I would say.
And that is game.
Looks like that's the game, yeah. 2 non-blocks in Jeff Lang's hand. But yes, very... I would say a very good run for Eugene. Getting those
Absolutely.
double the blood rushes back to back was quite nice.
And when Jeff just picked his deck up, it did not look like there were that many cards left in it. It was just very unlucky to not see a Blood Rush until you needed to block with one.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yes.
and we're showing off the official gold token of the weekend that we had made here for the 10K. So if you're here or maybe at future events that we see you at, you'll be able to snag one of those for yourself.
Yes, and I believe we have the meta breakdown for the event that we can show
Ooh.
now.
Yeah, I'm going to be very, very interested to see this. Now, as we were mentioning, Pennsylvania is a brute-heavy region. I'm very, very interested to see kind of who was brought here, and in true Pennsylvania fashion, it looks like our top represented hero is KO Armed and Dangerous.
Yes, and 2 copies of Rhinar in the room, so we have 10 total brutes here.
It's interesting to see no copies of the new KO, which is a deck that you've been playing quite frequently.
New KO is a deck that I feel like is really good at surprising your enemies, your opponents, not your enemies.
They're your enemies for 55 minutes or less, and then they go back to being your friend.
Yes. So, and we weren't seeing a high representation of him in our meta in our local area, so I wasn't really sure how many of him to expect here. I was maybe expecting like maybe 1 or 2 copies, similar to the flooring that we have here. Some notable things we have are typical meta expectations of Verdance, of Ailio.
I'm honestly surprised to see more Ailio than Synra today.
Yes, what I am actually most astonished by is there's only 2 Gravy Bones in the room.
With the aggressive meta, with the maybe knowing that you're going to be in a room full of KO Armed and Dangerous, maybe Gravy Bones just didn't necessarily feel like the best choice here. Another interesting thing, 2 Arachne. 1 Arachne Huntsman, 1 Katsu, and 1 Marlin.
Oh, I am hoping for that Arachne Huntsman to go all the way. That deck has been on my radar as a blocking enjoyer. That deck has been on my radar for quite some time, and I'm really hoping that I believe Hunt the Hunted.
Sure. There's still
Hunt the Hunter.
There have been armories in our area. I don't know if you were at them where there's like 4 huntsmen in the room at this point. So it's starting to become a very terrifying thing to sit across the table from. Just taking those cards out of my deck, never really knowing what's going to happen next, has been proving very, very frightening.
Yes.
Now, I did see Jesse here earlier today, so the single Puffin isn't too surprising to me.
Indeed.
I kind of want to know what's going on with Pleiades. That is such a fun and interesting play style for a deck, but just not necessarily something that we've been seeing in the higher end of the meta. Yeah. I'm wondering what made Pleiades the choice for that player today.
Well, I'm hoping that this is a person who has done a lot of practice and has a lot of reps on Pleiades, because as I was talking to Barrett earlier, we were discussing about the heroes coming out of Super Slam. I feel like there aren't that many specialists for them yet who are really zoned in on how to play the deck, finding out the play lines and teching for the other matchups.
I've had the pleasure of playing against some very interesting Pleiades lists, but none that I felt, at least none that I saw, is something that I would prefer to bring to like a larger event. It did seem like a lot of fun at an armory, but maybe they know something that we don't. The Dory is going to be interesting to see also. I'm wondering if that's more of a traditional Dawnblade list or if we're going to see the hatchets being busted out here today.
Or it's been a long time since we've seen it.
The Great Axe?
What if it's Decimator Great Axe?
It could be Decimator Great Axe. I do know one of our friends, I don't know if that's what they're on today, but they are a pretty big Decimator fan, so it is possible that we could see that. 3 Kasai also is something that I've honestly been a little more surprised, especially after getting such a powerful tool in the expansion slot in the last set and getting Riches in this set before, that we haven't been seeing more Kasai players.
Right. I think what's interesting about Kasai is she's almost very fair. She's very fair. It feels like her foot piece, the Valiant Dynamos, is what really pushes her forward.
Sure.
So her best turns are blocking 7 or 8 and then sending 7 or 8, right? And then with this heavy slam, what am I talking about?
Heavy slam.
Heavy slam. The combination of super slam cards with the heavy hitters cards, I feel like have given brutes the ability to play on that same 14-point turn.
Absolutely.
Right? Like blocking 6 and sending 8 is like much more feasible now.
I'm also curious to see what is going on with the Marlin deck here as well. This is a deck that when they released High Seas, I was pretty convinced that Three of a Kind would be the most broken card in the game with Marlin, which it doesn't feel good to have it played against you as her, but it didn't necessarily have the explosive power that I thought it was going to have. But now, a couple of these Marlin lists that I've been seeing lately are getting more and more tuned to the point where it almost feels like you're playing against Ailio.
I was going to say, I feel like a lot of the Ailio players have a new home in Marlin.
Sure.
And I think I like Marlin's, I'm sure Ailio players might get mad at me for this, but I think Marlin's design is a lot more interesting.
I agree.
Whereas with Azalea, I feel like you were very much looping some of the same cards. In Marlin, I think there's like a lot more unique cards that we get to see from her. Like
I think the most read in the ledgers I've taken
Kraken.
is 7 in one game, so I do understand what you're saying. It is something that they're pulling back and playing quite often. I'm just looking at the meta report too. There's a couple like I don't know. I'm still surprised by it. I'm really shocked that there's not more Gravy Bones players today.
Yes, I think that is one of the most shocking things about our tournament so far. And just very briefly, we have 51 players today for 6 rounds. And did I catch that top 8 is happening tonight or tomorrow?
Top 8 will be tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And that will also be the Living Legend 2.5K. So we'll still have a lot going on as well.
Absolutely.
So,
yes,
we've talked about the meta.
we have talked about the meta.
We've talked about the game that we just saw, which was incredible. One thing we haven't talked about yet is Worlds.
Yes.
How excited are you? I know
I
that's a
am
very silly question.
I am so stoked. I have Fab's motto of play the game, see the world.
Yeah, you've taken that to heart.
Love it. I do that quite frequently, but for the past 2 Worlds, it was Barcelona and Tokyo, Osaka.
I think Osaka.
I was not able to make either.
Sure.
So I was very bummed to miss both of those. But this one, Philly, it's right in my backyard. I am so excited to see everyone and have everyone come here to us.
What events are you playing in? Are you going to be in Worlds itself?
No. So
Okay.
I'm not playing in Worlds itself. I will likely be playing in the Calling and then doing side events on Sunday
Sure.
if I end up losing in the Calling before day 2. But I don't expect
I'll absolutely be
to.
in the Calling as well. Now, I don't think we'll see you on a Brute. I'm pretty much sure I know what you're going to be playing.
Yes,
So
no,
I'm hoping I'm not going to run into you.
I'm also a Zen enjoyer, so
I've been having a really hard time deciding between Briar and Prism. I just enjoy playing Prism more, but I think with Starvo and I don't know if everyone's coming to the same results, but I don't think Chain is slowed down at all.
right.
It's starting to feel scary to bring Prism. I think there's
Yes.
going to be too many poppers to go with an aggro plan, which is what I'm more into for Living Legend. So it might just be me playing Briar.
Yeah. Well, what's really interesting is I feel like it's hard to say that there's no B tier in the format. It feels like there's several decks that are sitting at the top, and those decks are so firmly at the top that there's not really unless someone discovers something that like a lot of pro players have not been seeing.
I would love that.
I would love for there to be like a pocket secret deck that someone has discovered that is like, oh, this is actually oppressive.
I think that there is a lot of room to explore for a very ice-heavy fatigue Oldham deck. I don't know what people are testing. I don't know if that's necessarily like a play style that everybody who's going to be in Living Legend is going to want to be doing, but I'm shocked that we haven't seen a little something leaning towards there.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because it's very hard to balance that format in such a way that everyone enjoys it. Right now, I feel like Living Legend ends up being like feeling a little bit like Super Blitz to me. So it feels like Blitz with 40 HP. I get to take a lot of game actions. I get to have a lot of fun playing the cards that I want to be playing, but I don't feel as much. I have as much agency in who actually ends up winning that game as I would like.
Our good friend Tori said it best just now in chat. Duskblade just goes in place of Rosetta Thorn, and it works. Like it was already a sideboard slot in some of these decks anyway, and just bringing it to the main deck, it just couldn't be better. I tried Reaping Blade. A couple of our friends pointed out that it would turn off Everbloom, so now I'm just all in on Duskblade as well. So Peter, if you're watching, I'm going to need to buy one from you. We are going to take a moment to just hear from some of our sponsors now. Again, these sponsors all donated to our charity auction for local food banks. If you are in the position, I would urge you to donate even $10 to a local food bank in your community. With the buying power they have, it will really go a long way. Thank you very much for joining us for round 1. Dex and Barrett will be back for round 2.
Yes, very excited to be back. All right, everyone. We have round 2 is paired, and we have found out our round 2 feature match. It'll be table 1, whoever that ends up being. I believe it's Pat Eschke, and I'm forgetting who the other person was, but should be a very exciting game regardless.
Yeah, I know Pat is on Dio. Pat had the joy of getting the round 1 bye, which is always fun in a competitive event. When you come up, you're ready to play. You're like, I'm really locked in for round 1, and then you look at the pairings, and you have that gentleman bye allocated.
By allocated, always getting beat up.
He gets around though.
Yeah.
Like he's dedicated.
Yeah, I by allocated probably should become player of the year, honestly.
Just for the effort he puts in.
Yeah, he's at every event.
But yeah, Pat on Dio. It's a bit of a shakeup for him.
Yes.
Pat has played a wide variety of things from, I've seen him on some Brutes, I've seen him on Florian for a long time. I know he put a lot of time into that, but might be a sign of things to come with him here. Dio, really good in the current meta. People really like it in a lot of the top meta decks. It's really good into Gravy Bones. It's really good at clearing all the allies. It puts a clock on Verdance.
What's interesting is I think a lot of what was keeping Dio back is like the more disruptive decks, right? Like Dio hates having to give up any amount of cards. She really wants to maximize the 30 to 40 cards she gets to play in a game. So maybe the bans to Bonds of Agony really pushed Arachne Marionette, Huntsman, and Slip Through the Cracks like a little too far back to be able to compete with her.
Now, one of the interesting things is that with the room that we do have with so many Brutes, he is also looking at Brutes that have things like Stronger Survive and all of their other disruption.
Yes.
So we'll see if he can dodge that, but it looks like, oh my, we have a Dorinthia Iron Song on the other side.
Very exciting, very exciting. Dory is such a classic deck. I know players who to this day still very much struggle into the Dorinthia matchup, so hopefully we can shed some light on how to play her and maybe how to play against her as well.
Now, I don't know if we know for sure if this Dory is on Axe or if it's a pure Dawnblade list. It will be interesting to see because I know some Dories who like to have that switchboard with it, and in some matchups, I could see Dash being one of them. They'll go for that fatigue strategy. Their plan from the get-go will just be fatigue her out, wait till she decks, and then win the game that way with the Axe.
Yes. Now, Pat is an incredible player, so I hope he is able to string together some serious damage to be able to push through a strategy such as that.
And then there's also all the tech cards that they can run, everything from Steelblade Shunt all the way up to Oasis Respite if they want to. They have a lot of options in their tool belt to cover all of this extra damage. So definitely interested to see here. It could be a situation where Pat has to kind of stack his deck, set up one of those big combo turns where he has the Cerebellum Processor out, string together into a giant max if you get the end of the turn with some boom grenades. So we'll see if he's up for that.
Indeed, indeed. There's so many. What I love about Dio is that I feel like there's so many things that she gets to do. There's a lot. You get for players who are very tactile. There's a lot of movement on the board that you can get with Dio playing her.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Decks like Pleiades are really similar, where they kind of just scratch that itch of like, I want to do all the things with my cards. I really want to fiddle around here.
Right.
I just want to do as many actions as I can on every turn.
Yeah, it's got good deck feel.
Whereas the Warrior is like, I'm going to push this weapon forward.
Yes, I would like to use my weapon and my Valiant Dynamos. my 2 cards. Yes, that would be incredible.
Where do you see this? 3.
3, exactly. 3 and on hit, possibly more. Amazing.
Big?
Yes. I think we're good to be bringing the players onto the screen now. They have shuffled up and they are presenting their equipment as we speak. So we do see that it is Dawnblade Dory.
Yep. And we do have the Kabuto here. Really interesting equipment piece that you normally see in the Warrior matchups. In the mirrors, it's almost a requirement for that matchup. But into Dio, it's actually really, really good if they have one of those turns where they can string together multiple action points and shut down that Symbiosis shot. We don't see it quite as much now that High Octane is out of the game.
Right.
But it still should get more than just its initial 2 value in this matchup.
Really interesting choice in foot equipment for both players. On Dash.io side, we have adaptive plating, and then on Dory's side, we have refraction bolters, which almost, I think, makes a lot of sense because you can't reliably ask for Dawnblade to hit twice so often that you get the value out of, or get to swing Dawnblade so often that you get that value out of Valiant Dynamos that someone like Kasai or a Hatchet Story would get.
Now, a little bit conversely here, though, is that they did present Dawnblade in this matchup. Dio is one of those decks with how many items she does have to run in the deck that you might get those Dawnblade hits through more often. But we are seeing here from the Dash player starting out with their turn with a Spark of Genius here. Looks like they're probably going to get a Teklo Pounder here, I would have to guess, with the pitch.
But yes, I'm very curious if this Dory ends up trying to fatigue Pat, or if Sean is going to go for a more aggressive strategy of, look, I know you're not going to block me, so I'm going to get as many counters on this Dawnblade as I can.
Yeah, and it looks like Pat's gone
Techno
back, thought about
core.
it, getting the core out here. We're just going to set up for our next turn. He gets that kind of symbiosis shot, and we're just setting up for him to push a lot of damage next turn with those free resources in the arsenal.
Indeed. With a card like Techno Core, you can even get away with blocking very freely and still having the pitch to send your turn, which is quite good.
Definitely. And we'll see here. I'm really curious how Pat wants to approach this game, if he's just going to go for the aggression plan and just try to string together enough damage each turn to kind of whittle the Dory down. One of the problems of you doing that from that side of the table is that Dory blocks so well, especially if she runs a lot of D-Reacts or things like Oasis, that you might just run out of steam that way, and you have that fatigue thing that every mech that ever plays the boost cards really has to learn to deal with.
Yes, when your cards cost 2 cards every single time you play them, you have to be prepared for the fatigue game plan from your opponent. I think another armor piece that I'm not quite so familiar seeing on the Dio side is the Cogworks Tinker Rings.
Yeah, let's see who developed the board here, but our Dory player is going in here. This one is
Glistening Steelblade?
Glistening Steelblade into Commanding Performance. I can never remember the second part of that name, but great card from heavy hitters. Kind of lets you threaten almost like a CNC type effect here.
Yes.
So we're just clarifying here how much damage is coming in from the Dawnblade. I believe this should be for 7, 8.
8. And Pat does have that Crown of Providence to protect his cards from being destroyed, maintaining pressure here. But I was actually I was about to say, like, the Dory, if she wants to have an aggressive start, has to have a hand like this at the very start of the game.
And Pat here probably feels like pretty insulated. The Dory can't really follow this up that much. Dory, one of the things about playing into her that you have to learn when you get your first reps into her is understanding how she converts her hands here, since she really can't follow up with a big attack afterwards. Looks like our Dawnblade player here is just trying to push some damage with this first hand set up for maybe his next turn cycle. But this is a lot of damage coming in early. Dio starts at 36, so every point really matters with her, and we'll see what Pat wants to do here. If he wants to give that crown, or if he just maybe wants to take 8 here.
Right, he could get really punished if he has to do another setup turn later, opening up the possibility for Dory to send multiple sword attacks with several counters on them at that point, hopefully.
Yeah, and with the Supremacy out, we could see here potentially more from this turn if he just ignores it. But it looks like instead we're going to get the entire fridge here.
There goes the armor.
Well, we had a question here a little bit about what exactly Cogworks Tinkering was doing here, and we can see here with the adaptive plating, it's a really good way to get that extra block value out of your equipment suite. But Pat is just giving the fridge on turn 0 and saying, I like my hand, I like converting with this Techlo core. Let's see how the turn goes for him.
Yes, he says, I want the tempo.
I feel like him just putting the armor in one at a time, just like, goodbye, my friends.
You did your job, turn 1. Starting off with that Techlo core, getting 2 resources. As so many Dash.io turns begin. Ooh, Cerebellum off the top.
Great hit off the top here. Really lets him string together a really long turn here if you can find that extra action point. One thing without having the Achilles accelerator is he has to kind of figure out a way to get that extra action point here to make advantage of that. Otherwise, he's going to play the rest of his turn out with that hand and then just do it to draw up an arsenal. Still really powerful, but those plays with that Dio we see push through so much damage, and that are like the really high-end turns, the ones where they can find that second action point. But let's see what Pat does here. Starting out with a T-Bone Red for 3 with a boost. So it's going to require that immediate equipment block from the Dory.
Because he played the Cerebellum off the top, though, does he have another way of gaining action points this turn?
Well, I think that he should have another way this turn, I don't believe, since he doesn't have those the Achilles accelerator here.
I suppose it could be something like an expedite hitting, allowing him to play an item from his hand at quote unquote for free.
Yeah,
and then or maybe like a heist and boosting an item into his banner zone could allow him to gain the extra action points for Cerebellum Processor.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Refraction Boulder block here immediately from the T-Bone. Still comes in for a damage, and now we're seeing the Outpace follow up with it. No equipment blocks allowed with this link.
Checking the top.
Does Sean want to give a card here or just take the 4? Looks like we're thinking about blocking this turn.
Yeah, you thread such a thin line playing against Dio of like, how much damage can I give up to try for offense before I have to pivot to full defense?
And it really also depends on what the complexion of your hand is looking into that Dory, or into the Dio, excuse me, whether or not you want to block with it, or if you think you can push something that's a really relevant on hit. Specifically with Dory, since you do need that go again, you have a lot of pieces that you need to kind of get the Dawn Blade going and online. That first counter is really important for Dory. So we're looking for a hand that can convert it and get us that counter, hopefully, but it looks like we're just going to take the damage from that outpace, go down to 34 here, and Pat following up with a Sprocket Rocket here.
I have to wonder, as someone who's never played Dio, when you play Dio and you're able to check the top card of your deck, how often does that translate into your subsequent games when you're playing a different hero?
I put a lot of time into this hero right away, and I can tell you have to kind of stop yourself
like,
there. Or you, look,
I'd just like to check the top of my deck,
a
please.
judge call. We're getting the block here from Sean, just covering up some of that damage, making sure that Pat doesn't go a little bit too hard here. We do often see turns like this where when the sub-relevant processor is out, that players tend to just block out more, cover it, and kind of try to weather the storm here.
Right.
Getting a Teklo Foundry Heart activation here from Pat, getting 2 resources. We do see a Cerebellum processor here getting banished, though, which these are huge. This is one of the key pieces in this matchup, and that for Dio specifically really lets her push those high damage breakpoints. So
Indeed.
Sean definitely happy to see that one gone.
I was initially worried about a Max V coming off of that the activation there, but it looks like a backup protocol red going to be the call.
And this card does so much in this deck. It does so much heavy lifting, both in terms of letting you set up those max V turns, but also kind of having access to a lot of the tools that Dio has. If you're looking for more go again, if you're looking to threaten a non-hit, something like a heist, if you have the resources for it, it really lets you expand the threat level of your turns here. So we'll see what Pat gets. It looks like it's just an outpace. He's just trying to push as much damage as he can here and set up for his next turn cycle too.
Right, especially since Sean has shown that he doesn't really want to block this turn. I think it's a really smart play from Pat to continue pushing damage when you see your opponent wanting to keep cards in their hand.
Yeah, and we still get to follow this up here. Looks like Pat's out of cards too. Just clarifying there, no blocks from equipment because of outpace's text. So probably get 1 card here out of Sean, and we do get the 3 block.
Yep,
just 1 more point.
Blue Warrior's Valor, I believe.
And that's a premium card right there for Dory.
And then a Symbiosis shot.
Looks like we're coming in with a gun here for 2. Let's see what Sean decides to do. Does he want to give an armor block? Does he want to give a card here? It looks like we have a commanding performance and a blue in hand.
Okay, so we're blocking with Kabuto.
We're thinking about it.
We're thinking about it. We're thinking about blocking with Kabuto.
Final answer here. Okay. Following up here, Cerebellum. No action points left at this point. Pat will just Arsenal it and pass. And we go back to the Dory turn and see what he can send back to threaten Pat. And it's another commanding performance. Great card in this matchup. It's one of the best ways to threaten and kind of get that first hit going here.
Indeed.
And we'll see here if Pat just lets this hit, we always have that threat of that Refraction Bolters now, where we can get that go again. And if we have a pump in Arsenal, threaten that really important first counter for Dory.
Yes. Really strong 2-card play, potential 3-card play from Sean here to potentially get that first counter.
And I'm really curious to hear what Pat decides to do. It really depends on the complexion of his hand, whether or not he wants to block here. Again, you have that Cerebellum processor out. This is going to be the second turn that you have. The next turn it will go away unless you find something like a Fast and Furious boosted to keep it around a little bit longer. Oh, and we have the new card that Dory got from Super Slam. I believe it's called Beat of the Iron Song.
Yes.
This card has multiple different modes for it. We'll see which one he picks here. It looks like we're just going to buff the Dawn Blade.
Seems like he probably wants to preserve his Refraction Bolters for another time.
When he pitched one, it's nice to know that you have this gone from the Dio side. This card is incredibly threatening later in the game. The first one is only just a single mode with it, but you get extra modes for each counter on the Dawn Blade. So once this Dawn Blade has 2, 3, 4 counters, if it starts to get hits, it can get out of control really quickly.
I think for our newer players or players who play, this is why I'm a huge supporter of not slow playing, but playing deliberately. In Fab, there's so much going on frequently that it's very interesting to see like cards go from the combat chain to the graveyard, pitch them to the bottom, card into arsenal, draw up 4. It's very easy to do those things very quickly, but I think a mark of a very good Fab player is being able to understand what your opponent is pitching and why that's important for your game plan.
Mm-hmm. And in this case, it kind of gives a little bit more information here. So it looks like our Dawnblade just got one there. Did a little bit of damage. Pat's firing back here with a 0 to 60 coming in for 4. Go again.
Mm-hmm. And we've banished a Tekla core off the top. Again, this is another one of those things of like that deliberate play. Being able to understand what power Dio has left, what she's playing towards, is a really good way of figuring out how to beat her.
And firing in right after that with a yellow zipper hit. Get a sync on that first attack, and now we're coming in for another 4 points here, banishing a Tekla pounder off the top. So we're seeing a lot of items coming off from Pat's side. Both good and bad. These are at least ones that he doesn't really want to hit with the Dio, but looking for maybe a boom grenade off the top if we can, try to start really pushing that damage and really pressuring the Dory's life total.
Yes, last turn there was no threat of broom grenade simply because of Cerebellum being coming off the top immediately, which I think is a really gave Sean a lot of space to keep those cards to be able to pressure Arsenal. But yes, now we have the potential threat of boom grenades off the top again.
And Foundry Heart coming in here and getting rid of a red throttle and a blue T-bone. So we are seeing a little bit of damage coming off the top, and this is again one of those things that Dio players have to constantly juggle, is that situation where they can lose some of their threats. It's really nice that they can get rid of their top card if they don't like it with Tekla Foundry Heart, but one of the downsides is you never know what that second card is. So sometimes you can hit really powerful cards you're looking for, like that Max Velocity, like that Boom Grenade here. But Pat, 2 resources floating here. Nice grip of cards. I believe he has 2 left in hand, plus his Arsenal, and the Cerebellum Processor left. So we'll see what he wants to do with the resources available.
So many choices with Theo. That feels like a deck that has so many options available to it at any given time. So how do you decide, as someone who's tested Dio and played Dio, how do you decide which playline you find is the most effective? Like, how do you decide, I should take a setup turn here instead of I should push more damage?
I think it probably depends partially on what your hand is and what the matchup is here. It looks like Pat is taking the line of he wants to set up here. He has a Tekla Pounder in hand. He's just setting up for his next turn where he can actually do a decent amount of pressure. He also might not have a way to generate an extra action point to take real advantage of that Cerebellum Processor. So he's saying, I'm going to set back and wait. The last one, the Dawnblade, did get that second counter from the Bee of the Iron Song, giving go again to the Dawnblade, then swinging again and getting that first counter. So now we're at 4 coming in here.
Oh my goodness, with Dominate, that's Iron Song, Determination, and I believe Singing Steelblade. Yeah. This is quite the turn for Sean.
Coming in for 5, go again with Dominate. And this is where it starts to get really scary for the person sitting across from Dory. When you're staring down that Dawnblade with that first counter, suddenly your blocks get so much harder. You can't block with a Foundry Heart and a 3 block here. You don't cover it. You're threatening more counters. It's threatening to get out of control really quickly here. So we'll see if Pat decides, hey, I can maybe chip some of this damage away and still swing back, or if we hit that pivot point for the Dio player where you say, I'm going to race you.
Especially since Sean was able to get to buy Pat's armor so early into the game. One of the strategies that you can take against Dory is to be able to take a couple hits, give them a counter or two, and then just full block with armor and a couple cards, or armor and a card, to then stop them, to clear the counters after a while, after you've done a lot of damage.
And it's really one of the key points with an aggro deck against Dory is knowing when you kind of have to just say, I've done the blocking that I can. We're in a race state at this point. And I think it'll be really interesting here to see what Pat's decision point is, because this is a power turn from the Dory. And Sean has set this up very well overall through the first turns of the game, being really disciplined with his early blocks, making sure that he gets some of that early chip damage in and that first counter. But it looks like we're coming in here.
Here comes 6 more,
Oof. And he gets that hit, gets the counter.
We're up to...
And Pat just says, send me the bill.
Indeed. Now, Dio is one of those rare decks that really does have that damage output. So, though he's behind 16 to 28 right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see those numbers, Sean's life total, recede significantly this turn, especially if he wants to maintain those counters on that Dawnblade.
Especially when Pat starts his turn with an over 6 go again. 0 to 60 coming in, boosting off the top. That Tekla Pounder will lose a counter here. And 6 coming through, asking Sean, what do you want to do with this turn? And we do need to keep track here. Sean has full armor value left on both his gloves and his chest piece, so we're looking at 6 extra life there. So Pat has to currently get through just 34 on board, let alone anything that comes in the Dory's hand. It's very hard. Warriors in general as a class are really known for having that minimum of a 3 block on all their cards. They're really defensive, and they can do that game really well, especially now that Dawnblade has so many counters. We're kind of in a state where Sean just gets to say, okay, I can block out a lot, and then I can just send this really threatening weapon back at you every single turn.
It looks like there's a sink below in Sean's hand, so he's debating giving 2 armor and then potentially sinking on the 0 to 60. I do quite like that line because you get to bait out a potential boom grenade in advance, but he's choosing to just take the 6 damage here.
And we're seeing Pat here
Genius.
close the chain. Spark of Genius here, X equals 0. We'll probably see a boom grenade, I would have to guess here, since we need to push as much damage as we can this turn.
Yes. And
gets the backup protocol. Okay.
Red. I do like Sean's decision not to block that 0 to 60, acknowledging that if there is a boom grenade, it's unlikely I'm going to be able to stop the boom grenade this turn. So I'd rather save for like a potential threatening on hit or like a heist of some variety, or perhaps saving cards in case Pat finds a pulse wave harpoon.
And what we see here, we talked earlier a little bit about like knowing what your opponent can do potentially by what the cards that they pitch or the cards they play. Seeing the backup protocol here makes me think that maybe we have to respect something like a max V this turn, where Pat is trying to set up where he can get his boost cards, get everything lined up to get that crucial 3rd boost, and then be able to send that max V for a huge number at Sean.
Yes. Absolutely.
We'll see here.
He drew the card off of Spark of Genius because of the boost previously from 0 to 60, so we'll see what he can do with this hand now.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things here is that since Pat doesn't get to see that card, Dio, again, we talked about that fiddling effect with it, with seeing the top of their deck. They don't get to see that with Spark. It has to draw as part of the resolution here. So Pat has an unknown there that we don't get to quite see. We'll see if he can also find an item off the top of the deck or how he wants to progress with the rest of this turn.
All right, here we go. Pitching a null time zone.
Haha, we found our item.
The boom grenade off the top. Cranking, I have to imagine.
So we'll have 2 action points here on the Dio side. And this really opens up Pat for a wide variety of effects on his turn. He has a ton of resources voting here thanks to both the Pitch Blue and the Declo Foundry Heart. He has a lot of the top of his deck manipulation. While we can't Dio this turn, he can still kind of set up for his next turn as well and have threatening cards there. He has plenty of resources voting for the backup protocol. So we'll see how he wants to string together the rest of this turn, but it looks like he's just considering all of his different options here in the lines. Dio, one of those decks that has so many different lines that you can approach it from a lot of different angles depending on exactly what cards you have. And it looks like we might actually not be cranking here from Pat's side. We do have our counters up to 4 on the Symbiosis shots. We're stacking that up nice and high. A lot of late game damage here that we get to push with it whenever we have those turns where we kind of end without anything to do, just pushing 2, 2, 2 every turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I think boom grenades are so fascinating because if they're played from the top of the deck, they're so much more value than if they're played from hand. So I believe Pat just played one from hand.
So we played one from hand. We didn't crank it, so we used our free action point from the other boom grenade. So it's kind of lets him hedge his bet here. If we don't hit with an attack this turn, we still don't lose both of our boom grenades and 8 value here. And if we do hit, we're not really that sad that we lost our action point when we got to send an extra 8 damage.
Yep, and we're boosting the 3rd yellow boom grenade, it looks like.
And we see the immediate response to the sync from Sean, sinking a card from his hand here to redraw. Looking at a...
Yes, I might be missing. I think those are those both red boom grenades?
The 2 on the field are both reds.
Incredible.
So if we hit, huge chunk of Sean's life gone at this point. But it looks like we might just be setting up here. Pat plays out a Techlicore. It looks like he just drew a really item-heavy hand after that spark.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. He ended up not finding boom grenades so early into the game. It just kind of makes sense they ended up in his hand.
Yep, and we see here the power of the Dawnblade. Just push it forward and let your opponent have to deal with this every single time.
And now, just very briefly while we're chatting here in the live stream, there is a link to donate to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. As Jeff mentioned earlier today, we are doing a charity auction here as well, and that charity auction is going extremely well. We're at about $1,000 raised by the people in the room right now. Feeling really good for the holiday season. Again, we talk up our Flesh and Blood community a lot on social media, but it's really nice to see. It's not just words. It's not just us hyping ourselves up. Our community really does try and reach out and support our local other communities around us.
Yeah, and a big thank you to everyone here at the event, as well as everyone online who has donated to the cause. We look forward to just seeing how much we can give back to our community today and in the days coming as well. So thank you again, everyone who's made that possible. And we're seeing here Pat thinking about what to do with this 7-power Dawnblade. 2 cards still in hand for Sean. No resources floating. However, we do have that Refraction Bolters as well. That's just kind of threatening him here. Of if this Dawnblade hits, free go again on it, and then the follow-up attack is going to be terrifying. Oh no, a Blade Flurry.
Oh, mega pain. You had to have expected something like this simply because the card that was pitched was Iron Song Response, right? I would have to imagine that there was another offensive card getting pitched.
And we're seeing...
in hand, sorry, excuse me.
Yep. And we're seeing here that immediate Refraction Bolters usage here, giving the Dawnblade go again, pitching, coming in for another 9 as a follow-up with the threat and for a counter to push this up to 5 counters after that. And at this point, we're kind of in the danger zone from the dash side, right? We've taken 9 off that hit, so I believe we should be down to 7 life at this point.
Yes.
So requiring a block out of Pat here, or it's just immediately lethal from him.
I do think he'll be blocking.
Look, he does have a choice, okay? We have to respect that he could just say, I'm going out.
We have been saying Dio has a lot of choices. Dio has to make a lot of choices in their game. So, it's very possible if Pat's like, you know what?
Sometimes you want to go out on your own terms.
No blocks. Exactly.
But should get 1 card here out of Pat. Now, we do have a healthy follow-up from Pat. We have 1 Boom Grenade around.
Yep.
We have a Techlo Pounder with 2 counters still on it. We have a Techlo Core that's going to give us some resources. So Pat isn't entirely out of this yet. We need to see how he wants to navigate this next turn. Does he want to try to block this with multiple cards so he just gets to keep a bit of a life lead here? One of the problems of a single card block here for 3 is that he then be dropping all the way down to 1. And it's really hard to fight a Dory with all of these combat tricks if you're at 1 life.
And the trickiest thing is also, even if you wanted to stuff all this 9 damage, those counters are still there for next turn. And then when you have 1 card left in your hand and 1 card in arsenal, how much are you going to actually be able to pressure Sean to prevent him from just keeping his hand and doing this again?
Yeah, it's one of the tricky things about both Dory and Warriors in general is that they have so many ways to alter how the combat math works out in their favor. One of the classic ways is just don't block them at all. But as we've seen in this game, they can race you pretty well if they get the right combination of cards and play it in a way that really benefits them that way. And Sean has been excellent at that so far, having those commanding performances early to threaten the arsenal and push damage through that Pat doesn't want to block. Following up with all of these pumps and all these Dawnblade counters, and we're seeing here Pat just saying, I can't really afford to give you the full hand. I have to just block the minimum amount I can to stay alive, dropping all the way to 1 and giving that Dawnblade yet another counter. So up to 5 counters on this Dawnblade. Pat has to pressure here and rip some number of cards out of Sean's hand, or we are in big trouble next turn.
Normally, I'm feeling like this is the inverse of the life totals we would be expecting in a matchup such as this, where I feel like Dio is normally one who's putting on all the pressure, but Sean's really taken the driver's seat in terms of having a lot of the pressure of this game.
And we're seeing here Pat getting that 3rd backup protocol red off the top, electing to crank it, gain a 2nd action point here. So we have a good amount to work with here. We have a free resource floating, kind of makes up for that card that we lost earlier. We have the ability to rebuy one of our Red Summer Grave, and we have multiple action points. So let's see how much of a damage threat he can push out here into the Dory.
I think I see a shelter on Dory's side.
Wait, you mean Dory's going to block this turn?
I think it's very likely that we see some amount of blocking.
Shocker.
And notably, Dory functionally at 26 as well with both Grains and...
Oh, Iron Song versus.
Iron Song versus. Yeah. I was like, that card, I can remember it surely.
The other Welcome to Wraith arms.
Yes. A lot of Welcome to Wraith represented today. There's 2 Rhinars, 1 Dory, 1 Katsu, and I think 0 Bravo, unfortunately.
Look, his time will come again.
Surely.
I won't be happy about it, but it'll come. We're seeing this shelter block here and a second shelter.
Fascinating.
Just giving a little bit of extra here, just saying, I don't want that Boom Grenade to hit. We're just going to keep as healthy as possible here. Make Pat actually do something that will threaten him and actually make him want to give these other cards.
Here comes an Expedite.
Expedite here. This could be a little bit threatening depending on what Pat has in hand, but the problem is that Pat's just running out of cards at this point.
Blocking 3. So this just must have been a very non-functional hand. It looks like maybe perhaps we're just sending the Dawnblade with the final card.
Which, to be fair, when your opponent's at 1 and it's coming in for 8, is not a bad proposition.
Bad, for sure. But I think this kind of shows that there's no tricks face up, so Pat has the opportunity to clear all those counters.
Yep, and we'll see what Pat wants to do here. We still have that Boom Grenade here for this turn. We'd love to be able to send an attack this turn if possible. So we do have the blue in hand, cracking that backup Protocol Red here. See what we have in our graveyard that we have access to. We definitely have a 0 to 60 in there. See if we have like maybe a red throttle. Looks like it'll just be that 0 to 60.
Yes.
Which does at this point demand maybe both armor blocks to stop this Boom Grenade.
And I think because Sean ended up blocking with both the shelters so early, this is now requiring both of his armor to cover. When I think previously an armor piece plus, I think using both of them was smart, but there's also, I think, a line where you can play a block with 2 armor and then a shelter, and potentially if Pat doesn't have enough offense, maybe pocket the second shelter even.
Yeah, let's set that up for next turn.
Yikes!
Oh boy, we've been selling that max V for a couple of turns here. Pat finally found the window to play it here, and this is threatening 10 damage plus the 4 from the Boom Grenade here. So Sean with only 1 card in hand, he wants to keep that card desperately, but send this Dawnblade back and rip the hand next turn. So he might just be taking 14, and he is.
Puts him down to 6. But now here's the thing, Barrett. If Pat draws up 2 items, he's dead.
Yeah.
2 items in hand means this Dawnblade is just lethal.
Well,
looks like it's 8 with the Vigor, correct? And then he has the 1 card in hand still. So this is actually threatening quite a lot, especially if it's a second copy of the Iron Song response.
Yeah. Dory has some 0 cost attack reactions. Not as many as she has if you have access to the 1 floating resource with it, where her threat range goes a bit larger.
Right.
But it is one of those things of, I don't know that Pat actually has the ability to respect the attack
Certainly
action
not
at this point.
Certainly not.
We see the 1, and oh no, Pat had 2 blocks in hand. So we have to give the armor along with 3 cards from hand. So we're looking at just 1 card in hand, and the Dory gets to draw up to a full grip with an arsenal.
Indeed, but at least we have the Tekla Pounder resources, and then Pat still has Tekla Core resources. That is a very solid response.
Yep, pushing 8 go again here with this red throttle and the last count on the Tekla Pounder. This will demand at least 1 card from Sean, since his armor can only block 2 at this point, and then we get to follow it up with that Symbiosis shot. So Pat doing his best here with limited resources to really kind of threaten Sean back and try to keep this as close as he can going to that next turn with that Dawnblade, which has been reset. That's the really critical thing here, is that with it back to 3, at least Pat, if it comes to it, he can rip enough cards, and the Dawnblade only threatens a single attack each turn. We can kind of start to keep that in check and maybe claw our way back in here.
Indeed, but Pat being at 1 is so difficult into a reaction-heavy deck. So difficult to know when that is a 1, or when that's a 3, or when it's a 7, or when it's a 5.
And here it looks like we're getting 5 through, going all the way down to 1.
Sending the pistol shot afterwards. Symbiosis.
We get those last 2 equipment blocks. So Dory also out of all of her equipment here. Oh no, and Sean is just unloading here, unsheathed into a red Warrior's Valor and the Dawnblade swing here. And this is a 9. We'll see if Pat can actually block this.
Once again, 2 items will kill Pat.
Don't you love it when your own deck can just like, you get to lose if you draw the wrong cards?
Yes.
But critically, Pat, if he does have 3/3 blocks here, could potentially send something back. As long as he can live here, he at minimum gets to send the Symbiosis shot and rip at least 1 card next turn. It would be great if we have like 3/3 blocks plus a 0 to 60, one of our 0 costs that we can just swing in, get 2 cards out of Sean's hand potentially. So we'll see here what our blocks are. We didn't have the immediate no block and concede, or just let it hit. So I'm thinking that Pat does have a way to block here, and that we're just figuring out what combination of cards we would like to use here to send the most damage next turn.
And something notable that I've been watching for both of these players, a mark of what I would consider a very good player, and they've both been doing this, is they take their time, they look at their hand, they evaluate their board state, they're checking their opponent's graveyards, they're figuring out what options are available to them, and then when they're ready to make their decision, it's like, bam, they're ready to go, and they locked in, and they're just moving their cards around now. So they do all of their thinking, and then like very quick actions, and that's I think a mark of a very good player.
Yeah, definitely. And they both also have come in, it feels like, with very concrete game plans of how I want to play this matchup. We've seen from the Dory side, we traded our early life lead and some equipment, so we could set up that aggression, set up that really strong race potential with the Dio, so we could get to that huge Dawn Blade that gets to threaten them, rip their cards repeatedly. We've seen from Pat's side where he's taken turns off to set up his item plan to be able to push those huge damage points and set up that max V like we talked about. And we see the block here from Pat.
369.
Oh, and the Blade Flurry
gets there. Yep.
Like we talked about, just having that one react at that point just kind of gets to hold the Dio at gunpoint. And
What
Sean
a
Moyer,
turn, holding the Dio at gunpoint.
Yeah, Sean Moyer here going up to 2-0 with Dorinthia Iron Song, and that was maybe not one people had on their bingo card, but honestly, not a bad choice when you have a room full of brutes.
Yes, I think it was actually quite remarkable how aggressive Sean was able to be in that game. Yeah, very cool. Very well navigated from both players, I would say. And of course, Pat there, really not much of an option. Giving the fourth card, he had a blocking card in hand, but giving 4 cards in the anticipation of an attack reaction isn't a winning line.
Yeah.
If you give up all of your cards, then you're sending Symbiosis shot for 2. Dory blocks you with 1 card, and then she still has 3 to work with. So, very understandable line that he took there.
And we kind of saw there the thing that can happen with Dio, is that they have a lot of power available to them. They have a lot of access to deck manipulation, a lot of different really powerful turns they can set up. But at the same time, they can kind of hit those awkward turns where we saw Pat having to take turns off where he was just setting up items, going to his next turn, maybe losing a little bit of item value that he couldn't use. We saw the Cerebellum Processor where we couldn't get a draw off of it one turn. We saw a Boom Grenade that didn't connect. So
yeah, there was actually there was a big turn where he was setting up for something really successful. So there was like a Cerebellum Processor, and I believe it was Teklo Pounder. And then that was the hand that we saw that was like double Boom Grenade, Teklo Core, and then he like got a Boom Grenade off the top, and we were like, this hand doesn't send as much aggression as we would really want it to see. Yeah,
and it's those little points where even if you maximize them, like a great player like Pat is able to, it still was enough to kind of pull you back and just let the other person find their window of opportunity. So great game from both players. Really great game from them. We'll see next round. Hopefully this story can continue their streak. Kind of keep climbing up that ladder, go to that top 8 in a field that seems really well suited for her.
I believe the Katsu got their first game as well, so I'm curious to see if the Katsu is now 2-0 as well. That'd be really exciting.
Get a Rhinar in there, get a Welcome to Rave top 8 party. Again, Bravo maybe not invited, but there's a Pleiades. We can have her stand in for instead.
The spirit of Bravo is here. Pleiades is here.
Yeah, so
yes.
I'd be okay with that top 8.
I heard rumblings of, I think the Pleiades ended up losing their round 1, but I heard rumblings of a CNC for 18, and I think that is hot.
I'd really like to see that, honestly. I'm not going to lie. Pleiades is kind of like, they decided they were going to make Illusionist again, but they're going to make it with a Guardian suit on this time to kind of just like sneak it under the edge there. But would love to see that. I've heard a lot of rumblings. We have a good amount of Ailio in the room. A lot of them did really well with their first round. Verdance is cut, so we might see a Wizard in the mix here next round, which would make me really happy overall personally. But
now we were talking about the meta breakdown in the previous round conclusion, and I saw there was 1 Kano. Do you feel like Kano suffers from being in a meta so dominated currently by Verdance that like people are prepared for some amount of arcane, so they might have Oases just for like the Burn Bears and the Light Up the Leaves and the other arcane Verdance does. Yes,
it's all the same to brute players. It's fine.
Exactly. Like S6 arcane Oasis.
I think one of the really interesting things with Kano is that it's not necessarily even the AB and the Spell Void, which really hurts him, right? They kind of have to set up specific turn cycles and they're looking for that one giant pop-off turn, so if you can cover that, it kind of stops them. But one of the big things with Kano is that since the bans, he kind of can hurt himself. So he looks for spots in the meta similar to like what a Prism does, or some of our other heroes, where they kind of need the meta to line up just right for them. And if they have that, they're really, really powerful. This looks like a meta here today. Again, we can see the breakdown here. A lot of KOs in the room. A lot of Syndras. Kasai, things that you want to see here. The one thing that Kano really doesn't ever want to see is the prisms. We have 2 in the room, so as long as they can dodge that matchup, I feel like they're probably pretty fine with most of the things in the room and just taking their chances with it.
Well, the prisms in the room, they're probably looking around and seeing, that's a lot of brute.
Look,
but they're native to the area. Pennsylvania, we love our brutes here. Pennsylvania is the true Savage Lands. When we get a Savage Land set, it's just going to be Pittsburgh. Yeah.
That's a little bit terrifying, I'm not going to lie.
Exactly.
It's up in the water around here. All right, guys. I think that wraps it up for us for round 2. We'll be back for round 3.
Yes. Round 3 of 6 today. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again for joining us.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Barrett. He's Jeff, and we're
That's
here
true.
for round 3.
How was last round? I didn't actually get a chance to watch the game.
Dory go boom.
Okay.
Dio go boom.
Dio
from
usually
Dory.
goes boom.
Yeah.
Not
So
what I expected.
look, sometimes you're the boomer and sometimes you're the boomie.
So we have a very interesting game coming up. It is going to be Verdance versus Ailio. Wizard battle. Totally love it. Real quick, since some of you in chat were asking, though, we are going to pull up the meta report before we go to the game just so you can see what we're working with today here. An interesting breakdown of heroes. Did not expect 8 KO Armed and Dangerous. Really did not think we were going to see that coming. Also, only 2 Gravy Bones.
Yeah, like Dex said, this is PA's Brute Central, and
It's
they
true.
came out in full force today. We do have some representation from other top decks. Synra, Verdance, Ailio, and Dio, Kasai all kind of hang out in that tier
Yeah.
2 section right now, but all still great heroes. And it seems like this round we're going to have one of those against Verdance. We're going to have the Verdance-Ailio matchup.
And I think the players are getting ready right now to actually play this matchup. Now, Barrett, I know after having suffered a loss at your hands, do Verdance in a ProQuest at least once. I know you're no stranger to this deck either. It's something that I've been playing a lot. Actually, both of these wizards I'm a big fan of. What are your thoughts going into this matchup? What's usually your plan when you see Ailio sitting across the table from you?
Hope that Gone in the Flash is in the bottom 15 cards.
Yeah, exactly. Or hope that your 1 to 2 Amulet of Echoes are in the first, like, maybe 3 cards. That would be great to see early in the game. That's been an interesting piece of tech that people have been bringing in lately.
Yes, we'll see if the Verdance has it if it gets brought in. Other big things in this matchup, Disruption. Ailio is the deck that you most want to disrupt probably in the entire format, because if he's left with that large hand, if he's left with that ability to set up with those Gone in
yeah.
Flashes, set up his Sigil of Brilliances, he can just get out of control. It doesn't really matter what you as the Verdance do on those turns. If he has the full combo, he's just going to kill you through all of your block, all of your life gain. So from the Verdance side, I really want to see what disruption do we have and how do we get to it? How do we set it up? Are we able to chain together turn over turn? And can we get to that endgame state that Verdance is so well known for, where you're sending that physical attack, backing it up with that Storm's Rider's kill threat? From the Ailio side, though, what do you want to see from the Ailio player here?
You know, what Ailio is trying to accomplish in this matchup, hopefully quickly, is just get to the combo as fast as possible and hopefully catch Verdance on an off turn. I don't know about your list. I haven't really been running anything like Illuvian or anything to handle like large arcane turns. So really, I would just be hoping to kind of like avoid felling of the crown and just get my power cards as soon as possible.
Okay, well, I think our players are ready. Let's throw it down to the players and get this match going.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see the equipment choices between these 2 heroes. If I am not mistaken, I do believe I see a Balance of Justice on the side of Verdance, which with the amount of card draw just natural in the Ailio deck does make a ton of sense.
Absolutely, and I do appreciate here that both of them do have the Young Hero Marvels.
Yeah,
nice
they
little
match.
sibling.
That's perfect.
And we'll see here. I'm not sure which player is starting it. It looks like the Verdance is kind of pondering. Really nice here. One of the things that Verdance is so strong with in this meta is being able to send a lot of damage turn 0. But it looks like you're also going to lead with that life gain here. So quick bump up to 43 right away.
With a combo-based strategy as well, and with kind of the favor in your side with Disruption, starting with 3 extra health on turn 0 is pretty fantastic. I have to imagine that Patrick is happy to have seen that so early.
Absolutely. It lets him have a little bit of a buffer there. And we also do see here that Patrick is discarding that Photon. Photon splicing.
Yes.
Get it in the graveyard. He really wants to get that decompose going as soon as he possibly can here. We're seeing the Waning Moon for 2 as a follow-up here. Then we get NEAB here from the Ailio side.
They do have at least Arcane Barrier 1 on the table. Ooh, and where a Sigil of Brilliance is hitting the table. One of the cards you definitely want to see is Ailio this early as well. If you can manipulate that somehow with maybe something like a Blast to Oblivion and bounce it, or even honestly just draw an extra card on the start of your turn, you're going to be happy. The downside, though, is you are going to turn on that Balance of Justice. However, I would be surprised to see it used this early.
Yeah, we'd definitely be shocked to see it get used so early, especially because you have to block with it right away.
Sure.
And we tend not to block with that as much early. For most decks, you kind of want to save that for those critical on hits if there are any. Ailio is not really known for those, but...
Speaking of Amulet of Echoes, this is a great hand that you want to see against Ailio. You know that you're going to be able to put that on the table. I did see a Sink Below in there as well, so you can block out some things. I would be feeling very, very happy right now.
Yeah, and for anyone not in the know, Amulet of Echoes is going to be an item that goes on the board. If you've played a card that has the same name at least twice in a turn, you can pop that at instant speed and make that opponent who has played those cards discard 2 cards from their hand. So
Exactly.
Ailio, your combo turn is popping off with Gone in a Flash over and over and over
Trying
again.
to play it 16, 17 times on a good day. So something like Amulet of Echoes can really ruin your plan.
Yeah, and we'll see here what Matthew is able to send on this first turn of the game. He does have a 5-card hand here, and it looks like we do see a Channel Lightning Valley in his hand, as well as a Blink, a couple attacks here. So we'll see just what he wants to do here. And we are swinging with the current funnel just for 2 now. Nothing to see here. Definitely don't have anything else going on this turn.
Absolutely no instance. Oh, we didn't expect something like that. So now that that resolves, that will turn on the ability of current funnel.
Yep. Current funnel here coming in for the 2. Volzar up another tick here, so we're just setting up our amp for late this turn for potential arcane spell.
I do believe we saw a Mind Warp in that hand as well. And looking over on Verdance's side of the table, we do see a little bit of Arcane Barrier to help mitigate that. But the thing with the Ailio is the more lightning cards they play, the higher that spell is going to hit for. So it may be hard to kind of not take the surge effect from Mind Warp, which would cause you to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw that many cards -1.
And crucially here, like we said, he drew the 1 of Amulet of Echoes this turn.
Oh, that would be brutal to have to shuffle that back into your deck before you were able to actually resolve it.
And it looks like we're thinking from Patrick's side. Do we have a mental block? Do we want to D-react here? Looks like he's thinking about the sink below here in hand. He is going to play this here.
Sure.
Wants to deny that on hit. And then we see the Blink come out here from Matthew, gain that action point back, and we're Mind Warping here. Coming in with that Arcane Pump from the Volzar for 5 here, and Patrick has to give a blue here. Mind Warp, if it does more than its base 2 damage, will make you shuffle your hand back into your deck and draw that many cards -1 here. So
and I do believe
critical.
without a card like Mental Block that might be able to prevent a little extra damage, I do think there's only a way to prevent 2 Arcane Barrier. We may see a scenario where that Amulet of Echoes is just going to be sent away.
3 Storm Striders is 2.
Oh, I'm so
Metacarpus
sorry. It is
1,
Arcane Barrier too, yeah. So they are able to cover this up. I really should know that with how much I play Wizard.
It's the really annoying part of Wizard is that if you're always in the Wizard mirror, you just naturally want to play both these equipment pieces. So
Yeah.
you both always have that AB3 available to you here. And we do see Patrick pitching the Heartbeat of Candlehold, gets that out, takes just the 2 points of damage, which gets rid of that little bit of a life buffer hit at the start, but crucially keeps that Amulet of Echoes around here.
Yeah, it is pretty big that they were able to keep that. A world where that didn't hit the table this turn would be just... I would be very, very thrown if I had to shuffle that back into my deck.
Seeing an Everbloom life here from Patrick. Thinking about if he wants to put something back or just get the life half here. Looks like we're just going to get in the life, keep the Earth card engraved, and slams the Amulet of Echoes down here. And now this game changes entirely from Matthew's side, because instead of being able to set up for that huge combo turn here, he now wants to deal with this threat on board the entire game.
And it's just persistent sitting there staring at you no matter what you're going to do. That card is going to be waiting to be activated.
So we'll see how he wants to navigate this. Looks like there's a Frying hand that he wants to lead with for 3 go again. And again, that Channel Lightning Valley managed to stick around last turn. Patrick really wants to deny that if he can. If not, we're letting that Ailio have a 6-card hand. And that can really spiral out of control. Even if you have Amulet of Echoes here, it's really difficult sometimes to know exactly what kind of threat Ailio wants to send at you between physical and arcane. He is just amping that Volzar every single card he plays here. So Patrick needs to navigate this really carefully if he wants to be able to block both the physical and the arcane, and then also send some kind of pressure back, because eventually you do have to pressure the Ailio.
Sure. Fry is such an interesting card to, like, on its base, it's 0 cost, it's 3, it's go again, it's lightning, and it blocks 0. It doesn't sound like something that you would necessarily be super excited to play, but the more you play Ailio, the more you actually just see the value of this card. It's going to activate Volzar, it's going to turn on a lot of potential other spells, like that current funnel we saw earlier, and it's just another way to just get more damage with go again across.
And it looks like Patrick said, send me the bill, take the 3, get your draw, have the Blast to Oblivion fall out up here. Now, this is a really interesting card that Ailio's kind of vary with how many they run. Some people like to run the full set of the 6 of the reds and the yellows. Some people like a few less than that. Really interesting here because it lets us potentially reset that Channel Lightning Valley and keep it around for next turn as well.
And yep, it looks like Blink is going back to... Blink is played at instant speed, sending the Channel Lightning Valley back to hand. Just like you said, we're going to be able to replay that, get another charge on Volzar, which will amp more arcane damage to get across the table.
And we did get to block there. Patrick's side did get the Rootbound Carapace, did get the first Decompose here. We are playing that mini game here with Verdance where you want to get that full 8 to crucially start to make all of our healing really hurt the Ailio and really put the pressure there to him as well. So Patrick is also getting to kind of do his mini game here as well.
Patrick probably would have been happier being able to decompose 3-3-2 and go online a little faster, getting that crucial 8. But what we're seeing now is a 7 damage Etchings of Arcana, which is absolutely going to get over that Arcane Barrier, and I am positive is going to pull that Sigil of Brilliance right back into play.
Yeah, and this is really like one of the biggest threats that Ailio has to even get around the Amulet of Echoes, because it doesn't really care about you having that on board the way to stop the combo. It's just sending so much arcane that you can't really block it all. And here from Patrick's side, the really difficult part is he only has 1 blue in hand, he has 2 reds. He really wants that 1 blue for his attack next turn. So he has to decide, do I just take this whole chunk? If I do, this is a lot of damage coming in.
It's not only a lot of damage, but it's another card that your opponent's going to have in their hand at the start of the turn, and it'll be with the Channel Lightning Valley in play. Just a compound of issues that you don't want to have to be faced with.
Yeah, and Matthew, really happy to see this after that amulet comes out. Lets him put a lot of pressure back on Patrick already and really start to come back here.
And this is exactly what you were talking about. Ailio's plan now has changed entirely. The combo plan is probably out the door, but these little mini combo turns where you're able to get in some nice physical and then some arcane damage will really whittle Verdance's life down fast.
Patrick here deciding how he wants to approach this. Thinking here, we can get the 3AB. We can't stop the Sigil from being rebought thanks to Etchings of Arcana. It does get its search effect here. It looks like we're going to AB 3,
Buy
take the
ourselves
4.
a little buffer on our life total, just as we thought. Sigil of Brilliance comes directly back into play.
And this is one of the situations where the channel does stick around as well, so we know that next turn Matthew's going to have a power turn. So it seems like Patrick here is just saying, I have accepted that you are getting this extra card. You're going to have a potential huge draw here. I'm just going to take as much life as I can gain back here and just try to keep a bit life up so I don't just die if you have one of these gigantic hands.
Probably a little bit of relief coming on Ailio's side of the table. This is not going to be followed up with Waning Moon. We simply don't have the resources to afford it. So this is just 4 arcane damage. Life parity is not bad. I would not be shocked if Ailio just kept the hand and tried to send more damage. I've seen another Fry. We have the draw from the Sigil of Brilliance. We have a Shock and a Glyph overlay in hand. There's a lot that can be going on here. It would probably be good to just take the 4 damage and send another large turn back.
Yeah, and Patrick there definitely was thinking the turn before, do I pitch this Pulsing Aether and get to send that CNC to threaten the Arsenal next turn, or do I just go ahead and pitch as much and preserve as much life total? But from Matthew's side, really happy as Ailio not to see that CNC. We talked before the game started about getting that disruption every turn from the Verdance side, and it didn't come through here, and now Matthew is on a 6-card hand with the Channel Leighton Valley on the field.
This is definitely the position you want to be in as the Ailio player. Also, too, Command and Conquer not always going to work against Ailio. With the deck stacked with usually 20+ instants, there's a large chance they're just going to play whatever it is out of their arsenal at you.
And it looks like
leading off with Fry.
Yep.
Taking up Volzar, really the hero power of Ailio is his weapon.
Look, I remember when it was first spoiled and we said, look, this here is busted. He says draw a card every single turn. The real power, the weapon that amps permanently, like just amps over and over and over again.
We could just put a life total on that hero or on that weapon and call it a day. Now, Fry, again, like we were talking about, 3 go again. Not really the most threatening, but with like 5 cards remaining, Tunic up and threatening a card draw, this 3 is something that you're definitely going to want to talk about or think about. We see Mental Block in hand. We're not in a good position to effectively use our chess piece on Verdance's side. We don't have the 4 banished cards to create the embodiment of Earth, unfortunately. It's probably going to be hard to prevent the card draw, but I did see a Mental Block and a Shelter of the Storm in Patrick's hand, so they could probably prevent a good amount of damage here.
Yeah, and the big thing here from Patrick's side might be that you might not necessarily be able to prevent the entire turn, but can we prevent enough to stop that channel from mattering to set up the entire turn cycle? So if this first Fry gets to hit, Matthew gets to kind of sculpt the rest of his game plan here. Patrick has to decide, do I block this, or do I let it go through, let him have it, and then I can respond to cover as much damage as possible later? It looks like he's electing, take the 3 from the Fry, let the Ailio draw a card. We're cycling a Sigil of Solace here, so Matthew is digging for damage here.
And now, again, something to keep in mind, Balance of Justice is pretty much always going to be turned on. So when Patrick is ready, he's going to just be able to get the 2 value off the block and draw a card.
Yeah, I could very well see this turn cycle, since we're having so many cards be played from Matthew's side here, that if there is an attack that comes out that is threatening here, do something from his side. But we do need to remember, just because that aiming gets on the field and it usually covers the full combo turn, doesn't mean that Patrick can't pop it here if Matthew makes a play with uses multiple cards.
This is exactly what I think we're going to see now, is a line where we can bounce. Yep. We've gained some charges on Volzar. We have the Blast to Oblivion in hand. We may be able to actually bounce that back and just get an embodiment of lightning, which will allow us to extend our turn as well. Looks like there might be some discussion about the play going on here between the players.
Yes, so
There, okay.
Get an explanation here. Sigil of Lightning coming in after it resolves Matthew is using Consign to Cosmos and Shock here. Shocking for 1 damage, using the Consign to Cosmos to bounce that Sigil back to hand. Once that goes back to hand, he'll get the Embodiment of Lightning from it leaving the field. But we're just kind of slowing down here, making sure that we have all the steps out. Ailio has a lot of little fiddles, a lot of sequencing here with really specific things, so we're just making sure we're doing it in order and having full understanding of the game state.
Not looking like the best hand on Patrick's side of the table, though I do see that Cadaverous tilling, so we can prevent some damage and still send a nice turn back at our opponent. Also, too, we are not using the Volzar charges on this shock, so we will be... now Volzar is being activated, and I believe for Glyph Overlay, so this will be coming in for, I think, 7 arcane damage, if I'm not mistaken. It'll be the base 3 from the Volzar, and then the +1 from the Glyph that's in play currently.
Oh, excuse me. So the Consign to Cosmos is the one that banishes the R's from the graveyard. So I think that we were thinking about what the options were, if there's any R's.
We were thinking about Blast to Oblivion.
Yeah, so we're doing the 1 shock from that. We don't get the buff from that, but we are getting the Glyph Overlay here for 7 damage coming in.
Sure, I've still a very respectable turn to send back at Verdance. 7 arcane seems to kind of be the name of the game for the for Matthew's side of the table.
And Patrick here deciding how he wants to AB and cover. We do have that mental block in hand, but if we do that, and I believe we have a blue fruits in hand as well, if we do that, though, we're left with 2 reds in hand and don't have a response with it. So he needs to decide if he wants to try to actually cover this and prevent the effect from the Glyph Overlay, or if he wants to just let that resolve, get rid of the minimum amount that he can, and then live to fight another day that way.
Something that's definitely going to be weighing on his mind, though, we see 2 lightning cards in the pitch zone. That means Channel Lightning Valley is going to stick around for another turn.
Yeah, definitely. And that's really kind of the threat here that Ailio has been able to string together here with that return of the Sigil of Brilliance into his hand, that initial 5-card hand on the first turn into the channel, and being able to really continue with those extra cards. That's how you can kind of pressure the Verdance early, is being able to spend more than your initial 4 cards every turn. And Matthew's navigated this really well to have that additional pressure on the Verdance here to start the game, as we're already down to 27 on the Verdance side, and that's with 3 life gain to start.
This has been, I don't think Matthew's sweating one moment to see that Amulet of Echoes on the table. He seems to know exactly what needs to be done in order to keep this game going in his favor.
And we see here Patrick just pitching the 3, letting the Glyph Overlay here resolve, takes the 4 damage. We end our turn, Channel Lightning Valley gets a second counter on it, as Matthew draws back up here to a fresh grip, and Patrick has 3 cards left in hand. We'll see what he can do here with it.
I definitely saw Sigil of Brilliance in Matthew's hand as well. Oh, all right, Burn Barrow, you can't really beat that. So that's 6 arcane damage coming right out of the arsenal, and it will likely be followed up with another 2 from Waning Moon.
Yeah, and we get the immediate response of Ailio pitching a card here from Matthew to draw a card. Might have a few more instants than he wants.
I was going to say, that's probably not the one you want to be discarding.
As we discard the Null Shock.
Interesting choice to bring in against Verdance, too. There's actually a good amount of targets to use that Null and negate some non-attack actions on.
Yeah, definitely. It's also just part of the thing with Ailio that kind of pushed him over the edge and made him even better with this current meta was him getting the Consign to Cosmos and Shock. Not because the Consign to Cosmos is like a pretty standard thing that has a lot of reach, but because you have an additional 3 copies of Shock to have 9 in your deck.
At 0 cost as well.
At 0 cost.
Consign to Cosmos was almost a good card until Count Your Blessings was taken out of the Constructed Classic meta.
And we see here the Burn Bear does resolve, gets a little bit more damage. Matthew down to 26 as we do just Arsenal and Pass here from Patrick's side.
Getting rid of an Electrostatic Discharge, so maybe a sign that we don't have the most physically threatening hand. We do know that we have a good setup turn coming with the Sigil of Brilliance that's able to be played. Unfortunately, though, it's probably going to be Sigil of Conductivity as well. It's going to be pretty hard to keep that Channel Lightning Valley around for another turn.
Yeah, definitely. And I think here we'll probably just see, just a small follow-up here from Matthew, just try to get something out of Patrick's hand, as this is coming in for 3 damage here, since the Sigil of Conductivity did buff the Volzar by 1, and also makes it free to cast.
You know you'll be demanding at least 1 card unless they really hate their hand and are fine with just drawing 3.
Yeah, free to activate from the Volzar, sorry, here, as the Mind Warp is coming in, and we're seeing here from Patrick's side, as he tries to figure out exactly what he wants to pitch for this. We need to give something for it, since it's been amped by 1. We can't just say, I'm going to take the 2 off of it.
I don't know if we have a very red dense hand that we want to get rid of.
I think that I saw a Pulsing Aether in there, so we do at least have that as a play, as like a nice little 2-card play with that plus Waning Moon off of a blue. So we'll just see here if there's another card that we want to pitch, or if we can we're able to convert 3 of the cards.
Is he considering taking it to cycle his hand and draw 3 new cards.
It seems like we might actually have a judge call here. Maybe a question from Patrick here that we'd like to get We'd like to get a question asked about maybe the resolution of this mind warp and what will happen with it. We are looking at his hand. We do see a D-react there. Looks like an Autumn's Touch, a Photon Splicing.
And you were correct about the pulsing. So we do have the ability to just prevent the 1 arcane, take the other 2, and not worry about the surge.
Yeah, now, one crucial thing here that's a little bit interesting is one of the ways that Ailio is able to string together those longer turns is by having embodiments of lightning out. We do have the ability to kind of mess with him with that sigil of conductivity with when he gets those embodiments of lightning, right? So, looks like we did AB this Mind Warp entirely, and we see a sigil of Solace from Matthew's side in response. Gain up 3 more life, go up to 29 here as their players clean up for the turn. That Eternal Lightning Valley finally dies. It's done its job.
It's been around the whole game.
Plenty of work done by it.
Now, we drew up a Gone in a Flash, but just as we were discussing, because of that Amulet Echoes, the combo option is not on the table, really, because unfortunately that Amulet of Echoes is. However, can't really beat 6 arcane damage off of a blue.
And this is really interesting from Patrick's side. He's elected to keep that Shelter from the Storm in his hand now 2 turns in a row. Really values having that 4 block in his hand instead of just pitching it here and basically gaining a life from the life half of Pulsing Aether Life. So instead, we're sending 6 of total arcane here. Matthew, totally fine with that. Likes his hand, says, let's take this 6 and we'll see what we can do back in response.
We do have the embodiment of lightning on the table, so we know that we're going to be able to string a Go Again chain together here. It's just going to depend on what those attacks were.
Starting out, Gone in a Flash.
7 Go Again.
So I believe he's playing this really quickly. I think he's playing the Gone in a Flash and then saying, in response to the attack before it resolves, play the Lightning Press. Now, Ailio has a lot of really little tricks with him that you can do that really kind of change how the cards work. Gone in a Flash says that the first time that you play an instant, gives you the ability to bounce it back to its hand. If you play the Lightning Press before it resolves in the chain, it doesn't eat that trigger, and he'll be able to play an instant after this to bounce it back to his hand as well. So really heads up play for Matthew. Really knows the ins and outs of the Ailio side of things to be able to maximize the value from this card.
One of the most fun things about Wizards is just being able to take advantage of those little nuanced interactions that your opponent may not be aware of and use them to your advantage.
And we did eat our embodiment here. We had 2 of them from the Sigil of Conductivity popping the last turn.
The fabled double Go Again.
And the question here will be, do we bounce this back to our hand? Do we have the follow-up with it? And if we do, what will Patrick's response be if we try to play that Gone in a Flash again? This isn't really one of those high-value combo turns we talked about. There was no Sigil of Brilliance out. There's no Flash of Brilliance used here either, so that we haven't really committed to anything with any of our equipment. So even if we bounce it here, there's a decent chance that Patrick just says, okay, that's fine when we play it again, and just lets it go.
This could be in an attempt to also bait out the Amulet of Echoes to kind of clear a path to your combo. Matthew's been thinning out his deck a little bit. He might be able to bait this out, hopefully get over it, and string together the combo for next turn. That's a good way to start things out. So a Sigil of Brilliance is kind of exactly what we want to see.
So Patrick takes 3 from that first attack. Sigil of Brilliance will bounce back the Gone in a Flash after damage is done. Comes into play.
And now we're going to go with the Glyph Overlay. We're not going to try to bait out the Amulet of Echoes trigger, but we are just going to send 7 Arcane. And then I do believe with Glyph Overlay, if this one hits, that the Glyph returns to your hand.
Yes, which will then draw a card as well. So,
and allow him to replay the Sigil of Brilliance.
Yep. And probably doesn't really matter what we draw. That Gone in a Flash is probably our premium target to Arsenal here.
Oh, absolutely.
It's really the thing that you kind of look for. Now, again, there's still that Amulet of Echoes to deal with, but this is exactly what Matthew needs to do to kind of deal with having this onboard effect that was trying to shut down his game plan. And he's navigating this really, really well.
And Matthew is definitely feeling good about how he's been playing through this game, but now that we're a couple turns in, now that we've played a couple copies of our power cards, we have not seen a Felling of the Crown. We have not seen a Plow Under. I think there's still Command and Conquerors in the deck that we haven't seen. There's a lot of disruption on Patrick's side of the table that just hasn't made it to the forefront yet.
Yeah, and we're seeing Patrick here think. He has a Burn Bear, a blue, and a Rootbound Carapace in hand. So a little bit light on resources here if we want to be able to pressure Matthew as well as deal with things. Deal with the damage coming in. It looks like he's going to choose AB1, take 6 damage off of this, let that Sigil get shuffled back into the deck. We're going to draw a card off of the Sigil effect here.
The other problem that we're running into, we're many turns into this game, and we're still only 2 cards in the banish zone. That's not getting you closer to the real payoff of playing Verdance.
Yeah, and we'll see here. what the game plan is. It sounds like Patrick just wants to send that 6. I believe we might have a Cadaverous Telling in our arsenal as well that might get sent instead.
I do believe that that was the Arsenal card from a couple turns ago that we haven't just seen played yet. And that'll also get him up to 5 cards in the Banish Zone. It'll turn on the Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree to create the on-demand embodiment of Earth, which will also help cover breakpoints as well.
Now, coming in for 8, Matthew is at 25 now. We did gain 6 life off of Sigil of Sol so far, I believe, as well as that 1 off that Glyph Overlay we just played since we got its Surge effect. So one of the really small but meaningful details here is that Matthew's been able to kind of build his own little life gain. Verdance is known as the life gain wizard.
Yeah.
But Matthew's kind of like being able to pull his life total back up, eat some of these hits, regain it, and then still be able to threaten a lot here. But this is 8 coming in, threatening to put Matthew all the way down to 17. And at that point, we're getting down to close to that threat range for Verdance, right? That range which he's known for is at 9 damage. So you can just Storm Spiders off and just end the game on the spot. So Matthew here, really thinking about blocks. Do I want to preserve that life total, kind of set up a little bit more
Also,
and push this back?
Looking at the graveyard to figure out what's still in the deck, is it worth potentially taking this hit to try to string something together? If it were me, I would probably want to preserve some life here, and it looks like that is exactly what is going to be occurring.
Now, of note, we spent that first Citadel of Brilliance, but then we also got to rebuy it back off of the Etchings of Arcana and then shuffle it back into our deck off the Glyph Overlay. So currently, we still have all of our power cards left in the deck, right? We got that gone into flashback. All of our Citadel of Brilliances are back. We're kind of not in a bad spot in terms of the density of our threats here. So he's just saying,
the thinner that deck gets, the more you're just going to pull them out when you need them. Good play. Looks like we're coming in for another. If that's the red, this should be just another 7 damage, which has kind of been just the name of the game for Matthew this turn. That is definitely his magic number.
Yep. And again, from the Patrick side here, you kind of really can't afford to take too many hits here because once Matthew hits those threat dense pockets of his deck, it's going to be really difficult to be able to live through that and then still send something meaningful back and threaten his life total. So we see an E-Strike in hand, I believe a blue fruits, and I can't quite make out the other 2 cards yet. But figuring out what we're going to block.
I wish we could see what those other 2 cards were, because there might be some scenarios where it's worth taking the damage and then gaining the tempo back by E-Striking into something like a Light Up the Leaves or a Felling of the Crown.
Yeah, and here's where we can also start to think about, do we want to cash in any of our armor, right? We kind of want to preserve those for those combo turns, but it looks like at this point, we are deciding from Patrick's side, we can't afford to take this full 7. We're just going to cover 6 here with the first charge of that Bark Skin. We do have enough Decompose now that that is an active effect, and we don't really... The odds of us getting to play that Channel Millennium Tree, having the space for both to play it and then use the next turn, can kind of get low in this matchup. He's saying, not going to worry about that, going to send an E-Strike for 5 here. Probably Go Again. Yep. So we have 5 Go Again, and I believe we still have a Burn Bear in our arsenal. So we're just looking at sending as much damage as we possibly can here.
Looking at the hand that Matthew just drew, though, I think we are going to see a very good turn from his side of the table. Again, this is that weird time in the game where you're trying to figure out, do I take this damage to just try to close it out, or do I play a little more strategically to try to keep my life parity and value with my opponent? However, I don't know, because I'm seeing a Flittering Charge. I'm seeing a lot of very good cards that you may just want to keep. Getting rid of a Comet Storm, so that's 5 arcane damage that we're okay with not dealing.
Yeah, just saying, preserve the life total. We like the rest of our hand here, but we do see, boom, the 6 damage from the Burn Bear here coming in from Patrick.
This is the second Burn Bear, and there's still 3 light up. There is so much firepower in Patrick's deck still.
And this is really the big thing that Verdance got with Super Slam, is that ability just to threaten so much tall arcane every single turn. And then critically, we also have to remember that Light Up the Leaves has 2 modes, and in this deck, it can actually be really relevant against Ailio to be able to just prevent 6.
Absolutely. That could pretty much negate a Mind Warp without even having to pitch to Arcane Barrier.
Any of these Etchings of Arcana or any of these other tall spells. But starting out with a red Flittering Charge here for 4.
Currently no Go Again. Anything could happen.
Definitely doesn't have an instant in his deck.
No, absolutely not. I don't think Ailio plays a lot of instants, so I'm not sure how he'd even gain value off of it.
We do see finally disruption from Patrick's side. We had to pitch that CNC earlier, but there is a Plow Under front and center, and I believe a Light Up the Leaves.
Yeah, it looks like Light Up the Leaves as well, and probably just 2 blues from what it looks like.
So part of our block last turn, really helping us out here, having a bit of a life buffer, because what we'd really like to do here from Patrick's side is swing that Plow Under, get rid of Matthew's arsenal from him setting up here, threaten some damage, and then be able to arsenal that Light Up the Leaves, and then threaten that on a future turn. And we are seeing the balance block right away here. Oh, as the Channel Lightning Valley comes in.
So the damage has gotten over. If we don't have something like a mental block to prevent the other two, that card draw is going to happen. And it's going to give go again to Flittering Charge.
Huge here as we see the Mind Warp for 4 now.
Now, are we going to see Burn Bear, or are we going to see Light Up the Leaves used defensively?
I feel like this is a really good spot just to AB3 since we have that extra blue here. AB3, send the Plow under Arsenal, Light Up the Leaves. We don't really need to prevent this, I don't think. And we're only really saving 1 point of life off of that instead of keeping the card.
If I'm not mistaken, the Arsenal card is a Gone and a Flash?
I believe so.
Okay, so that would be an excellent target.
Yeah, but it looks like Patrick thinking about taking that line. Maybe debating if he wants to preserve that 1 point of life, but looks like we've decided we'll take 1 off of this. Go to 14 and set up to both disrupt and set up our end game here too.
I love that we are in a place with Channel the Millennium Tree that Destructive Aethertide has a home in Verdance deck. I love this card. It's Command and Conquer with arcane damage. It's great.
It's a great disruption card. In this situation, not really one that we're going to play as much, as we do see that Plowender come through here, immediate decompose from Patrick as we want to try to snipe that Gone in a Flash, get that out of the way here, and threaten 6 more damage, getting Matthew down into that critical range, down to 9, if he lets this go through. And Matthew reluctantly puts that in the bottom of his deck and thinks here about blocks. We do have our armor still left. Probably don't want to burn that Flash of Brilliance here if we can help it. Really, really important for those Sigil of Brilliance turns to be able to get that extra card draw, really combo off with that high card count hand. But we do still have armor on Aether Bindings of the Third Age and our Lightning Greaves here that we could block with, potentially help save 2 life on this attack.
One of the, just depending on the side of the table you're from with Verdance, these effects being on attack and not on hit from cards like Felling of the Ground and Plow Under are just devastating. There's generally nothing you can do to stop the effect from happening.
And here we do see Matthew decided to discard an instant, looking to dig a bit more and find more of those critical pieces. We do see a second Flittering Charge in his hand, though, which honestly, with the hand as it is now, not great because we have 2 of those and a Gone in a Flash. As it looks like we are going to cash in that Flash of Brilliance here.
Sure. We're going to use it to then play and then bounce the Sigil of Brilliance, or the Sigil of Brilliance back to our hand, drawing yet another card as well.
And it lets us get rid of one of those Flittering Charges. We just talked about how the hand looked a little bit awkward from Matthew's side. This is the second thing that Flash of Brilliance does really well. The first one is kind of like letting you build that big hand for the combo turn, but it also lets you fix bad hands as well here. So we cover most of the damage. We only take 2 off that Plow Under. When we go back to our turn, Channel Lightning Valley, Flittering Charge on the field, threatening 4 damage and to draw a card. And now this is where things get really interesting. It looks like Patrick does have access to multiple different forms of defense here. A lot of good blocking cards. We have a Sink Blow in hand as well. We have 1 block left on our Bark Skin with an embodiment token. So critically, we have gotten a little bit light on our armor count here, but we do still potentially have that balance as a threat as well this turn. So we'll see here how he decides to block this out.
We also have the on-demand Embodiment of Earth, which, depending on what Ailio is doing to you, can be very, very valuable.
Blocking that critical 4 attack breakpoint with a single card is really, really strong if we don't have the D-React. And I believe we have an Everbloom Life, what looks like maybe a Burn Bear in the back, and I couldn't quite catch the last card.
This could be the turn where we see the balance get cashed in to just try to have a bigger turn against Ailio. I think I saw Command and Conquer in the hand as well. We have drawn a second Channel Lightning Valley. We have a Sigil of Brilliance and a Sigil of Solace. Can't quite make out what that third card is. I'm not sure if it's an attack. I think it's a Gone in a Flash.
Yep, so we have the ability here. The Channel Lightning Valley can't trigger the one that we just drew. So we have the potential here to both get the go again, not the Floating Charge, obviously, and then play the Gone in a Flash and then bounce it back. We don't really have a way to give it go again, though, unless we cash in our Lightning Greaves, which we probably don't want to do here.
No, not at this point.
Again, that Amulet of Echoes is there. Normally, this might be a decent spot for it, even, because we have the Tunic up, we have the ability to play it. Lightning Greaves look as an action point for every instant that we play. We have a hand with a bunch of instants and a Gone in a Flash, but that Amulet of Echoes will just say the second time that we play that second Gone in a Flash, rip that last card and kind of prevent that. So it would stop a bit of that damage here. Patrick on his side, content to settle those 4 cards, says, show me what you actually can do with this Flittering Charge, as we see a Sigil of Brilliance come down, giving go again, and then the Gone in a Flash coming out.
Sure. Now, we also, I still believe, have Ailio's hero power available to us this turn, but with that being the last sigil of Solace in the deck, I'm not sure that you want to be discarding that. You might want to use that to keep your life total above that terrifying number 9.
And here's where Patrick is going to stop and think, do I want to use the D-React here? Do I want to try to block this out? Really wants to send either Disruption or Damage next turn, try to whittle Matthew down to that range where he can actually threaten him at instant speed to end the game at any point in time. But have to be careful here as we are going to sync. No sync effect, it seems like.
We're going to gain 3, likely sending that back to our hand, giving us some options for next turn. Now, I don't believe that we get to keep this Channel Lightning Valley, unfortunately, but he has another one ready to go.
We don't, but this is Patrick setting up for his big turn next turn, right? We have Sigil of Brilliance on the field. We have Gone in a Flash ready. We have the next Channel Lightning Valley to be able to play out as well. So this is him getting all of the tools he needs to set up for this next critical turn here and to start punching Patrick through for damage that really he can't stop it, even with the Amulet potentially, with that many cards. So Patrick really needs to disrupt here or do something to threaten Matthew.
Have to be getting close to a Felling of the Crown. We have not seen a single one this entire game.
Looks like we have Ring, Everbloom, Life, and CNC here.
Ring of Roses is arguably one of my favorite cards in the game, but not at this point in the game when you draw it.
Yeah, and it looks like what we're going to do is we have the Light of the Leaves in the arsenal. We're going to shoot for 6 here. Ailio activating in response, discarding that Comet Storm Shock to draw a card here as Matthew draws a card and considers if he wants to try any AB here or if he is locked in on that giant play next turn. Looks like we have very few resources at hand. That's probably what he was looking for. Like if we can hit a blue there, maybe it's worth the AB for it. You usually expect after Verdance plays a spell with 2 cards in hand that Waning Moon is the follow-up here. So it's really thinking about a threat at 8 arcane damage here as we see the Null Shock pitched to prevent 2, taking 4 down to 11.
This is something interesting too. Old Knocker has been such a fun chest to use as Ailio, but in these longer matchups, the Tunic just really shines. He has another resource to use on demand that might be like an activation of Volzair without a sigil on the table that you don't have to pitch from hand for, which is huge.
And here we see
now there it is. The first Felling of the Crown of the game is in hand for Patrick. He just needs to make it through, but with defensive options and an embodiment of Earth on demand, I don't necessarily think that'll be a problem for him. We see the Gone in a Flash from earlier. We've drawn a card off of our Sigil of Brilliance. Currently, we don't have Go Again on here, but there's a lot of ways to change that with this deck.
Yeah, crucially, we haven't popped any equipment here yet. We haven't shown any instants yet. So from Patrick's side, he has to determine, is this just going to be a small swing? We have 4 cards available. Are we looking for a combo turn here? If so, Amulet of Echoes kind of backs that up.
Sure.
But how are we approaching this turn? Are we trying to block out as much damage as possible, look for that balance cash in and potential Felling follow-up? Are we in a situation where we don't think that Matthew has that threat range? There's a lot that can happen here, but Patrick also has to remember that this Volzair on the field lets us threaten a really high range. It's not necessarily as high as what a Burn Bear plus a Waning Moon, for example, can do, but sending 3-4 Arcane at instant speed on Verdance's turn is completely possible from Ailio, so we don't want to take a ton of damage.
Little problem on Patrick's side of the table. If I'm not mistaken, we have a Ring of Roses in Arsenal. We have a Felling of the Crown in hand, but then we have 2 reds and a yellow from what it looks like. So that's not necessarily going to make it easy to block out while your life totals are low and still possibly be able to send that next turn.
So we see here the Channel Lightning Valley come in. Gone in a Flash.
Now, is this the second Gone in the Flash of the turn or the first?
So we played 1 so far. We have not played the second out.
Okay.
And this is where the ordering really comes into play from Ailio's side and really separates like a good Ailio from a great one is can you navigate around this piece that's been here since turn 2? Matthew has had to play this entire game knowing that this threat is here. And he has to be really specific with how he orders his turns. Now, we have activated our Lightning Greaves, so we're getting an action point every time. So this Blast to Oblivion doesn't really have the same like lack of threat that it normally does without an embodiment because that action point generation will be there with whatever instant we have. Crucially as well, once we play that instant, we'll get another one back from the Channel Lightning Valley, and this is where that power of Ailio really comes in on his combo turns of being able to chain through cards multiple times and send that Gone in a Flash 3, 4, 5 times.
So we're blocking with the Enlightened Strike. Currently, we still have the ability, with what's in our hand, to play the Felling of the Crown. However, we're now going to take more damage than we were counting on. We're going to bounce that Channel Lightning Valley back to hand. These life totals are getting into scary ranges for both wizards, especially with Matthew at 9, which, as you know as a Verdance player, is kind of the new magic number when it comes to lethal. We know that there's not a 6-cost spell in there right now.
And critically here as well is the fact that that Volzar is up to 4 counters. Patrick has to be really careful here because once that damage comes in, like this is a lot of damage that's amping through here between this and Aether Bindings that could potentially just kill Patrick if there's an arcane spell in Matthew's hand. So he needs to be really careful here and just try to prevent as much damage as he possibly can. As we see this Shelter from the Storm coming out, covering the full damage from this blast to Oblivion.
So now we have played the second Gone in Flash. We can activate our Amulet of Echoes. However, I think I see some just instants in his hand.
Gotta do it. Gotta hope there's not a spell like a Shock that can
Sure.
be played here. As we see the Channel Lightning Valley come into play, the Vols are tapping, and Matthew, what do we have?
I think we're going to
card left?
draw off of the Channel Lightning Valley.
We've already dealt damage this turn with the first Gone in a Flash, right?
Yes, and that's the... Oh, did it deal damage? No,
We started this turn at 11?
Yeah. So I don't know if we'll get the card draw, but we do have the Floating Volzair activation.
Okay, we're just blocking 6 here.
Maybe he was just
Or
baiting his
blocking
opponent.
4, excuse me. As we do get the cover up here. We didn't actually pop the Aether Binding that turn, we just had the counter on it.
Oh, that's what...
yeah.
Okay.
The Channel Lightning Valley does get to stick around here as we send a CNC here. There's no Arsenal. However, this is 6 damage that Matthew has to respect. And again, every point under that 9 damage is really, really valuable. We are down our AB off of our Lightning Greaves now, so we don't have any threat of the extra AB from that. So although we've done this last turn, we weathered that storm. We managed to stop the combo turn, and now we're sending back enough damage where we're trying to threaten to push through with that Arcane as we see a huge block here, but the Electromagnetic Somersault here to bounce both those attacks back. It looks like it's a Blast Oblivion and a Gone in a Flash in Matthew's hand as Patrick ships it back. No damage done this turn.
We're going to set ourselves up in a nice position for next turn with that Sigil of Lightning, giving us the crucial embodiment of Lightning for go again.
And here, Matthew knows, Patrick knows, this turn cycle, super straightforward. We have a Blast Oblivion, we have a Gone in a Flash. We're threatening damage.
We cleared the Amulet of Echoes. Unfortunately, we don't have the Greaves left on the table to take full advantage of a combo turn.
So critically here, from Patrick's side, is that we have that Light Up the Leaves in our hand. Matthew is still at 9, so we can't threaten to kill him right here. He's searching through for the deck, looking for that kill range with it. Oh wait, sorry, we actually can kill because we've lost all of our AB. We only have the
Yes, that's
Aether
correct.
Binding. So he's counting through here at the grave. He's counting all the Sigil of Solaces. Is there any other life gain available in Patrick's deck? Thinks there's not. We've seen all 3 of them. Goes for the Striders, goes for the Light of the Leaves, and the Waning Moon for 9 Arcane here. Does Matthew have anything? He does not. That's GG.
And that's generally what we see in these Verdance victories. There are just so many ways that once you get into that life range of 9, especially when your Arcane Barrier was burned up by using your leggings, there's just not much that can be done with that.
Yep.
Very exciting game. We were able to see that Amulet of Echoes hit the table on turn 0, and Matthew was able to string up a really good game against Verdance. Unfortunately, the combo may have maybe pushed those life totals into a more attainable spot for him, but still, you can't really be mad about that. It's pretty. That's kind of how you want to play around it.
And we saw there just how close it got, right? We got to the point where Matthew, if he had on that last turn, any kind of arcane spell could have pushed through potential lethal there. We saw a situation where he had the block on the CNC, got to cover the full life damage, but then when we went back to his turn, we knew that with 2 attacks in hand, he couldn't die, or he couldn't really stop the lethal from the Verdance if the Verdance drew the arcane. So Patrick playing it really, really well, making sure that he put himself in a position where he covered as much damage as possible to cover and weather that combo turn, and then get to his next burn spell. Winning that match, no Felling of the Crowns, 1 Plow Under, 1 CNC sent vanilla, no arcane, no disruption for the Arsenal at that turn. So really well played with minimal disruption, and we saw really the power of what happens when that Amulet of Echoes and those tech cards come into play, especially
Absolutely.
early in a game.
This could have been an entirely different game if even one felling of the crown resolved, because a lot of times with the Ailio, you need to make work with exactly what you have in your hand, and even having to lose one of those cards can change everything.
Yep, definitely.
So Barrett, aside from just what we have going on here with the CC10K today, we also have, I think, about 10 people currently in a Silver Age side event from what it looks like. Have you given any thoughts into the format? Have you had, with Worlds testing, have you even had time to try it?
I haven't really gotten time to try it.
Sure.
I am somebody who started the game on Icelander.
Okay. Well, I got good news for you.
I'm a huge fan of the hero. This format has had her as a poster child of it from their initial release of it,
course.
which makes me really excited for that. I would love to get to play her again. I'm a little bit sad that Winnie Moon is yet again taken from me, so I stuck with Crucible of Aetherweave as my only arcane weapon right now. I desperately hope that the next that Pen, when it comes around, and the Silver Age starter decks maybe give her another weapon. But anytime I get to have blue arcane spells I get to play on my opponent's turn, I'm really happy.
You're sleeping on Aether Conduit. I'm sorry, I can't even say that with a straight face.
No.
I mean, at this point, though, it's kind of...
Seer Stone.
Okay, listen, there has to be a use for Seer Stone. Actually, never mind. One of our ProQuest games, I remember you pulled out Annals of Sutcliffe, which was a card that I've never played against when I was on Verdance, and it did not go great for me. Some of these weapons that you look at, like Reality Refractor, Annals of Sutcliffe, Seer Stone, might have a lot more use than you would think of in the context of a CC weapon.
Yeah, and in a situation where we've seen before things like Blitz with a commoner beforehand, where we've had these formats that kind of play around those young heroes and the card pool available to them, we've seen different ban lists, different ways that the formats are structured. With Silver Age, they've really kind of force this ban list into a position where it's not the same as Commoner was, or even what Project Blue was before it. So there's some really interesting deck building restrictions that maybe weren't available before. But to me, the thing that's really exciting for it is that we have people already building decks for it that are really inexpensive, so they're a great on-ramp for new players, that are really interesting ways to play a hero that we might not see them get to play normally, and that have a lot of room for growth in the future when they start making products that are specifically for that. So again, these Silver Age starter decks, Pen as a set, the James White said, has a lot of things built specifically for a Silver Age. I'm really excited to see how they kind of enhance all these heroes that have been around for so long and give them new ways to play the game.
Oh, absolutely. Now, we are just going to take a quick break. Chat, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate you spending the day with us. If you could do us a favor, we're going to drop a link to the donation for the Pittsburgh Food Bank in our chat. If you're able to donate to our cause or to donate to a local food bank in your community, that would be fantastic. They need help now more than ever, and we're going to do our best to give it to them. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood coverage from Pittsburgh for you shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We have another interesting match coming up, Arachne Marionette versus Dorinthia Ironsong. So this is going to be a very, very interesting and very, very reaction speed game that we're going to view today. Dex, did you get to catch any of last round?
Yes, it was quite intense.
Now, I know you dabbled in Ailio.
Yes.
I also have similar feelings about the deck. Sometimes I just can't mentally handle a deck that has, when you draw a hand and it has simultaneously 3 offensive and defensive value.
Yeah, it was not the deck for me.
No,
I was like, this is so cool. Lightning Wizard. We have like another non-human hero that's like really neat. So I was like, I'll try it. And then, wow.
If they're green or a statue, you play it.
Exactly.
Okay,
I was like,
LSS, pay attention. Make a brute that's a statue. Like let's do this.
Come on, let's go. Yeah, exactly. So I very quickly found out that Ailio was not the deck for me personally.
Something interesting to share with everybody. We have so far raised over $2,500 with our charity auction, and we aren't even halfway through day 1. If any of you have donated remotely via our link that will be in the chat all weekend, I just wanted to say thank you. If you haven't, that's cool too. But if you ever feel so inclined, just reach out to a food bank in your local community. Please donate. Even $10 will go a long way with them. Have you had a chance to put in any bids in our charity auction yet?
I have not. Last round, I was just walking around to see what decks were still doing well at the top 2-0 tables. And yeah, it's really fascinating. There's a couple KOs up there still. We saw the upcoming matchup, the Marionette and Dorinthia were doing very well. There's a Synra currently in, it's Wyatt, currently 2-1, so he's sneaking under there at the moment, submarining into the top 8.
You can get in. You can get in there. Now, one interesting thing too that is going on concurrent with this event, we actually have a 10-player Silver Age side event that's going on. Once we get done spectating this one, I do have just a little rundown of what their meta is for us to talk about, but there's already some pretty interesting choices over there. I won't spoil all of it, but there is a Decimator Bolton.
That's wild.
It is wild because there's no saving grace, which used to be the like reason why you would play him in CC, but I still think that probably is a pretty terrifying deck for Silver Age.
I've got a couple brews going for Silver Age that I'm very excited to debut whenever I can get to an event.
It does look like there are some Silver Age brutes, so maybe you'll be able to talk to them about some ideas. And it looks like you have a fan in the chat if you would like to say hello. Hi, Mara.
Yes, absolutely. Mara Ferris. Amazing.
All right, it looks like our players are getting ready here. Now, I haven't really seen or played against a lot of Arachne Marionettes since the ban that hit Assassins a little while ago. With all the dagger buffs and the disruption, though, it's still pretty good, and I would still be pretty afraid to be playing against it. But the fun part about that is with Dory, they're going to be doing the exact same thing and just sending it back. Something interesting that may help, though, with this dagger-based strategy. Kabuto of Imperial Authority is such a strong card in the wizard toolbox, or in the wizard toolbox, the warrior toolbox, that would really come in handy in this matchup.
Right, I think that will hamper specifically the daggers build of Marionette, which is what I'm expecting to see here. Perhaps Brady will surprise us and this will be a more disruptive version, but I'm expecting to see a dagger heavy, Kiss of Death heavy list presented.
And that would be a very, very horrible thing to have to face down with that helmet if Sean is running it.
Indeed, indeed. And we did see, so Sean was on stream in round 2, and we did see he had Kabuto in the list, and he played it against Dio. So it is
interesting.
I'm very much expecting it to show up here.
It felt very much just like a warrior tech card, like for the warrior matchup,
right,
but
essential for the
there's a lot of different uses for that too.
I agree.
All right, looks like our players are cut and ready. They're presenting their armor, so we are going to go ahead and transition over to that game so we can watch every moment of coverage. Very interested to see what equipment both players reveal, because we've been spending so much time talking about Kabuto that we haven't even really mentioned the refraction bolter, or not refraction bolters. I'm so sorry. I don't know Warrior the best. Oh my goodness. No, it is refraction bolters.
Yeah, it is refraction bolters.
What's the go again? The what WTR one I was getting confused with.
Yes. Yeah. So he did present, and I'm seeing, I think we'd like to transition to the game, and we can see the armor that has been presented. We do see the refraction bolters once again, although
I was thinking Valiant Dynamo.
Yes. Although this time he is presented Crown of Providence instead of the Kabuto. So we'll see if that is impactful here. I think it's an additionally reasonable crown to bring, especially with the
Sure.
amount of disruption that assassins tend to have. They're bringing CNCs, there's leave no witnesses, there's plenty of ways for him to use the Crown of Providence to gain value from a potential disruptive on hit.
I'm sorry, Dex, I missed most of that because I am so distracted by the unsleeved leg piece that is just sitting on the table on our Arachne player's side.
The starting point, that's just...
What a power move. What an absolute power move. Opening. Okay.
What a professional gamer.
All right, so we are going to see a lot of interesting cards that I am not the most familiar with. So this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, I do like the dichotomy of the two players. One player with their armor very neat and nicely stacked up.
thrown
and
on the table.
The other with just like, I don't know, my clothes are here, I guess.
Here's my pants or whatever. I didn't even put them in a sleeve for you.
Yep, opening with a Mark of the Black Widow.
Now, one thing to always remember against these types of heroes is the word mark. You do not want to be marked. You want to avoid this as much as possible against any of these Arachne opponents.
As we watch as Brady marks Sean with a flick of the... Wow, I'm forgetting the name of that knife.
Hunter's Clave.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we get the mark, and then we're going to get a banish, theoretically, off of that Mark of the Black Widow.
Sure, pitching a Codex, not the worst idea this early in the game. Certainly not a lot of targets for it.
Sending another knife, and then with Scar Tissue, incredible. So Sean will end a turn marked, which will allow Marionette to transform into number 2.
Which I'm not going to even pretend I know what one that is. I'll figure it out once they put it on top of the hero
It
card.
should be Arsenal Destruction.
Oh, we're...
Oh, I see, we're changing.
Okay.
So we have Orb Weaver.
Now drawing up. Currently, no counters on the Dawnblade. Pretty standard on Dorinthia's first turn, but that will be the goal of this deck, is to try to connect hits with that sword and make sure that those tokens stick, or those counters stick, to make bigger turns for you.
Yes, we watched earlier as Sean was able to get 5 counters against Dash IO.
brutal.
Quite brutal. And I don't think Brady will allow Sean to get to the same heights here in this game, but we shall see. Both decks tend to be pretty aggressive, so...
And both decks play basically at reaction speed, which is going to make this even more interesting. Plugging with an early Command and Conquer, following up with the Shelter from the Storm.
Yep, stuffing the go again potential from Sean there.
And crucially, keeping a counter off of Dawnblade.
And notably, Arachne plays pretty well with small hands.
Oh, absolutely. It's even with 2 cards, sometimes you're taking a lot more damage than you would prefer.
All right, so we're seeing equipping a Graphene Chelicera. And in it comes. I believe this is for 3 or 4.
And that is the interesting weapon that is like a generated token weapon, which is pretty new for that character.
Indeed.
A little bit of thinking coming on the side of the Dorinthia player. Would be interesting to see if there's any copies of Take It on the Chin, which would be a great way to prevent some of the damage that's going to be going on in this game.
And gaining the agility token as well, yeah.
Oh, yes. Another vital tool to have against Dorinthia.
And again, we've had the privilege of having Sean on the stream previously, so we have seen some of the tech cards in his deck. We have seen Shelters, and Shelter from the Storm, famously a very good card from Hunted, and also very good against Marionette. So I would be very surprised if he decided, there it is.
There's a Shelter
There's
right
a
there.
We found it. One of them, at least. Tarantula Toxin. The natural enemy of Shelter from the Storm. That is quite the blowout here.
That's coming in for 10 damage. That is a brutal turn 2 play.
Yeah, I believe that is 10 on 1. Extremely punishing to be on the tail end of a Tarantula Toxin. And I like that Brady was so patient with that Tarantula Toxin. He did not run it out immediately. He waited for Sean to react before deciding that, yeah, I'm going to get the full 6 value out of this Tarantula Toxin.
Dorinthia starting off, no counters on the Dawnblade. Definitely not the position you want to be in. And it looks like we might have a bit of a setup turn here, creating some tokens that'll help us out later on. We have the agility and we have the vigor, so we'll have a little bit of a discount and we'll have go again next turn.
Indeed.
And I think this is just going to be a vanilla swing of the Dawnblade. not
Yes.
threatening a counter
And
currently, but anything can happen in the reaction step.
Indeed. Notably, we're also pitching an Iron Song Determination, extremely strong card. We watched Sean earlier pitch. We'll be able to play that alongside a Singing Steelblade to get those huge counters with Dominate on the sword as well. Unfortunate to have to see it pitched here, because that is quite a strong card.
Definitely some thought going on Brady's side of the table about these blocks, because the thing with both of these decks is even letting just one weapon swing through can all of a sudden result in 7 to 10 more damage that you just didn't plan on taking.
What I think is very indicative of a strong Fab player is when they take time to decide their courses of action, to plan out their turns, to figure out what their opponent might be doing, and then when they act, they are very quick and they snap to those actions very
And
quickly.
speaking of damage you weren't planning on taking,
Double
blade flurries,
blade flurry.
and the refraction boulders are broken for go again. That is certainly going to get you back in the game.
And I think Sean needed that to come back into this with how well Brady's turn played out last turn.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup because both of these decks can play slow or fast, and they can change mid-turn what their strategy is. So it does look like Dawnblade does not gain a counter this turn.
Yes, so critically, Brady, evil, villainous behavior. He blocked with a overcrowded, and because Sean created the agility and the vigor token, the overcrowded blocked for 4 with the CNC for covering the full 7.
What a powerful new generic tool that we were given in Super Slam.
A blue block 4, quite incredible. All right, here we see an Upsticks and Run. So yes, what I'm expecting now from Brady's list is something a very aggressive daggers focus list, and as you can see, he still has that life lead. Even with the double Blade Flurry and the pop of Refraction Bolters, he was still able to maintain 2 cards. And I believe he used Tunic for this. So we'll see. I'm expecting a Codex of Frailty to be that last card that looks like it's sitting in Arsenal, but is actually in his hand.
Codex of Frailty is another one of those cards where if Sean perhaps were running Overcrowded, is another great way to just get a lot of block value out of that card.
Indeed. Sean in the tank here. I would be in the tank too.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Orb Weaver.
So we're coming in for devastating 8 with that dagger.
I believe that was an activation of Arachne Black Widow's ability to pump for +3 to banish a card from Sean's hand.
Looks like Sean's putting some thought. Okay. Keeping the Glistening Steel Blade, trying to get counters on the Dawnblade pretty much any way we can.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is an attack with Dawnblade with Go again, and then arsenaling the Glistening Steelblade for when he gets the opportunity to get a bigger hand. But the danger of getting a card, such a strong power card, into your arsenal against an assassin is...
How long is it going to stay there?
Exactly. But I think uniquely, one of Arachne's strongest points is that they both threaten your arsenal and your hand. So, like, where are your cards safe?
Famously with assassin players, you don't want to keep the cards in your hand or in your arsenal because they're just not safe in either of those locations.
Right. Most often when I'm playing against assassins, the happiest I am is when I have a D-reactant arsenal or like a sigil or something like that, something that can easily leave on demand.
So it looks like we are going to just try to prevent some counters exactly as we thought. The Glistening Steelblade goes in arsenal, hopefully to be set up and used next turn.
Indeed. Those Refraction Bolters being gone is actually a really big deal because now Sean is priced into keeping cards if he wants to give that Dawnblade Go again.
Coming in with a swing, just threatening 1 with Mark. No big deal.
Surely this won't be more... or something else.
No, absolutely. There will be no buffing of pumping of this dagger today.
Assassins, what tricks? What tricks are we talking about? All right, so we've taken the 1, and the follow-up is a Leave No Witnesses and potentially an Arsenal card here.
So thankfully, with the card in the arsenal, we're prevented with the first effect of the Leave No Witness. And then with the Sink Below, we're protecting our life total as well. Still, coming in with a Glistening Steelblade and 3 cards in hand is not necessarily a bad position to be in. And a Vigor token.
Yes, and now we're becoming... I believe this is the funnel web. So yeah, this is the Arsenal Destruction Spider. So once again, that Glistening Steelblade in Arsenal is going to be threatened on this upcoming turn if Brady's allowed to keep cards, which he has currently the life lead to do so.
So it looks like Warrior's Valor is going to lead us off, coming in with 6 with that Dawnblade, notably not playing the Glistening Steelblade.
Mm-hmm. Well, he has a smaller hand, so it seems he doesn't feel like he has the confidence to land one or two Dawnblade hits, because critically, to be able to swing Dawnblade twice, you have to hit with it once. So if Brady's able to stuff the first hit, there's no chance to get that second hit, even if it does have Gilligan.
Mm-hmm.
And notably, again, Crown of Providence, a very strong choice into Assassins for being able to protect your arsenal from them, but if they get you to use your Crown of Providence, you are still cycling away a very strong card, right? So let's take an example of like a ninja.
Mm-hmm.
If a ninja decides to be on Crown of Providence instead of Mask of Momentum or something more critical, the likelihood that they are going to cycle away 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 for another 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 is very high. Whereas with Dorinthia, it's not very likely that you're going to cycle your Glistening Steelblade into a card that is of a comparable level to that card. So even if Brady just procs the Crown of Providence block here, there's still some semblance of momentum lost from Sean's side.
We are going on 5 straight turns of no Dawnblade counters as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if Brady's plan is at some point when he gets a very good hand. Right now he has okay hands.
Yes.
They function on 2 cards, they function on 3 cards. Eventually, there's going to be a really pivotal turn where he wants to kill. And I think that's when he's going to keep 4 cards, and he's going to allow the Dawnblade to get some counters.
Oh, absolutely.
And if that 4-card hand, that 5-card hand doesn't kill Sean, I think he has the ability to give his Flick Knives potentially, give more cards from hand just to remove those counters again. So you get that like flux and tempo against Dorinthia when you're playing against her.
Looks like we're using our D-Reacts to fully cover, I believe. No, not. We leaked some damage from the first hit.
Yep. So as part of Funnel Web's ability, he was able to destroy the arsenal and get rid of that Glistening Steelblade.
All right, and we make it yet another turn cycle with no counters on the Dawnblade. I do not believe we have the Glistening Steelblade in Arsenal anymore.
No, yes, that got destroyed in the last turn. We also noticed I'm seeing a Provoke blocked by Sean.
It's the second Provoke block of the game, actually.
Mm-hmm.
A very, very powerful tool in the Warrior arsenal to maybe send a little disruption of their own.
Indeed, indeed. It seems like Sean is currently still on the back foot in this particular game.
With these reaction speed heroes, that can change in literally an instant, but we have seen 2 Blade Flurries, which is one of Dory's bigger enablers in this matchup.
Yeah, I think what Sean is really hoping for is that Arachne Marionette, due to the loss of Bonds of Agony, is no longer able to present disruption every single turn of the game as consistently as it was formerly doing. So I think what he's hoping for is to gain a break from all these cards that are like, if you don't block me, you lose like a card from your hand, or you lose a card from your arsenal, something like that. So once he catches a break, I feel like he wants to break away and set in some reactions to really buff up the Dawnblade and get those counters going.
And looking like we're just sending a follow-up here with this Clave for 1. This will, of course, keep the marked status on Dorinthia.
Yeah, I believe that's a buff card before it. So this should be larger than just 1.
Okay. And it's also looking like a pretty capable hand on Sean's side of the table, because he is going to have to find a way to kind of force himself into this game.
Is that a cut from the same cloth? I believe it's the one that it's the action card that lets you look at your opponent's hand, check for a reaction, and then pumps your dagger. Thankful that they are using the dice. Follow-up is a Codex of Frailty, grabbing Leave No Witnesses, and this is where preserving the Crown of Providence might be helpful to Sean, right? It's just this over and over disruption, and he's been able to hold on to the piece that lets him play around the disruption for as long as possible.
Second Leave No Witness of the game. Currently, Sean's arsenal is full. Definitely something that's going to protect him from some of the more negative effects of that card as well. Easily covered up with the armor.
Yep. In this particular case, usually when a Leave No Witnesses is picking up a Codex of Frailty, since the user has to be empty-handed as well, there isn't as much threat of a reaction to pump the Leave No Witnesses. Oh, okay. It looks like we're going to have a judge call for our players as they have a question.
Well, since we have some time to fill, why don't you open up this gold pack and see what we get? Now, we do have our community raffle. One of the items on our raffle that's going on is actually just donated items that people brought. There's a lot of playmats. There's a graded Marvel Emperor. If we get something good in here, maybe we'll go ahead and add it to that as well.
That would be very nice. Something I got from last year's events, the predecessor of this event was the camp at Greentree, and I was not able to participate in the alpha draft that happened, but as part of that, I'm so sorry for this pack ASMR. Hold on. Okay, are you enjoying?
Savor the moment.
Is this good for you, everyone in chat?
See what treasures we get.
But regardless, so last year there was an alpha draft of WTR, and there was some leftover packs, and I was allowed to buy one of them, and it is the last pack. It is right here. It was the last pack from the box. No one opened a cold foil during the draft, and no one opened a cold foil from the remainder of the packs that were available in that box. So I have Schrodinger's code foil, and we'll eventually open that pack
At
sometime
some point
on
this weekend.
So in our gold pack, we have
a token card,
a treasure piece, and then we have something exciting. Right, this way.
We have our gold token.
We have our gold token.
You know what? Maybe we should. We could show them now.
Oh, sorry. This gold token. There we go. Gold token. And an expedition to Blackwater Strait.
Perfect.
Highly playable.
And it looks like we are ready to go back to the game. Judge calls resolved. These things happen in competitive gameplay.
Perfect timing. You'll notice the nice thing about Brady using his headpiece is that we are witnessing fewer and fewer chaotic armor pieces on the right-hand side of the screen.
Sure.
Okay, here we're seeing Iron Song Determination. With a glint of the Quicksilver gaining go again, we're getting some counters on this turn.
This is the type of Dory gameplay I'm used to seeing. This is absolutely the opportunity that Sean has been waiting for.
We just have to hope that it was not too late into the game.
The life totals, not the furthest apart, especially not after a turn like this, but with Arachne, that one dagger can turn into 10 to 14 real fast.
Indeed.
And so it looks like now this is a dominated sword swing. Are we going to give up our tunic to fully cover this and starve Dory of counters again?
I think so. I think Arachne's content to play this small hand game so long as Dory isn't able to get ahead with those counters. And again, incredible play from Brady so far to maintain 0 counters on that Dawnblade.
Whittle some value with those daggers. Ooh, and now we'll send some disruption. I believe this is just a little one. What could happen? Just a little one. Certainly not going to lose any cards from your hand if this hits. Certainly not going to get buffed above 1.
Yes, definitely not as threatening as a Persuasive Prognosis from someone like New, who's already LL'd, but stripping cards from hand is good when anyone gets to do it.
Checking the wording on the card, making sure we know exactly what we are getting into. However, I'm seeing some things that could possibly help with this. I see a Take It on the Chin in that hand, and did I see... My eyes were deceiving me. I thought he was running Sea Legs.
That would be incredible. Insane. Yes, Sea Legs Dorinthia? No, I don't think so. But calling back to the previous turn, I actually really like Brady's decision to block with the tunic there. It would be 3 more turns before we actually get another tunic counter onto
absolutely. And I don't think it's going to last that long.
Exactly. This is a much more aggressive assassin. So I think if he's hoping to close the game or be in a position to close the game within 3 turns, I don't think that tunic counter is no longer is necessary anymore.
So we have the Persuasive Prognosis. We're going to immediately take it on the chin, preventing 2 damage, giving ourselves the agility token for the next turn.
Indeed. I would imagine that he waited for reactions to do that. Okay. We use Black Widow. So we do have to banish a card from hand, and then Persuasive Prognosis took effect and banished a card from hand. And there's the Black Widow. Yep, the discard.
Now, this is the type of assassin play that you are used to seeing. All of a sudden, your hand is gone.
Indeed. And it's a game of inches, right? So Brady's like the life totals have always been reasonably far apart, roughly like 8 to 10 apart. But like Brady every turn is micro increasing that number. So now we're 11 life apart.
Mariana gets to make really good use of those small hands. Seeing a
Indeed.
Dauntless. Okay.
Dauntless, go again. Dawn Blade.
So we're coming in for another 6 with go again.
Yeah, this is extremely face up. We are asking for 2 cards, and that will both stop the on hit for go again. For the second sword swing, and by doing so, he would stop the second, the counter from going on. So I would expect Brady to block with 2 cards here, if I'm not mistaken.
Very impressed with how much pressure Arachne has been able to send back towards Dory while simultaneously just starving them of any counters this entire game. So it looks like we took the 6.
He's opted to take the 6. And I was mentioning this earlier, that there was a certain point in time that Arachne would want to keep 4 to 5 cards, and therefore he would be like, all right, you can have your counters. I'll just block them off later if I need to. Something also to keep in mind with Arachne's plays, you're always managing your knives. So throwing 1 knife, usually the play early on, and then to replace that knife with Graphene Chaliceras, like how Brady has been doing. Thank you. I tried.
And you succeeded.
So we've given up 1 card to stop the counter still, rather than giving 2 cards to stop the additional swing.
Okay. Looks like we're seeing a Warrior's Valor and an Iron Song response. Can Dory string together? Ooh.
Saver's quite good. Oh, okay. Maybe the hand was just very heavy on reds.
Still, with 13 life, a Saver Bloodshed Hunter's Clave is still not something I want to get hit with.
Indeed. Especially when it is... It's not on hit draw because his opponent is not marked.
Now, are we going to see Ryan potentially... Nope, we're going to play a little defensively. This is the type of hand, from what I am seeing, though, where he can get himself back in the game, but got to weigh whether it's worth it with the life total.
So what I'm expecting is this is, I believe, is 4 damage, 4 or 5 damage. It's 5 damage followed by another, hypothetically, if that card in Arsenal is a Leave No Witnesses or a Codex, it'll be likely another 4 damage after that. So 9 damage would put him down to 4, and that's a very dangerous spot to be in against an assassin. So he might have found some space, but at what cost? And will he be able to use that space to call back into the game?
Nip at the Heels was the card that I was confusing for Sea Legs, which is a very interesting inclusion for Dory as well.
All right, yes.
And we got
Brady
the good one.
Yeah, no follow-up from Brady, so he became Black Widow once again, a very favorable roll. Conversely, as opposed to what Brutes want to roll, you know, Marionettes are like looking for that one.
You don't want the 6, you want the 1.
You want the 1. The 6 is the bad one.
That's the trap one?
That's the trap one,
yeah.
yes. Yeah.
We got Draw Swords, backed with Iron Song versus...
Yep, giving 1 card here. Iron Song response, very nice. Up to 9, and just like that, life totals are much closer.
Is this the first attack of the turn?
This is the first attack of the turn. And I believe it should have go again because of the Unsheath as well.
That's what it was. It wasn't Draw Swords, it was Unsheath.
Yes, but I don't know if he has the resources to swing again. Yeah, so block from Brady. He's down to 12. Life totals have equalized somewhat, but Brady has gotten to keep, again, another 4-card hand.
With seeing some of our Blade Flurries gone, it might be a little harder with no counters to make it over to get to that life total.
Yeah, in fact, we saw 2 of them in the same turn very early in the game.
I think we may just see Arachne holding their position in this game where they're just sending these powerful 2-card, 3-card hands while still stopping Dorinthia from gaining any ground.
And this is first Kiss of Death. So very dangerous to be seeing Kiss of Death this late into the game, especially because with Flick Knives, they do additional damage. If he's on the Spike series, it's possible that he gets additional on-hits with the Kiss of Death. I wouldn't expect that in this particular matchup.
All right, we're going to block it out with some armor. Unfortunately, no card in the arsenal to gain advantage with. Oh, thank you very much, Matt Nolder. I love Jeff, too. All right, now we got the Kiss of Death up to 6.
Yep, pumped with the stains of the redback.
And I do believe that they... Have we flicked knives this turn?
We have not.
Okay,
This is
so
the
they can
first
also...
attack, yes.
And is Kiss of Death, if I'm not mistaken, is that the one that will retain its power when thrown as well if it's been buffed?
So it'll deal the 1 damage from a dagger being thrown,
Okay.
and then you'll lose the 1 life from Kiss of Death's on hit.
Sure.
But it will not it will not be doing 6 damage.
Okay. That's
after.
probably a good thing.
I agree.
All right, we
Alright,
see a
there's
block with our grains,
Yep.
which should cover up the 1. Pretty face up here.
Yep,
Not
no
a whole
cards
lot of
in
ways to pump
arsenal,
it.
No cards in hand to be able to pump it. And then we're going to throw the Kiss of Death.
The last Blade Flurry goes into the Banish Zone.
Mm-hmm. Quite strong. I don't think there was a turn this game where we did not see disruption being presented by the Marionette, and with extremely solid numbers to back it up. It's not just disruption at the cost of my damage, it's disruption and damage.
It's impressive. It's just a lot of damage to send with not a lot of cards.
Indeed.
Maybe I should play Assassin. No. I should not. All right, we got a face-up 4 coming from the Dawnblade. However, that can change into a lot of different things depending on those reactions that are in Sean's hand.
Yes, 2 cards in hand. Brady, although he has, again, established that life lead, it is not completely a safe game just yet. He has a lot more offensive tools available to him still. He has the Flick Knives. He has Starting Point to gain Go again. But critically, he still has also 2 Kiss of Deaths left. And those Kiss of Deaths, just there it is.
Hey, there's one.
Yep, there's Kiss of Death number 2. So critically, if this Kiss of Death hits at all, it is death for Sean.
Absolutely.
Sean cannot allow this Kiss of Death to hit.
Now, I'm not sure. Did I see a Taken on the Chin? I think I see a Shelter from the Storm. So we do have some instant speed damage prevention here.
But he's also... He functionally needs to find Taken on the Chins to survive, like he had earlier. We saw 1 Taken on the Chin already. But functionally, what Brady can do now is, since Sean is so low at 2, he can just send an attack and throw a dagger as well. So every single time he finds a Kiss of Death, that's an extra dagger throw. Every single time he finds a card that creates a Graphene Chelicera, that allows him to do another dagger throw. And if Sean doesn't have the prevention from like a Shelter from the Storm...
Which he did, which is why we did not see this flicked, and it did not end the game. And 8 health is something that Dory can possibly overcome here. Sean is not out of this game.
Indeed.
I do believe we still have made it the entire game without a single Dawnblade
Is that a
counter.
glint of the Quicksilver? No, okay.
In the pitch zone.
Yes, I was hoping it was in Arsenal as well.
You
That
don't
would
get
it.
go again from the pitch zone. But
Of course not.
that is the other glint of Quicksilver in his hand, and a glistening steel blade. But can he survive to use them?
Right, so we're picking up the point, picking up a dagger here. Another copy of Hunter's Clave.
And another 1 damage being thrown at you at
Yeah.
some point.
Indeed. So tricky to be in this spot. It's very reminiscent of Kadachi Lock, except for the damage is going to be happening. All right.
Sean does
down
still
to
have
1.
a little bit of prevention left in his deck, though. We still have, I assume, more copies of Take It on the Chin.
Yes.
We do know there's almost definitely more shelters
I
in there.
believe there's
Is
1
this a-
shelter left in the deck.
Is this a Nourishing Emptiness that I just saw?
I think it is.
Okay,
I think it is.
we can see this could be a pretty interesting swing turn. However, he's going to need to draw damage prevention off of this, because if he does not have a way to stop that
Yes.
dagger, the game is done.
The game is maximum over.
But
if he
gaining
does
1
not
intellect is a good way to draw an extra card and hope you get what you need.
Exactly. And it allows you to block efficiently while still maintaining an offensive presence for the following turn.
This could be huge for Sean's position in the game currently.
It needs to be,
Yeah.
in fact.
Yeah, it pretty much has to be.
Oh, the Dominate is covered up with layer of the spider from Arsenal. Tragedy befalls.
Amazing.
Tragedy befalls you, Sean, on this day.
And do we see any prevention in that hand?
I see a glistening steel blade. Oh,
All right, here comes Command and Conquer.
here comes
so
Command and Conqueror.
we can definitely block.
Two cards. Calming
And now we
breeze,
throw the
calming breeze.
he
Oh!
take it on the
He's alive.
chin.
He's alive. Everyone stop panicking. He's alive.
Oh my God. Okay, let's see what happens now. Ooh, look at
Okay.
that EA twinning blade.
Okay, and because he got the agility from the take it on the chin, he now
A little
has the
natural
potential
go
to
again as well.
Yes, potential threat here.
The question is, what is in the arsenal?
What card is in Arsenal? We know it's not a go again enabler, so it's possible that it's a pump. What if it was like Blade Flurry? What if
We've
it was,
seen the third blade flurry.
What
It's
if it
been
was,
banished.
Oh, unfortunate. What about Iron Song Response?
It could
There's
be an
one
Iron
there
Song
in
response,
banished as well. Oh, goodness. Watching Flesh and Blood games always makes me want to play Flesh and Blood games.
Something I may have the opportunity to do this weekend.
Okay, so it is either a pump with reprise, a D-react, or I don't think there's any other possibility
No.
in that arsenal. I think those are the two cards. The two possibilities is a pump that is reliant upon reprise or a D-react.
Ken, did we draw shelter? Did we draw take it on the chin? Do we have any way to stop this dagger being thrown?
Oh,
Shredded.
shredded. Is it a D-react in arsenal? Oh, he has another take it on the chin. He is.
This is amazing.
Oh my God. Shred.
Oh,
Incredible.
wow.
Incredible. But to get it so close to a 2-1 finish, I actually thought he was dead in the water.
This is exactly what both of these characters are designed to do. Dorinthia, that was a very well played game from Sean's side of the table, despite not being able to really get any counters or gain footing on that down blade. Dock
Yes.
blade. Down blade. That's what I was waiting to see, if there was an Authority of Ataya in the deck,
Right.
and it seems like there was.
And we were so focused on Sean's side of the game at the end of the game there, but also on Brady's side to have the D-react and arsenal to be able to cover a pump from Dorinthia at some point in time, but it coming in clutch to stop the Nourishing Emptiness from hitting to get those 5 cards. Incredible.
Oh, absolutely. Quite the game. Now,
Yeah.
we have another one of these, which I've just been staring at this whole time, so I do want to open that.
Very
and I
good.
do believe we may have some information on our Silver Age meta report here. If you just give me one quick moment. We did map token again.
That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's not signed by James White, but it is a gold foil loan shark,
Yeah.
which is actually
It's
pretty
played.
good.
It's played.
I'll have to figure out what to do with that, but that might make its way into our community raffle.
Very good, very good.
Now, Dex, we've been spending some time talking about Silver Age. Have you had an opportunity to actually play it yet?
Yes, so I've done a lot of testing specifically for the Brutes. Similar to Blitz, Brutes kind of have a really large fridge, so they have like an on-the-board advantage to begin
Sure.
with. But also similar to Blitz, Rhinar is very strong. His ability to intimidate when we are at 20 life instead of 40 life means that intimidate matters a lot more and to a lot more characters all the time.
Oh, absolutely. I think one of our judges who's been doing a lot of just Rhinar games in Silver Age has like close to 100% win rate over 30 games just because of intimidating. But it's
Intimidate
pretty
is
hard to block when
really
you
strong.
don't have cards.
Exactly, and a lot of people are figuring out how to block right now, especially since we don't have a lot of D-reacts, we have block cards, and Intimidate is really strong into block cards.
I always thought blocking was just something Guardians did. So
yeah.
I'm pretty surprised, or I'm going to have to learn how to do it, which I don't love, but it is what it is.
Well, we just watched Brady put on an excellent masterclass in blocking as an assassin while maintaining a lot of offensive pressure.
I always wondered what the number in the bottom right hand of the card was, and now I know. And it's fantastic.
And from Sean's side, he used Take It on the Chin to block efficiently so that he could send Dawnblade twice.
Take It on the Chin, absolutely amazing card. Always there when he needed it. It was just incredible to see. So unfortunately, we don't yet have a graphic for our Silver Age side event that's going on. But just to give you kind of a picture of what people are playing, 2 Rangers. We do have an Ailio and a Riptide. We have a Decimator Bolton. We have Phi, Florian, KO, Dory, Viserai, Aurora, and RKO in our side event, which is a pretty interesting meta and varied meta.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious to see that RKO in the side event.
Oh, I knew you would be. Yeah, absolutely. And there's a young RKO Marvel over at the booth.
No, there isn't. I already bought it.
Oh, okay, great, because I told them to put it aside for you.
It was instantly purchased. Cho was putting it out, and I was like,
That's mine, please, yeah.
Mine for money.
A lot of these young hero Marvels that used to feel really hard, like not the best to pull if you weren't a Blitz fan, are suddenly becoming very valuable.
Yeah, I think the Blade Beckoner series of cold foils has spiked, which is cool for them. And then also, like, if you want to play with like the budget version, no one's gonna bat an eye at your regular.
If you play in our area in Lancaster, I'm a disaster when it comes to a lot of things, especially my card organization. So I often give one of my friends random cold foils for the commons I don't have, and I'm pretty sure I've given her a couple Blade Beckoner pieces. So good for you, Kat. I hope you make good use out of them. It really went heavy in your favor. With this kind of being a format for new players, and I've seen from the chat that not everybody here is like an experienced Flesh and Blood player.
Yeah.
What's a piece of advice you have for somebody who wants to get into the game?
I think I would pick a hero and stick with it. A lot of times people come into our game and they start playing with a hero that they're like, I think this hero is aesthetically cool. I like the concept of the hero. And they go to a couple events and they don't do as well as they're hoping they're doing, because there's a lot of learning that goes into playing Flesh and Blood, right? You don't go to events and then immediately succeed at them. Although, I will say, there is one of the 2 Rhinars today was 2-1 going into this round.
And it was his 5th game?
This is 5th game of Flesh and Blood. So, like, really proud of him. But his experience is not universal, so I would say I would pick a hero and keep sticking with that hero, because as you get reps, you're going to understand what other heroes are doing, and more importantly, you're going to understand what heroes are doing into you. Like, you'll understand their game plan into your hero specifically and how you can play those games and make sure that you understand your hero better.
Another piece of advice, it's kind of like an old adage for this game too, but like it expands on what you said too, is like you're not necessarily marrying a hero, but you are marrying a class.
Yeah.
With Silver Age, you're not spending as much to get in, so you could sample a lot of different things, but once you're ready to start buying into the constructed formats, it's kind of, you know, maybe Rhinar wasn't working for you, you can try one of the KOs. There's 8, 9 of them now.
Yeah. Something that I love about Flesh and Blood's class system is that I mostly play Brute, right? But I'm a huge fan of the game, so I'm also playing a lot of other heroes. I'm always acquiring other cards. But when I was first starting, it was really nice to be like, hey, does someone like the Ninja class? Does someone like the Warrior class? Does someone like Guardian? And what we could do, as opposed to like other card games, was we were able to go, hey, let's all go in on a couple boxes together. So for the price of 1 box, we could get 4 boxes and then split the cards completely amongst each other. Of like, you get all the Warrior cards, you get all the Ninja cards, I'll take all the Brute cards.
We still do that to this day, actually.
Yeah, still do it.
It works out fine.
Yep.
All right, well, we are going to take a short break, and then we will be back with the next round. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, everyone.
All of you.
All of you.
Especially you, Matt Nolder.
Except for Mara Ferris.
Especially you, Mara Ferris, and Matt Nolder.
So anyway, that's how you make an airplane.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is
I don't
better.
know what this disgrace was, but
Okay, chat.
this
look.
is a plane that I would get on. Do you understand? This is safe. This is secure. This is not putting me into the Atlantic Ocean.
Look, I admit I don't
That
know what
one,
this was. Okay,
that
this was.
That is Spirit Airlines. That is Ryanair. That is I don't want to be on that plane.
Look. This is economy right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Welcome back to round 5, guys.
Welcome back to.
We are back for round 5 of 6. Have 2 heroes that I don't think that we've seen on stream yet.
No,
today.
we have not. It is Synra versus Marlin. And these players, Gary and Nathaniel, are both 3-1. So for these last 2 rounds of the event, we're trying to get the X1s into the stream simply because these matches are so critical for their success and their ability to make it to top 8. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so not sure that it's a win-in necessarily, but we know that players who win here are probably locked for top 8, and then the other ones need a little bit of help with it.
Yeah. I would actually say in this particular meta, more than many other metas, seeding in top 8 is really important. Being able to set the pace of choosing who gets to go first, I feel like is so important and critical in this particular meta.
I'd agree.
Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, some of the matchups here are so... It might not be dependent on them, but if you have something like a Verdance where they get to start with a Burn Bear into a Winnie Moon and you start the game with 32 life, is completely different than if you get to start first and do a setup when you were part, or just deny them that. So
I think there's a non-zero number of percentage points that a lot of heroes are gaining by choosing who gets to go first.
absolutely. Now, this matchup is a really interesting one. This is kind of the matchup that Marlin players are playing for. They think they're super favored into Synra. This is the matchup that they kind of want to come in and farm. Marlin Verdance is one that traditionally I feel like has been a bit harder, and I know a lot of Gravy players who actually like that matchup. So of the big 3 decks, this is the one that Marlin really think kind of finds its bread and butter and what it's really looking for here. So we'll see if this Marlin is able to. I believe their round 1 loss was actually their only loss so far, and it was to a Syndra.
Ooh.
So we'll see if they're able to kind of right the ship on that this time around.
Take two.
Take 2. I did hear about their game in round 2 or 3, I believe.
Okay.
Where they presented AB6 into a Verdance.
Yeah, and it looks like they're about to get started, so let's get that gameplay on. But AB6 into a Verdance
AB6
is
into a Verdance.
incredible. What a surprise.
Not on display here with the Syndra. We do see the skull cap out though, so this is actually technically AB4. We're not going to talk about that though. It's not important. It's not important.
You know, you never know when the Syndra might present Arcane.
So a lot of armor here from the side of the Marlin, right? We have Arcanite skull cap, we have the gold-baited hook with the sunken trench, and the quick dodge flexors. So there's a ton of equipment blocks available to this Marlin here.
Yeah, I think critically they have put their trench onto their arms and their gold-baited hook onto their chest piece.
Look, it's Halloween.
Exactly. We're all trying things.
Syndra side, our loadout I think is pretty standard here.
Yeah.
Looks like Marlin did elect to go first, and it looks like just arsenaling and passing back to the Syndra. Kind of usually wish that you would see something a bit stronger from the Marlin side. You kind of hope that you get to see one of those overpowered harpoons right away to kind of just start the damage train rolling. But
exactly. I know as a Rhinar player, avid Rhinar player, right? We're always trying to leak damage on turn 0. For Rhinar in particular, getting 3 damage and an arsenal is kind of the metric. So if you get 6 damage, you're okay going off arsenal. So Marlin also typically, whenever she gets to start the game, 10 overpower, that's a huge boost to the game, and I would be very happy to go off arsenal to be able to set something like that. So unfortunate that she wasn't able to line anything up there.
Now we do see Kunai into a display loyalty from the Syndra side here. The gold-baited hook going to block that Kunai right away, and we're going to block with a King Kraken Harpoon here on the display loyalty. Cover both of these. We do get a Flick Knives immediately, though, to continue this, to do a start to this chain as the first chain link hint. So potentially threatening here 2 more attacks for 0 cost that then lead into that mask trigger.
Indeed. I like this block from Nathaniel because it's unlikely to be able to... It's unlikely the Syndra with the 2 cards remaining will present another mask trigger this turn. So giving the gold-baited hook and the 3 block this early is quite nice. But it is also possible that perhaps... Something that I like to do against Syndra, at least, is to block on turns 3 and 4. But I also typically have... In my matchups against Syndra, I typically have more defense reactions and more blocking power on my armor in general.
Now, we do see a Lava Burst here to end the chain on a 5. One of the nice things here for Nathaniel, since he is running that Arcanite Skull Cap, it does block for 2 here, and we do see the block for 5 covered with this Seafloor Salvage as well.
I was going to say, if I'm not mistaken, this is 5 threatening a draw off of Mask of Momentum for Arsenal, correct?
Yep. And then
Yeah.
that C4 salvage kind of sneaking its way back into the meta. It hadn't really been in favor for something like Sunken Treasure, but C4 salvage, a blue that just as an action on your turn, you can turn a yellow engrave face down, make a gold, and then has go again. But in this case, just a great blue block 3.
Indeed. And I think Syndra's on a non-zero number of yellows, right? It's actually... I think it's like maybe they're on yellow brand with Cinder Claws. Remains to be seen how many they might be on, but maybe that C4 Savage will get some value.
The big thing with this matchup is that you don't necessarily look for it, but a lot of times you can manage to snipe one of those kunai, as we just see a red fin harpoon coming in here. We will load it in. We will hammerhead harpoon it.
Yeah.
So this is coming in for 8 overpower. If it hits, since we have activated the harpoon here,
Right.
we'll look at the entire hand, pick a red out if there's one there, make them discard it, and make a gold out of it. So this is really important for
and
the Marlin.
Syndra famously hates playing red cards, so this card's actually not very useful.
40 blues,
right? Yeah.
15 yellows.
She's a Mistveil hero.
Sounds like Gravy Bones right there.
No, this card is going to be extremely impactful, and it is. I think it's guaranteed to rip a card. There's no way that she'd be willing to give up such good armor to keep that extra card, because you're going to have to discard one anyway.
Yeah, and this is kind of the power of Marlin in this matchup, but also any other time that, like, this is Marlin when she gets to do her thing. She wants to take cards from you while doing damage. She wants to be able to take the best card out of your hand every turn, and that's kind of the power here of having the Harpoon active, is that it's not just that from the Syndra side that you have to discard a card, it's that you're losing your best card every single time.
So, yeah, because she gets to choose. It's wild.
And then the one other huge thing here with this specific harpoon, since we're pretty much guaranteed to hit, is that we're going to get that first gold. And with Marlin, with a lot of the high seas heroes, whenever they're playing, the very first gold is the one that often matters the most, because they can kind of start to chain through them. If you have Gravy Bones, it lets you go and draw discard, maybe with Gravy Bones, get that ally engrave, get your hook online. Here, once we have it, then we can also start threatening hook activations. We can start generating more gold and chaining through our deck. So this first one's going to be really, really critical for her.
And to speak to your point, and I think why our Syndra player here is tanking so long on this Redfin Harpoon, is Syndra doesn't always have multiple starters in her hand. So Marlin's ability to just look and pick, that's the starter? Oh.
Hey, that's almost no reds. Like...
Yeah, I mean, that's 50%. That's quite impressive.
Now, this was a really interesting block to me, because we blocked with the Warmongers and we kept the Throw Daggers and then an Art of the Dragon Fire and Art of the Dragon Blood. But we had the potential there. I'm really curious why we decided to block with the Warmongers over the Throw Dagger. We might be trying to set up for one of those later turns where you get to threaten multiple flicks.
Indeed.
But we really decided here actively that we, instead of taking a turn just warmongeries or using warmongers and passing back to Nathaniel, that we were going to try to set up for our next turn as well. So really interesting play here from the Syndra side of things.
Yes. I wanted to briefly point out, I missed the opportunity because the cards have been pitched away already, but that was a red fin harpoon, and I believe Nathaniel pitched yellow fin harpoon and blue fin harpoon, which is quite aesthetically pleasing to me. Unrelated to the gameplay, that's not important.
No, this is the most important part of it, as is that gorgeous Heart of the Dragon Blood promo there. Just coming in for 0 for 4. No go again here. We know that there's a Throw Dagger pretty face up here. We will see a... Are we throwing here?
We are throwing.
Interesting.
We threw.
So we threw. We're just looking to redraw here, I guess, then from the side of Gary.
Redraw to set a new arsenal. Which I'm surprised about, not because... I'm curious if I would have... how this could have played out if he kept the Throw Dagger for later. Because...
That was my initial thought with it, was that we were going to look for a line where we'd have flick knives on one chain and then Throw Dagger on another one to keep 2 links alive. But it looks like he'd rather have a redraw here, reset his arsenal, have it be information that's not shared then maybe. So he has a bit more of that element of surprise and kind of keeps Nathaniel on the back foot here.
And it does, you know what, it does push the damage now, and it allows him to set up with him knowing exactly what's in his arsenal. Throw Dagger is a wild card when it happens. Most likely you're going to get an 0 for 3 or an 0 for 4, but who knows, maybe he'll have too many Chain Enders, or he'll have too many, like he'll have like a starter and like cards that don't work together, you know what I mean? So I can understand getting rid of the Throw Dagger to know exactly what you're playing with in the upcoming turn.
So we go back over here to Nathaniel, who pops a gold, pitching the red fin harpoon, which means he has to have something good in hand. And he follows up with a king shark harpoon,
There it is.
hammer head harpoon to buff it, and then it looks like we're going to come in for 10 overpower here. And if you're going to pitch a blue or a red fin harpoon, this is about the only thing that you probably want over that, right?
Yeah. Nathaniel probably a little bit disappointed to not be able to arsenal that Redfin Harpoon for later. But if we're pitching a Redfin Harpoon, what does that last card have to be?
Not a blue.
Not a blue. Not a blue, certainly.
We also did activate our gold-baited hook here, so almost impossible here from the side of Gary and Synra to actually block this out. We'd have to give all of our equipment effectively, which we're never going to do as Synra. So we're definitely hitting here, and we're definitely getting that gold off of that as well, continuing our chaining through with our gold, giving us a reload, and doing all the little tricks that Marlin likes here as we're blocking just for 2 with a Ravenous Rabble, looks like.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
What a sequence of events to have transpired. Double shelter.
So Syndras usually do run at least 3 shelters in their board, sometimes extra lava vein, loyalty from beyond the graves, or sink billows as well.
But to have both of them, that turn.
So critically here, this pops the gold-baited hook since we didn't make a gold here. And this is actually like really bad on the Marlin side of things because you don't always have gold creation or gold generation from your cards. You need to rely on things like Sunken Treasure, C4 Salvage, those other gold generators, and it's going to be really difficult from Marlin specifically to do that.
Yeah. Especially the C4 Savage. Like, I guess we can target our own yellows, so that'll be okay. But
which it looks like we have a Sunken Treasure here. Now, this is really interesting because we can block here. We can do 2 things. If we have Yellow Engrave, we could target it, but the better player, the more likely play here is target that kunai, and now that we've targeted that, Synra has to play this game on a single kunai for the rest of the game.
And I guess that is a punishing move for having used that Throw Dagger to have the extra information earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the
down
things
to 1 dagger.
Really heads up play from Nathaniel there to be able to kind of have that idea in mind with the deck. What clearly is building it to run the max amount of graveyard disruption possible. And it's not one of those things you can always get, but if you do, Syndra's life now has become immensely more difficult because you don't have that extra dagger there for flicks, for continuing chain links, any of those kinds of plays. And you also have to be very protective of that last dagger. So he can't just leave it engraved for a turn because it can just get sniped now from the Marlin side.
Yes. Notably, Marlin, of course. Marlin was like, you took my arms? Well, I'll take your knife. We're watching Guardians in action, actually.
Actually, like, somebody played and exposed the elements here.
All right, turn priority over to Nathaniel.
Yeah, it looks like we're thinking how we want to go about this. Remember, we did keep this arsenal card.
We valued this arsenal very highly. Again, a Redfin Harpoon went to the bottom in order to keep this arsenal. What kind of card would you be expecting to see there? Would you be expecting another King Shark Harpoon? Perhaps a 3 of a kind?
King Shark, Redfin Harpoon, 3 of a kind, Codex of Frailty are all ones that I think are like pretty reasonable all around. As we do see one of those C4 salvages come out. Just hitting a red here, though, so it's not actually like a real target here, so we must be pretty blue heavy in hand, and I'd expect us to maybe have an arrow in arsenal that we're just going to activate a harpoon and then play the arrow out here if we have 2 more blues in hand. No, we're trenching. Okay, so we're going to make a resource here.
Arsenal pass? Ooh, very unfortunate.
Very awkward hand here from Nathaniel's side, unfortunately.
It must have been an extremely awkward hand. I'm very curious to know, hopefully at some point, what that card was that was sent to Marlin.
So I feel like this kind of means it might be a Codex in his arsenal.
Okay.
Because then he has to discard a card. Actually, no, because he could have played the Sunken Salvage, the C4 Salvage, then Harpooned, and then Codexed. So I'm really curious to see what it is. As we do see the Kunai coming in for Gary on the Syndra side, knocking Nathaniel down to 28. We'll see what his follow-up here is, that he can actually pressure Nathaniel's hand and see if we can get him to stop sending these arrows over it.
Yeah. And I believe Gary's going to be able to widen life lead relatively significantly this turn against Nathaniel, but that's not such an issue for a deck that is as disruptive as Marlin is expecting to be, especially into this particular hero.
Yeah, generally Marlin's okay trading a card, maybe even 2, as long as there's enough to play an arrow plus a harpoon trigger. Marlin's pretty okay with that every turn cycle. So she's fine blocking out. She still has quick dodge flexors up. She still has the second block with skull cap and has trench in like an emergency situation. So we're not like in a danger spot here or anything. But we really want, it would be really good from Gary's side if he can start pressuring, get a bit more of a life lead so he can kind of pad when those arrow on hits start to come through again.
Right. And notably, like you mentioned, because he's lost one of those kunai, it changes the math of blocks on Nathaniel's side.
Yeah, and currently we're looking at just 2 Draconic Chain Links here. We are threatening here no mask trigger because we blocked out on the display loyalty.
Yep.
And blocking for 3 on the cut down.
Yeah, we've blocked with a King, Kraken, Harpoon, and a Sleep
Cut
Dart
through,
so
sorry.
far. So we're a pretty arrow-heavy hand.
Now this does have go again. So this is our first chain link hitting here.
Breaks Fealty. Perhaps an Art of Dragon. Yeah,
Mhm.
Art of Dragon Blood.
Coming in for 4 go again. Chain link 2 here. That is threatening to hit. And we do still have that Flick Knives up just to threaten that on hit here again. Now this will give us our 3rd Draconic as well. So we do now
Yes.
have the ability to rebuy for free. We do have 2 floating resources here. So we don't have to worry necessarily about paying for that. But
Yeah.
prior to this, it might have meant that our arsenal could maybe be a little awkward if it is one of those 1 resource costs that Synra loves to end her chains with.
So what you're expecting here then is likely a toss of the dagger and then a rebuy with Syndra's ability.
Yeah, at some point this chain
Mhm.
link, I'm expecting this arsenal to be maybe a 1 cost finisher.
Yeah.
And we see the Bluefin Harpoon block here, blocking for 3 on the 4. We're just double checking here all of our blocks through the chain.
Yep. So there's 2 currently active chain links for Mask of Momentum. And there's Lava
Okay.
Burst. Quite
see.
strong.
Coming in for 5 on the end here. And this was just a hand, once now that we can see the whole hand out, that kind of, for Gary's side, was a little bit unfortunate. They had to start with a kunai attack. You really would have liked to
Mhm.
have that throw dagger possibly at this on this turn,
Yes.
or have that ability extended, but he kind of had to pitch that blue just to actually get the starter for his turn. One of the things that Synra has is that since some of her cards do require to be the 2nd or greater chain link that's Draconic, sometimes you get hands like this where you kind of wish you had something you could do a bit more
Yeah.
proactive with those cards instead of having to pitch them, but it will come up every once in a while as Nathaniel is debating how he wants to handle this last 5 damage.
Yes, do not believe that die there. I believe this is 5. All right, we're covering 5, it looks like, to stuff the Mask of Momentum. No arsenal for Synra.
And rebuy at the end of the turn from the Syndra here, and I expect we'll just have a quick pass back here from Nathaniel's side as he has no cards left in hand. Now, critically, we did just give up our trench here to stop that. I like the play from Nathaniel to kind of deny that and try to slow the Syndra down, but it does mean that at this point he only really has the quick dodge flexors as his prevention or his way to stop the Syndra on a turn.
Right.
So he needs to be really cognizant of that while we go forward, that at this point he's going to have to start trading more valuable cards in hand than armor.
Indeed. Are there any 0 card plays that Marlin can do?
Technically she can do something like...
I guess if she had gold, right?
it depends on what arrows he's running in it. If he has any of the 0 cost arrows, he could do something like Codex, play the arrow.
Yeah.
Swing at the arrow, then Ponder Arsenal is probably like the best line available. It really depends on what arrows are in the deck and if
There
he's
it is.
blocked
Yeah,
with any.
yeah. There's a drill shot, so I guess it could be like Codex drill
Mhm.
shot as like a 1 card play. Throwing a knife.
Getting our 1 damage in here and getting that on hit for a chain link.
A pretty critical card to have here would be that Seafloor Salvage to eat that dagger.
Yeah, it really depends here. What else? Now, since we do have 2 Draconic
Oh, but
links,
then she would have,
Yeah, this
the
is-
3rd Draconic Link.
this is kind of one of those interesting play patterns that this matchup can have where the Syndra has to be protective, and that first dagger you can kind of let go, but after that you have to be really, really cautious with how you order those and when you use that Flick Knives, because you have to always be able to rebuy it.
Yep.
If you lose both daggers, your game plan just shatters in a lot of ways because
I
you no
agree.
longer have all of those easy ways to start, continue a chain, or just the straight damage from the Flick Knives.
I remember during I believe this was the RTN season of this previous year, you were playing a lot of Syndra.
I put a lot of time into it. The deck is really interesting, has a lot of really complex lines to it, and a lot of skill expression with it. But there's just so many little points of value that you can gain through the game that each of those little points can matter.
Yes.
Whether it's the Flick Knives, the attacks with the daggers, etc., and optimizing them throughout can really give you a lot of an edge as a Syndra player. As we see here, a block with a hamstring shot coming out from Nathaniel. We get that rebuy the dagger on the Syndra side and finishing up with a breaking point. Now, this is huge because Nathaniel only has 1 card in hand,
Indeed.
and that arsenal is not long for this world.
That arsenal is not long for this world indeed.
Great response here from Garrett to keep the pressure up on Nathaniel. I don't really think that there's anything he can do here other than decide whether or not he wants to give that card or just take 5 and lose the arsenal. And there goes the arsenal.
Indeed. And I believe that means we're setting the new card into Arsenal. Now, do you think at this point, Syndra's up on Marlin by 11 life points, and her turns are roughly 14 to 16 value per turn, right? Is there a world where Nathaniel can fatigue the Synra in such a way that she is so low on starters that it becomes harder for her to have consistent hands?
I think with
The return fire is gas.
Return Fire is fantastic here. The one thing we do have is that our arsenal is already occupied, which is a little bit rough. We don't see a banish here either from Nathaniel's side, so it's just a 4-block here, but it does cover this great. As we see the brand with Cinder Claw covered by a King Kraken Harpoon.
Yep.
I think what you're saying, it is possible, but I don't. We'll see if that's Nathaniel's plan here or not, because we do have that end game state where he does have the Quiver of Abyssal Depths, which is really interesting over Rustling Leaves. So he is prepared a bit more for those late games, more than what a traditional Marlin might be able to, and maybe that heavy equipment loadout is kind of a clue that he wants to fatigue this matchup.
Right. I feel like it might be more plausible for him to do so because he was able to get rid of one of the said daggers earlier in the game.
And really the big thing here is also that at the end of the day, if the endgame state becomes Syndra swinging a dagger, she can't do the normal play that Syndra would have of swing a dagger, flick the other one, rebuy that one. So we get to an endgame state where she actually doesn't really have that easy turn cycle of 1 unpreventable damage every turn. And actually, like, it's potentially an option there for Nathaniel. It's just whether or not he can live to that. As we see, the Rising Resentment does hit, and we come in with a blue brand, it looks like. Just one.
Blue brand with Cinder Claw.
This is maybe an opening for Nathaniel to send back a little bit of disruption here.
Yes.
Maybe slow down the next hand from Gary. If he can do that, prevent a little bit of that extra damage coming through, he has the potential to kind of further that game plan and also threaten. Oh, as we see the lava burst in it.
What a draw from the Mask of Momentum there.
Little bit too hopeful on our end.
We had hope for you, Nathaniel. Know in your heart that we were rooting.
He's
and
taking it all.
We continue to root.
He must really like the card that he has in Arsenal and the 2 cards in hand. It needs to be some kind of heavy disruption here. If it's not like a King Shark Harpoon or a Redfin Harpoon, I'm a little bit concerned about what he'll be able to actually do this cycle to disrupt the Marlin. As we see Hammerhead Harpoon catching an eye.
Blocking simply was not an option. I have a video in hand means that damage was happening.
And this does let him get rid of it, which is the other nice thing that we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, other than popping our Quiver, which not really a huge amount of value.
Yeah,
so
I think the other option is like maybe he could have put the 3-block in front and then used the quick dodge flexors, but that is such a waste of a lot of the value that quick dodge flexors can provide him later. But
we do have the Redfin. That's so good.
That is quite good. But yeah, as we're getting down close, he's at 8 now, and he's going to be taking roughly 1 per turn if Gary's able to maintain some sort of hand to throw the knife and pick it back up. So we're reaching a stage where he has to work with less and less resources, fewer and fewer resources, to present these disruptive on hits.
Yeah, and we still have the quick dodge flexors. We've been able to hold them this far. We'd really like to hold it for something like a Wrath of Retribution type turn, which is ironically a little bit lower powered now that we actually got rid of the other kunai.
Yeah.
But we have a little bit of armor to work with. The problem, like you said, is that clock from Flick Knives, that unpreventable damage that we really can't get in front of. So we need to start disrupting these turns enough where on Gary's side, it might not either be possible to get the flick or optimal to be able to flick it and then rebuy the next turn, which saves us some of that damage that we can't really stop.
Yes, Gary tanking on this red fin harpoon. It is guaranteed to take a card. There's almost no world where Gary has drawn a full hand of blues, especially since we've seen at least 1 throw dagger already.
And Warmongers.
Gary
says, send the bill, hit me for the 8, take whichever card you want. As we see Oath of Loyalty, Art of the Dragon, Fire, Ancestral Empowerment, and a Breaking Point here. So it looks like Nathaniel immediately takes the starter out of this hand, or is thinking about the starter.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Interestingly, this hand was actually like kind of non-functional anyway, because Oath of Loyalty says that you can't play the next non-Draconics, and you have 2 non-Draconics in the hand.
Yep, and no fealty to make them Draconic.
Yep, so it does put Gary in a spot where we're kind of just sending a 2-card 5 here, right? Or I guess a 2-card
I would
6?
actually, if I were in Gary's spot, I might consider saving that Art of Dragon that he's playing right now, because it's 2 guaranteed damage, right? If you can play it while it's Draconic, that is 2 guaranteed damage on top of all the potential Flick Knives damage that you're doing over time. But I think Gary's clearly valuing the Ancestral Empowerment, We know that Marlins are not typically on shelter from the storm, so or like any sort of D-react, right? So it's like very hard for Marlin to stop Ancestral Empowerment from gaining a lot of value. And that is when he actually uses it, when he pops it, it is another +1, quote unquote, unstoppable damage in the same style as Art of Dragonfire.
We see a Sunken Treasure block here, flipping a yellow brown to Synra Claw, but we are seeing the Ancestral Empowerment just go through right here, push the 1 damage immediately on the side of Gary. To try to force through 3 damage and get Nathaniel down to 5 here.
And this might be just Gary's playstyle of like not wanting to induce variance in the middle of his turns, right? We saw this earlier when he threw Dagger at the end of the turn to get a locked-in Arsenal. Like he knew exactly what was going into Arsenal. And here again, instead of arsenaling the Ancestral Empowerment, we're using it so that he again has all the information for what's in his arsenal and what's in his hand.
Yeah, so we'll see here what Nathaniel will be able to do back on his side with putting some kind of disruption together, stringing together something here to really kind of put Gary in a spot where we need to do what we just did the last one. This last one was great. We ripped his best card out of the hand. We lowered the damage on our turn. We made it so Gary only hit us with 1 card. Let's see if we can do that again as we have a Codex of Frailty here.
Codex of Frailty is quite good. Frailty, very strong.
We already activated our Harpoon, so we do get to get King Kraken back, or King Shark here most likely.
This is actually very funny because this is the second time, I believe, that Gary has gotten punished for eliminating the variance from the middle of his turns. So the first time he threw Dagger, and then his Dagger got eaten, and then this time he Ancestral Empowerment, and that card in Arsenal is going to be Frail -1. So the price to pay for knowing exactly how your turn is going to play out, I believe.
Luckily, he has about a 20-point life buffer here to make up for that. So, see how he wants to block this King Shark Harpoon. I won't be surprised if we see him block maybe with just the boots here and take the other 9. It really depends on how much his hand converts here and whether or not he has only like 1 or 2 starters he needs to be able to play through, as he just takes all 10 of it. Okay, not even blocking with the boots. As we see Warmonger's Diplomacy, Breaking Point, Blaze Headlong, and I think a cut through. Oh, this is another hand that actually doesn't function that well.
Well, I think there's going to be go again regardless, because you can take the Blaze Headlong, but then there'll be Warmongers to attack with the Dagger into Cut Through, right? And then you get the go again off Cut Through. And then there's the mystery of what's in Arsenal as well.
And if we take the Cut Through, we still have the Blaze Headlong and the Breaking Point. So, but if we have that, then really all that he can send is, if the Arsenal's not a red go again, it kind of slows the hand down.
It does
right?
slow the hand down significantly. So I think if I were in Nathaniel's shoes, I might be taking the Blaze Headlong here. Or I could take the Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Or, well, we could take the Cut Through.
Yeah.
Because if we take the Cut Through, then he can't go Dagger Cut Through.
That's
and then
true.
have the go again off the Blaze, which it looks like that's what Gary's going to wind up doing here. Nathaniel's going to wind up doing here to Gary. And we'll see what the Ponder is. Do we like it? It's not a Riches, is it? Oh, we're thinking, oh no. Is it? There's so many things in the Marlin deck that can potentially be bad arsenals. I feel like I'm watching Prism again, where it's like a look at a Figment, where it's like you have Sunken Treasures, you have Eye of Ophidia, you have Riches of Tropodani, etc.
And we've seen him on Return Fire as well. So if there's more Return Fires, that's more cards that don't really love sitting in Arsenal.
And critically,
and
we
without
use that Trench.
Exactly, we gave Trench, so it's not possible to just throw anything in Arsenal and get it out of there.
So we did Arsenal it, and we'll go back here to Gary on Synra, and we'll see what he can string together with his turn. That Arsenal might be really critical here to him being able to extend this hand and not just have it piece up being like a kunai into a 1 for 5, and that's being it.
I could see this being a reasonable turn for quick dodge flexors. Nathaniel's actually very close to bring this back into a much more close game, especially if he gets another relevant on hit to fire.
And critically too, we have 3 gold. Like
Yes.
we're not in a situation where we are going to be light on cards on our turn unless our hand is very red heavy. If we can block out with the flexors and maybe 1 card, we can cycle all that gold and turn it into a +1 card in hand potentially.
Yes. I can't help but feel like the rollout has been slightly awkward for Nathaniel, because earlier on when he didn't have 3 gold, he was like drawing, there was like a triple blue hand that we saw. And now like we're kind of hoping for blue heavier hands so he can use those the gold to...
Oh no, it looks like we're playing just the Warmongers? This is actually really interesting from Gary's
This
side.
is actually really interesting, because if that card that was put into Arsenal was an arrow with a relevant on hit, activating the weapon and firing the arrow is quite good.
Yeah, and this is maybe where like we're having a little bit of like mind games here, or like gamesmanship of, Gary saw Nathaniel's reaction to that arsenal. He thought for a minute.
Right.
You probably won't think that much of it, just a regular arrow, right? So he has to think here that maybe Nathaniel didn't actually have an arrow that he got to put there.
Yep.
And if there's not an arrow there, this is actually like an incredibly heads-up play from Gary where he'll be able to just claw this back, have Nathaniel not really have a turn, and then just have a 5-card hand next turn.
Exactly.
So see how Nathaniel wants to navigate this. I'm assuming that we said war here.
I am also assuming that we said
No,
peace.
we can't.
We said peace.
Oh no. I was hoping this was pitch a blue, pitch something else, and do a harpoon, but it is not. It is just cracking a gold. If we've cracked the gold, it has to be peace because of the restrictions of Warmonger's diplomacy.
Yes.
And we're going digging, apparently.
Which mode do you think Synra chose?
Let me think. Maybe he wants to play another Warmonger, so he chose
Okay,
peace.
yeah. I will not lie. There have been multiple times where I've played a Warmongers and I was like, oh, I have another Warmongers. I'll pocket it and play it next turn. Can't do that. Can't do that, gang.
That's when you play one name more, and then you go to your turn like, oh, I have this Warmonger. This will be great to end on.
Yeah, exactly. I remember when I was playing Zen back in that season, I was like, I can end on a Warmongers on this turn. I'll do it. And then I draw a Warmongers on my next turn. I'm like, I can end on a Warmongers. No, I can't. That's not how that works.
Okay, we've cycled all 3 of our gold here on the side of Nathaniel. We've gone up 1 card. We've gotten rid of all of our blues. But what else can we do with this now that we've activated all 3 gold? We have no gold and we can't use a weapon or arsenal. We just pass?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I don't think there was going to be any way to meaningfully do damage, simply because we are not able to activate our weapon or fire arrows.
Well, Gary will certainly be doing damage on his turn, as he did indeed choose War, and we'll lead off with Ignite, which is one of the best starters that Synra can have.
Yes, but Nathaniel did use his gold to gain an extra card, so he does have extra blocking power this turn.
So see here,
Pitching
we
a
say
blue. Okay.
no blocks, get our flexors online, which is a great answer here of both the Ignite and the dagger afterwards if we want to be really careful with it. Instead of a dagger, we elect to go with display. It's not loyalty. Demonstrate devotion, sorry.
Demonstrate devotion,
They're
yes,
so
yes, yes.
similar. Demonstrate loyalty and
They
demonstrate
are.
devotion.
And they're all 2 or 3 or 4 go again. You know what
Look,
I mean?
my only issue with the Draconic Heroes is every single one of them is somebody screaming and on fire.
It's true.
So, Demonstrate Devotion coming in for 4 go again on Gary's side. We'll see if Nathaniel wants to answer this. If we want to cover all of it, we do have to give a card and one of our flexors blocks. Nathaniel deep in the tank here and how he wants to block this out. One big thing here that we do have on the side of Synra is we have finally made another fealty. With this here, we have the option to do a lot more damage with those threats that go over the top, like our Art of the Dragon Fire, if we can find another one, as it looks like Nathaniel is going to block with a King Shark Harpoon here.
That hurts.
Would love to be able to send this over next turn.
Indeed. Yeah, I think unfortunately that Warmonger's bot, unfortunate for Nathaniel, for Gary, very fortunate, that Warmonger's bought so much space.
And we see here that Blaze Headlong that got held from the last turn when we Warmongers.
Indeed.
4 go again. Still not threatening a mass trigger just yet. This is just a potential second link. And we see a Flex's activation here, just covering 2 of the 4. Just trying to save a little bit of life on Nathaniel's side.
When you have 4 life to work with, any amount you get to preserve is good. There's a throw dagger. I believe this puts Nathaniel down to 1.
It will. So we're going to enter a really interesting state here where Gary will draw a card, and he should be able to activate Synra for free now and get that dagger back, and he still has Flick Daggers or Flick Knives up on the board.
Not to mention he has 2 cards in hand.
Oh, we have the Tar Pit Trap. Okay. Staying alive, Nathaniel on this end, keeping high enough that we don't have to worry about getting at that 1 point of life left where Flick Knives just ends the game on the spot.
Indeed. Torpid trap coming in clutch there.
Now we have critically stopped all on-hits for the rest of this turn, as we know that Synra has many. Funnily enough, there's one here. However, I don't think it's going to be particularly relevant on Nathaniel's side.
Yeah, the on-hit in this particular scenario is death. The on-hit is you stop playing the game.
Look, death stops on hits.
Death, yeah, I mean, no. It hit. And therefore I'm dead. We've got 2 cards.
We do still have one resource floating with our quick dodge flexor, so we will get to use that cover, hopefully with the 3 block from our hand here. Now the problem is that on the side of Gary, we still have our Dragon Scalar flight paths up, so we can pop that. This is our 4th Draconic Link. We can give this breaking point go again, and then that last card is still available here.
Even if that last card is nothing, he could bring back the dagger and pitch it. If the red card is somehow magically a red card in Synra that's unplayable.
We also have the option then of bringing back the dagger, flicking it, making a resource from our last counter with our vest, and playing another 1 cost here. So Nathaniel has a lot of options here. He has to figure out what the math is with his blocking cards in hand if he wants to use the quick dodge flexor here or not. But definitely have to make some kind of block here, and definitely have to use the quick dodge as well if we're not using both of our cards.
In the tank is Nathaniel. Makes sense.
Catch of the Day coming out as a block here, and then an activation of the quick dodge. We'll cover all 5 of the points from this breaking point.
Indeed. Preserving Arsenal, having 1 card left. Single card means no activation of our cannon.
And we've activated Synra here, bought back our single dagger from Gary, and now I wonder if we're debating if we actually pop the flight path here, or if we just Arsenal and go to the next turn and say, Nathaniel, you have to do something with the 1 card in Arsenal and the 1 card in hand.
Right. Well, he hasn't flicked this turn yet either, has he?
He has not.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so rebuying in response here.
And then immediately flicking. Are we gaining a resource? Yep.
Yep.
All right,
so
we're
we are
breaking
making
our
that play.
Bloodstained Vest. Flight path. And
Oh, another demonstrate devotion here.
another demonstrate devotion.
And we have it.
And we
Nathaniel
have the
extends that check. Do we
GGs.
have a non-block in hand?
It's possible. Maybe it's a Riches of Trobaldani. Oh, he's hiding. He's hiding it from us.
Cruel fate. Well, that's going to do it for us. It looks like Gary Gold taking this down with Synra against the Marlin here in a really, really impressive display, getting through those early disruption pieces. We saw the King Shark Harpoon hit early. We saw the Redfin Harpoon hit early as well.
Yes.
The things that you want to see from the Marlin side, right? But that really critical turn with that Warmong was just absolutely shutting Nathaniel out of this game.
Well, I think Nathaniel really was stringing together disruption very early, and then it was just right around the 30 to 26, 35 to 31-ish mark for Synra. She was just able to pull so far ahead with just a lot of value. I think Nathaniel drew a clunker of a hand and ended up having to give like 3 or 4 cards from that hand. So,
Yeah. One of those things, Synra will punish you if you stumble, and that's something we see over and over again in this format.
Indeed.
Whether you're one of the top decks of the format, like a Verdance or a Gravy Bones, or if you're one of the ones that are trying to brown them even. Marlin, again, like we said at the start, Marlin really likes this matchup and wants to come in and see this matchup. But even then, if you stumble one time, Synra can and will punish you.
She is simply so consistent, and I think that's why a lot of players have chosen to play her this season. Notably, we are in, again, as I've mentioned previously in the stream, Pennsylvania, the Savage Lands. We have so few Syndras here in terms of just like our local play area. I think at multiple of my ProQuests, there was 1 Syndra in the room of like 20, 25, 30 players.
They're all just mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just angry.
They're the ones on fire. They're the ones who are allowed to be angry.
Yeah, well... I don't know what to tell them. You know, we got here first.
All right. Anything else from you, Dex, before we cut to the break before round 6?
I think this is probably, since we have a good amount of time here, there was a little bit, 10 minutes of the round, right? So I think that it's time to open this precious WTR Alpha Pack. Now, I talked about this before the game, but for those of you who were not in the stream before then, this is from last year's. This is the predecessor of the Greentree Sports Cards 10K. This was from Camp Greentree. So there was an alpha qualifier of some sort, just like throughout the weekend, and those 8 players got to do a WTR Alpha draft. Now, they didn't use all of the packs. So there's a couple packs left over, and of the packs left over, people were just allowed to purchase the remainder. And no cold foils were opened during the alpha draft, and no cold foils were opened from any of the remaining packs. So this pack has Schrodinger's cold foil alpha pack. I am going to open it, And we're just going to hope that things are very nice. I've been tormenting people with this pack all year because John of John Greentree has been trying to
Greentree?
Yes, he's been trying to get me to open this pack for the better part of the past year. So we're going to hope that there's something truly incredible and amazing.
What are we hoping
within.
for?
Well, I feel like we can't go wrong with perhaps some brute equipment.
Oh,
I would love an Alpha Rampage with the pink border.
okay. At least you're being reasonable. You're not saying cold foil tunic,
No,
cold foil
listen.
Heartware Lake.
Listen, I am not a pack opener. I don't open packs, not because I don't love opening packs, but because I want to treasure the packs that I do open. You know what I mean? All right. Have you opened an alpha pack before?
I have not.
Okay, I also have not opened an alpha pack, so I know nothing about where the card will show up if there is a card. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's not this. Okay, we have Harmonized Kadachi and a Rhinar.
Good sign.
A good sign. A good sign. A sign of a good omen. We have Yellow Sink Below. I remember when I used to consider Yellow Sink Below for my CC legal decks. This was around 5 meta. Yellow Sink Below was actually a house. It was
Hey,
a
Blue
great
Sink
card.
Below made a showing last year, right?
Indeed. We have Blue Unmovable. Less played. Less played. Less played, I would say.
Slightly worse.
Oh, God.
Up.
Hold on.
I see a blue stripe.
We have Blue Barraging Bronhide. This might be a Mistveil pack in disguise. Blue Barraging Bronhide. I actually cosplayed as one of these Bronhides from Barraging Beatdown at LA of last year. We have Yellow Scar for a Scar. Famously, everyone, whenever they think of Scar for a Scar, they're like, I want a yellow one.
Obviously.
So we don't have a pink border Scar for a Scar here. We have an Iron Rot Helm.
Famously played in Commoner.
Yes, it was so good. We have a
Okay.
pink border Flick Flack. That's quite nice, quite nice.
This is what we really came here for, is the pink border flick
Pink
flag.
Flick Flag. We have Staunch Response, also with the pink border. I'm doing my best to read this both back, upside or reversed, and through the stream lens. Is this?
Helm of... That's a cold foil.
It's cold.
It's a Helm of
Helm
Eisen's
of
Peak.
Eisen's Peak. So we did have a cold foil. It was not extremely overwhelming, but it's very exciting that we have one.
That Gust Wave is not in this set.
We have Yellow Wreck-A-Romp, almost the right color. Yellow Wreck-A-Romp is not blue.
Do you know the name of this card without looking at it?
Blessing of Deliverance. Nope. Emerging Power. I did not know.
Do you know the name of this card?
I do. Blue Smash Instinct. We love this. This card drew me into Flesh and Blood. It is actually so... The art is disgusting. That
So-
is...
We don't know the name of this one, but well, we can go on a 5-minute tangent about Smash
listen,
Instincts.
I'm sorry. We're not talking about Emerging Power. We have a Debilitate Red.
Pink.
Yes, of course. Head Jab. Very cute. Nope. Nature's Path Pilgrimage?
Close. Nature's
Hey,
Path.
no, that's right. Nature's Path Pilgrimage.
Oh, you said Path. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it right. And then last card, Blue Surging Strike. So that's our pack. We did get our cold foil. We
Oh.
got Helm of Eisen's Peak.
But we know the real winner of this pack is the Alpha Smash Instinct.
The real winner of this pack is John Greentree, who finally gets to know what was inside of this pack after over a year of waiting. So.
The real winner is the Intimidates we've done along the way.
Exactly. We're going to cut to some sponsorships shortly, and then we'll be back with round 6. You'll have Barrett and Jeff here to guide you through our final game of the day. Our top 8 is going to be tomorrow, followed by the remainder of our LL tournament. So get ready for some of that.
All right, see y'all back here shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, for the coverage of our final round of classic constructed gameplay of the day. What a last round! Not only the game itself. I've been waiting to see what's in that pack for literally about a year and a half now. I had left camp early that night when Dex bought it, and I didn't know that all of that happened. And then John, that owns Greentree, just was like, "You need to break into Dex's hotel room right now and steal the pack from him," which I did not do.
Look, I have one ticket. There's a giveaway for an alpha box.
Okay.
For the charity raffle this week. If I get it, we are cracking that box tomorrow evening.
Wonderful.
box.
We're gonna play Flip It or Rip It with every card in the box, is what I'm hearing.
Yep.
Rip it. What did I put mine in? I bought a bunch of them for of all things, I really want the Rosetta uncut sheet. I don't know why. It just calls to me and I need it. I want it in my house.
Yeah. Last I checked, you're over 3,000
Oh,
already
yeah.
with it, which is fantastic.
Day one already. We're at 3,000. I'm really hoping we could add maybe another 2,000 to that between the rest of today and tomorrow. And it's going to make a huge impact. I was reading that most food banks, I think, have like with their buying power, like $1 is generally like 3 people fed. So that's going to be awesome. Very happy. Thank you to everyone who donated from afar. Thank you to everybody here that donated as well. We have one last round for you today, and it looks like it's going to be another. You're like my Verdance magnet, which I'm happy about, but it's Verdance versus KO, Armed and Dangerous.
None of us expect to see this matchup today.
Yeah,
Huge shocker.
it's not like they're a quarter of the room between those two heroes. Looks like the players are actually getting a little ready and set up. I'm curious to see what strategy KO is going to take into this, because there's always the cautious route with Arcane Barrier and No Fear. That's more of a Kano thing, but it helps. Or they could just ignore it.
Yeah.
Just go face and try to close the game out.
So from the KO side of things, there's a few things that they're looking for, right? They're looking to see, do they want to do Arcane Barrier with it? Do they want to play that slightly slower paced game like you're saying, or go fully aggressive with it? It might depend on what the die roll is and if they get to go first or second with this matchup. The second thing they're really interested in is from the Verdance side. Is there any tech options that he's bringing in for this? Generally, what we see a lot of the time for these matchups is that the Verdance tries to go as tanky as possible, but given the current way the decks are built, she's not like Flurry and she doesn't have a massive armor fridge. And it means that Blood Rush Bellow is a card that is super, super impactful in this matchup if you see them early. Additionally, Reckless Rampage, new card from Super Slam. Card is tremendous in this matchup. 7 power. When anything blocks with it, clash. Whoever loses a life point. Verdance does not have a lot of tall attacks in the deck. You're looking at Cadaver's Tillings. You're looking at 4 powers, the Fellings, and Plowwinners are 2s. So you can lose potentially 2, 3, 4 even life off of one of these if you have to block it out. So it's a lot of reach that KO didn't have in the past. Now, I did see this earlier with Thomas's match, and I don't know if we're going to see it here in this, but he's running some very interesting tech cards in this.
Yeah. Call to the Grave, I believe, is one of them that we saw earlier. So I'm very interested to see how that goes. And it looks like the players are about ready to get started. So we're going to go ahead and cut over to that now. I didn't, unfortunately, catch who's going first in this match, but looks like we're seeing Arcane Barrier 3 and not Scabskins. I'm starting to see a lot of these beaten trackers on these KO lists.
Beaten trackers, really good option if you just want to make sure you always have that one action point for that one pushover turn. You're not looking for the high roll potential with it. You're just looking for consistency and that ability to have that 2 action point turn here. We do just see an Arsenal pass here, which is not really what you want to see as the KO. If you can, you want to push some damage to that first turn. So Thomas really happy to see that. On his side, we're just going to pitch a Heartbeat of Candlehold immediately here, and then Weenie Moon for 2 1-action points still floating on his side. And we did, actually, on turn 0,
gained
we
a significant amount of life as well.
Catching up here, we did discard 2 Fruits of the Forest on turn 0, which is massive, both for the life gain, but also to get that Earth in the graveyard really early. So already on turn 1, Thomas has 3 Earth cards in his graveyard, and we're all set for Rootbound Carapace, Cadaver's Tilling, and all the other Decomposers.
And it looks like we are now going over to KO. Again, with a lot of the KO games we've seen today, a lot of this is going to just boil down to, where is my Blood Rush Bellow? Is it going to come early, or is it not going to come at all, like some of the games we've seen today? Terra Limb from Limb. Okay, another interesting Brute card that's been in some Rhinar and KO lists today as well.
Yeah, if we hit a 6 here or greater, discard it. Next attack gets plus X, where X is the base power of the discarded card. So this can lead to potentially massive swings from these cards.
Absolutely. And if I know playing against a Brute, there's probably no misses in there.
Okay.
It looks like it's a Strength Ruse All, or is that Run Roughshod?
Run roughshod. So we'll trigger KO. We make a might off of this discard here, and we'll see what we have here on the KO side on from Vince to follow this up. If we have that Reckless Stampede here, this is potentially a massive amount of damage that's coming through, both from the initial attack itself, but also from the block value.
Yeah, it's negating that early life gain that Verdance probably felt pretty comfortable. Oh my word, that's a swing big for 13, if I'm not mistaken.
That's pretty big.
Wow. Not what you want to see of your Verdance, especially after gaining that comfortable life lead at the start of the game. However, it looks like we're going to just cover it up with an Enlightened Strike and take the rest of the damage. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. It's a Shelter from the Storm.
So Thomas, having the ability to cover 7 off of this, going to really bleed into that life cushion that he built before, taking 9 after all is said and done here. So 16 damage from that swing big, chunked down to 9, but Vince able to even this up right away, and there we see it.
So this is interesting to me. I mean, it's an easy way to maybe get a little bit ahead. Okay, that makes sense. Fiddler's Green, you're going to enjoy the life gain from that as well.
So not a common thing that we see in Verdance.
No.
Call to the Grave or Fiddler's Green. Fiddler's Green, traditionally a card that has been played more defensively. Now, what this does for Thomas is it both lets him, your Call to the Grave is just 3 life, 1 a stick. So I think of it almost like a Harvest Season you have to pay for or worry about. But it also lets him potentially fill his grave with Earth cards for decomposed targets. So it's kind of filling multiple roles here. It also potentially on a combo turn lets him Call to the Grave, gain 3 life there with a rampant growth. So he's really trying to fuel that graveyard. And it's a really interesting take on Verdance here as we see Felling of the Crown coming out early
First decompose of the game. Sometimes feels okay to just send these for 4 when it's one of the earlier turns. You don't necessarily need to get the full 8 value to still force a card out of your opponent's hand. And for a character like KO, that can really kind of undercut what they're going to do to you.
Yeah, the name of the game here for Verdance is kind of keep this game slowed down, build up your decompose, get online with your hero power and start taking that extra leverage out of it. Try not to let KO keep those 5-card hands where a Blood Rush Bellow can lead to you leaking 15 damage. So he's really happy here just to see some kind of disruption that KO can't just shrug off.
Looks like, have we taken our felling trigger, or are we still deciding on that?
I think we're still deciding it here. Thomas did banish with it, so we might have missed him putting the card on the bottom here.
All right, it looks like we're passing back to KO. And there's a Blood Rush Bellow.
So have the Blood Rush, pitching a Buck Wild, discarding a Buck Wild. We will draw 2 off of this, make another Might, and now let's see what KO can do with this. 2 floating, +2 to all of the brute attacks the rest of the turn, and +1 on this first one off of this Might trigger.
Definitely have the resources to even just send a Claw for 6 with Go again, which would be huge leading into another big attack.
Yeah, and I'm expecting that Vince here doesn't want to send something with the Savage Sash this turn. We didn't block with it last turn when we had the opportunity for it. We'd like probably just to send the Claw, maybe like if we can, 2 other attacks.
Sure.
Notably here, since we played the Nalrune Gloves, we don't have the Tyrannosaurus Gloves here to buff. I'm not even Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, excuse me. To buff and kind of feed that extra resource we might have floating here. So we'll see what he can follow us up with as he sends 6 Go again. That's met with a Sink from Thomas.
Still leaking a little bit of damage, but some hand fixing on the side of the Verdance player.
Dr. John, you're needed for Living Legend. Table 49.
And it looks like we're going to leak 2 through here from Thomas' side. And we'll see what the follow-up is from KO.
That's on my Rhinar deck. Have fun.
Quite know how many cards are in hand currently, but we are pitching a blue, so pretty much anything you would want to do with the deck is online.
You should have 1 card left in hand after this, as we send in a Strongest Survive. Now, this is a new card from Super Slam that has been really pivotal in helping KO kind of push up to that next level of damage. It's going to be coming in for 9 damage here, and if it hits, Thomas will have to reveal an attack card with attack greater than the amount of damage dealt, and if he does not, he will have to discard a card.
Interesting to be able to give a little disruption to Brute, especially when they have these huge attacks that might be harder for some decks to actually like match the damage of it, and they will end up discarding something. I struggle to think of too much in Verdance's deck that would be able to meet that.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that he can do here that he can reveal with a partial block. Like if he blocks 6.
Oh, of course, you would have to then reveal something with a 3.
Yeah, well, you have to do greater than the amount that's done. So if he blocks and has 3 come through, he has to show at least a 4, right? But on Thomas's side, Given the grip.
Not going to worry about it. Let's get some Earth cards in the graveyard and decompose them for value later.
And if you're Thomas, you're fine with this trade.
Absolutely.
4 cards, you took 2 damage out of this turn with the Blood Rush, 1 Blood Rush gone. This is exactly what you want to see out of the Blood Rush turns. Really being able to weather at least one of those without the use of a Bark Skin is huge for what he wants to do this game.
Leveraging that early life gain as well is still taking damage. A Blood Rush turn and you're still sitting at 39. I'd be feeling pretty happy right now.
Absolutely. And we pass back here. KO, 5-card grip. What can you follow up with here as we have this Might Pop at the start of the turn?
Looks like a little thought. Okay, we are pitching. And we a second Blood Rush Bellow. Now, hopefully a lot more damage we'll be able to get across for these with this Blood Rush Bellow, because with only 1 left in deck and Verdance almost at full health, that could be a hard hill to climb.
And we hit a yellow Wild Ride here, so KO will trigger. We will make another Might, and we will draw 2 cards here. Now, this is the scary one for Thomas, you have to imagine, because last time he got to rob one of the cards from the Blood Rush turn and kind of slow it down. This is the full power turn. This is all 5 cards. Vince over here looking at a 3-card hand, 2 pitch, and an arsenal here with the Blood Rush. This is going to be a lot of damage this turn.
We have the 2 floating. We can start out with anything, including just the Mandible Claw for 6 go again, which feels very good to start a Blood Rush turn off.
Yeah, and can't really see what Vince has in hand, but hopefully not too many 2 blocks. If he does have 2 blocks, it just means that he has more and more damage leaking through, especially with some of the on-hits that can show up later in this chain from the KO side of things. As we do lead off with that 6 go again, like you were saying, blocking with the Pulsing Aether Life here, and taking 3 off the start, dropping down to 36.
Now, of course, since we've discarded to the Blood Rush Bellow, we have go again off of the Mandible Claw.
Now Vince over here looks like he's done a little bit of math here to figure out what he wants to do for his next stage. Pitching a Run Roughshod and just a Smash Instinct coming in here. Now, Smash Instinct coming in for 7. It does get its buff, but since we have no Arsenal on Thomas' side, this is kind of just a vanilla 7, and this is not exactly what you want to see from a Blood Rush turn.
No, especially considering that there could be so much disruption sitting in Verdance's hand that just eating the damage and sending it back might be the best course of action.
Yeah, and Thomas over here does have 3 cards. He can decide whether or not he wants to take this, block partially, and send something back here. And it looks like we're just taking the 7. So overall, 2 Blood Rushes down on the deck. Thomas still at a pretty healthy 29 after that.
If that 3rd Blood Rush shows up too early or too late, with 2 of them already gone, it just might not be enough to take down Verdance, especially as she gets inches closer and closer to online. Now, our decompose count, I think we're at 3 currently.
2. We did
2?
2 Earth
Okay.
cards and a Call to the Grave for the first one. So the next one will put us over that 4 threshold. We did see there from Vince at the end of the turn, we did have a Mighty Windup in hand that we discarded. So
Sure.
we just had a bit of an awkward hand off that Blood Rush draw. So Light Up the Leaves coming out here from Thomas. 6
Excellent
Arcane.
answer.
Yep. Exactly what you want to see if you're the Verdant side of this. You want to be pressuring back on the KO immediately after he's gotten those power turns. Try to maybe rip a card here for the AB. You're kind of okay here as the Verdants, giving only 3 damage over in exchange for a card from them, just to kind of slow this back down again and get that arsenal
Without,
next turn.
without being the most blue dense brute out there as well, even getting just a blue out of hand to cover the 3 AB can really hinder KO's plans in the next turn cycle.
And we've definitely seen him go through a lot of blues, right? We've seen Mighty Windup's pitch. We've seen him pitch multiple blues in both these Blood Rush turns. So we've seen him cycle through like a fair amount of blues to start out in this game. And as the game progresses, since he's not shuffling his deck, we won't really see... We'll start to see things like this, where we do see him pitching 2 reds, taking 4 damage here, and being down to just a 2-card hand now.
Even with the 2-card hand, never underestimate it with a brute. That could easily be 10 damage coming at you, depending on what is sitting in that arsenal.
We have our Mites Pop here, giving +2 to our first attack, pitching a Beast Within and a Show of Strength for a Send Packing for 8. Now, Send Packing, going to take that arsenal, banish it, reveal it. It is an Enlightened Strike, and if Thomas doesn't block at least 8 here, he's not going to get that arsenal back. So we'll see here what he wants to do. Looks like a no block, and then responding with a Rootbound Carapace
Second
here.
decompose of the game.
See, hopefully here he should have enough Earth cards that he should be able to go up to 5 decompose in his banish. Looking for
That's
that.
exactly what happened.
Looking for that 2/3/3, so he gets online after just 3, and he has the second Rootbound too.
Now, do we have enough to go fully online? Okay, what a swing turn for Verdance. Fully online, fully covered the damage, I believe. Gets to keep the Enlightened Strike, and now on their turn, every time they gain health, it'll be 1 arcane damage coming at KO, and that whittles people down very quick.
And if you're Verdance, this is exactly where you want to be. You're still at 30 life and you're online. This is huge. As we see,
Another 6 arcane. Oh, this is the position you want to be in as the Verdance player. You're now online. You've seen 2 blood rushes. This is what you want.
Vince discarding a blue wrecker, or pitching a blue wrecker romp here. AB3 taking 3 off of this, as we see Thomas just arsenal that East Strike again, going back to the next turn here. And I really want to see the KO here be able to push something, threaten either an on hit or a good amount of damage here, something to kind of disrupt the Verdance so that he can kind of claw back control of this game and the tempo of it.
One would argue, Barrett, that all KO does is clawback control in games.
So anyway, 3 cards in hand here from Vince. See what he can do with this as we pitch a blue Agile windup.
You know, I might be wrong. This seems like a pretty blue dense build that Vince is running.
It's either very blue dense or he's just hitting a lot of
They're
them, but this is
clumping,
what
yeah.
he wants to see here when he does see that arcane. As we see the discard picked here, it is a tear limb from limb, so
Ooh.
miss here on the Bear Fangs, and this will only be coming in for 6 because we had no mites with this turn. Not what you want to see here.
No, vanilla 6, no go again, no way to sneak an action point. It is not what you want to be doing.
It looks like we're just going to block with the Barkskin here, and 1 card from hand with the Arcane Twining. Cover that 6 with a single card, and we're going to come back here to Thomas's side with a 3-card grip and an E-Strike in his arsenal.
One of my just absolute favorite things about Verdance is Barkskin to the Millennium Tree because of the power it gives you with blocking after you're online, or after you're at 4 cards. You don't even have to be fully online.
And here, I expect to see this be 5 go again from Thomas. We have those 2 cards in hand here, and if you're Vince, you have to just hope that this isn't a follow-up with a Plow Under or a Felling of the Crown, something like that disrupts you yet again as he stares down this 5. See whether or not he blocks here. He does still have block on his Savage Sash and his Beaten Trackers. And what we're really looking for from his side, slow this game down in the terms of the damage that you're taking, send back some disruption to keep Thomas off of these hands that convert 3 or 4 cards, and then set up that last Blood Rush. We have 1 left in the deck. Once we see it, we have to maximize value off of it. So we need to get to a point where we can play it, not get disrupted on the swing back, and be able to send a full grip of pressure at him.
So we are definitely trying to figure out what the best course of action is here.
Deep in the tank.
I do you recall what cards in the arsenal on the KO player side? Unfortunately, didn't see it.
We didn't get to see it, unfortunately. We know that there's 2 cards in Thomas's hand, so he still has to be cognizant of what the follow-up to the C-Strike can be here.
It could be any manner of horrible things from 6 arcane damage to a felling of the crown. It's probably going to be something you're not going to like.
Yeah, ideally on his side, we have another Stronger Survive, a Reckless Stampede, something here that will tell Thomas, you have to give me more than 1 card, preferably.
I don't see the indicator. Was the mode selected go again?
There's no indicator for it. I'd have to assume that it is with 2 cards. The only other option that I can really see is if it's 7 here.
Sure.
That we're pitching something like a Fruits of the Forest afterwards, gain 2 life and do a ping with it. We did discard 2 fruits to start the game though, so I think it's a little bit less likely that that's our line here. I wonder if there's any thought here from Vince that he should just give the armor here. Notably, since we did run AB3, we're down that Scowling Flesh Bag. Sometimes that can be really pivotal in this matchup, where it can let you actually disrupt these turns, right?
This is probably one of the better times to use it if you are running Flesh Bag.
It is. Now, the counterpoint is that we'd also be down another 4 life out of it,
course.
since we have used the AB for it, but it's kind of one of those give and takes of this matchup, and really dependent on how a player wants to play this matchup out. So clearly Vince comes into this, he wants to play the slower game, he wants to do some of the ABing throughout the game, and it's just been a situation where he's kind of fallen a bit behind because he couldn't convert some of his larger hands. As it looks like we're blocking with a Beast within here.
Sure. Taking 2 and seeing what comes next.
And our follow-up.
Burn Bear, another 6 arcane on top.
You like the last 6 arcane? Here's another one.
I love 6 arcane. I don't want them to print another source of it, but I do enjoy the 2 we currently
Now,
have.
wait a minute. Let's talk.
What if it was for Kano only?
Never mind. Let's not talk.
Okay, that's fair.
6
I guess
damage here.
Ailio could deserve his own.
No. Let's forget this conversation ever
Let's
happened.
give more for Verdance.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
There's no fault in that.
Vince staring down 6 arcane, and he just
Takes another
sighs
3.
and pitches another blue. I feel like he really didn't want to here with this play line, but he was almost forced into it just with the amount of damage that he's been forced to take so far.
Now we still have 3 instances of 6 arcane for Verdance to do what Verdance does and kill you when you're at 9 health.
And Vince on his side is going to be tracking that throughout the game, but we do see that we're thinking about pitching a red swing big here, which is not what you want to see when you have to pitch a red. Would really like to swing that instead if we could.
That makes sense. The Savage Feast and Arsenal.
Pitching a Wild Ride. So we just run up with a really awkward hand. And this is where Verdance kind of, her strength really shows it being a split damage deck, where she is able to make you both give the cards that you want to be able to pitch and then still kind of do that mixed damage where she's sending some physical damage and just chip over the course of the game. As we see here, Beaten Trackers was brought forward. I'm not sure if we're cracking it here or not.
Looks like it might have been reconsidered. However, Verdance is going to do what Verdance does and gain just a little more health when you weren't expecting it. Since it is not their turn, though, I do not believe any arcane damage will be dealt.
Correct. Now, they did wind up taking 2 from that attack. However, they gained 3 back for the filler screen. So after that attack cycle, they're actually up 1 more life from where we were last turn.
Ooh, Felling of the Crown. This is where Verdance is starting to just take control of the game. Another cycle of disruption.
And Vince over here has to be unhappy to see this is the last follow-up. Now, I will say at this point, we've gone through 3 of our tall arcane spells. We've gone through 2 of our fellings. So from the Verdant side, a lot of the scary threats, we've started to kind of get through them. If you can weather this and get to the next turn and have a slower turn from Thomas, this might be the situation where we just want to block out, conserve our life total, and just say, we'll fold this hand and we'll just go to the next one.
Oh, yeah. Looks like we're going to give a little bit of equipment to preserve some life here.
And often if we're not blocking with cards in hand here and then we have a Savage Sash block, I would expect it to be a follow-up turn. But
Sure.
you really want to not have to do that directly after a felling when you're down a card.
Wonder if this is an indication that we may see our final Blood Rush Bellow since we're trying to just protect what we have in our hand.
We're thinking here. Looks like we're taking the
We're gonna
5.
take the rest of it.
Down to 17, and again, we're approaching that danger zone. Verdance's pivotal point is 9, where we can Storm Strider as a 6 cost, or a 6 damage spell, and then have a Waning Moon for 3 more. So 17, we're only 8 points off of that. So our gap here is kind of narrowing considerably. We need to see some kind of big swing back here from KO to kind of bring this back.
That'll help. I do believe that is
Buck Wild.
Buck Wild. Thank you. I'm having a hard time remembering the name of all these new Brute cards. More importantly, it's 8 with Go again, and that is exactly what you're going to need to try to get Verdance just down and closer into Blood Rush range.
Yep, and we see the second Barkskin block here, coming in for 5. Great spot, especially if Thomas has another non-attack he wants to block with here, just to be able to cover a bit more damage this turn.
Get more value off your embodiment of Earth. All right, so off of the Go again. Out of Arsenal, we have...
There it is. Reckless Stampede.
There's another one of the new cards from Super Slam.
And this is the one.
Now, is this the one where every card that blocks it? Okay.
So every card that blocks it will cause a clash. So any card, this counts equipment as well. So if we block with the Stonewall or the Crown of Providence, these will also count. Whenever we block, we clash. The loser of the clash loses 1 life. Thomas in this case looks like he's just going to elect to say, I'm going to take the 7. I'm going to preserve what my hand is.
Sure.
I have 3 cards. I like them. We'll keep this. We'll go to the next turn and get that 7 damage through. And Vince here is able to really equalize this. We're at 17 to 20 now.
Oh, yeah.
And this is what he needs to do, right? We have 1 Blood Rush left. If we can get to that Blood Rush while we're at this point, we're actually still in a pretty decent spot as we see Burn spell number 4.
More arcane. And this is exactly what you want to be playing as Verdance. Even taking a blue out of their hand can shut down a lot of the power that they might be able to send back at you next turn.
Especially if we have, Thomas could arsenal this card, or he could just be pitching it for another 2 arcane damage.
Yeah.
So we will arsenal it. We're at 14 here. We need to have something here that's either a disruption or just pushes some damage from Vince's side.
Looks like the final Blood Rush Bellow of the game with Beast Within. All right, no misses. That worked out for him well.
Okay. And we'll see what we can get back out of here as he's going to draw up 3-card hand, 2 in the pitch. This is what you need to have if you're Vince here. Let's see how much damage he can push through with this.
We also have Savage Sash available and the beaten trackers.
So ideally here, we get to push the Claw in 2 more cards. That's what we need to do here. If it takes our Savage Sash, so be it. We have to push through enough damage here and make this Blood Rush convert for 6.
Now, are we going to lead off as we've done with the other 2 Blood Rushes this game with the Claw, or do we have a different plan this time? No
like
embodiment.
Has to be pretty likely, right? We need the go again here.
Oh, this is going to be a big one. Here comes the sash. Now, Verdance still has some tools at her disposal. We have the Stonewall Gauntlets. We have the Crown of Providence. We have a number of D-Reacts that we haven't seen yet this game.
Yeah, we've gone through 2 of the root bounds, but we haven't seen all of our sinks yet. We haven't seen our shelters yet, so we have a lot to play with here. And we'll see what he wants to lead off with here. Usually I feel like in this situation, it's the claw kind of just to kind of get some damage out, get some of the blocks out of the way to clear the path for those big attacks. But we might have some natural go again here from Vince that lets us actually push through and not really need to have the claw yet, so we can maybe swing with an extra attack later.
All right, so it looks like we are using our... Ooh, okay. So this is going to be another Buck Wild, I believe?
Yep, Buckwild coming in for 9 here with go again naturally, since we've pitched a attack with 6 or greater power this turn.
And at a discounted cost as well.
Yeah, card really, really powerful. A little bit clunky sometimes when it costs 3. Great when it costs 2.
All right, we did a little arsenal fixing with our Crown of Providence. Could have drawn into anything, including a defense reaction, which is going to come in very handy this turn.
And it looks like we don't have anything from the defense reaction, so we're just going to take 7 here from Thomas's side. Down to 13 all, and we still have 2 cards in hand, I believe, as the Strongest Survives comes in for 9. Now, this doesn't get us that extra attack that we were kind of hoping that we'd be able to get here, unfortunately, but
It's still 9 damage.
it's 9 damage, and it basically requires some kind of block here from Thomas's side, because if he doesn't, he has to be able to show that attack to actually stop it from ripping a card from his hand. So either one of 2 things has to happen here. He either has to block with a Stonewall and then have an 8, which isn't going to happen in this deck, or he has to block with a Stonewall and another card and still have an attack to show. The worst case scenario for Thomas here is we have a hand that has no attacks, and then we have to full block it or we lose a card anyway.
This could be a good time to utilize the Stonewall Gauntlets, however.
It looks like Thomas here is considering a block with a Channel Millennium Tree.
Kind of makes me wonder what else they have in their hand.
We do have that die upside down, and that's bugging me a little bit. Okay, we're blocking. There we
They
go.
heard you. There it
Thank
is.
you, Vince. So it's 8
And
now
a
with
sink
the
below.
Stonewall.
Okay.
Okay, so we are going to wind up full covering this on Thomas's side. And if you're Vince, that kind of does what you need to do. You wish it did a little bit more damage than that. You really would have liked to have gotten the claw swing in there too, but we were just 1 resource short of getting both of those down. But he has equalized it. He's taken a couple cards from Thomas.
Life parity is fine. Oh, that's why. It was the second channel, the
Aha.
Millennium Tree, and now Waning Moon.
Okay, so this is 5 Arcane coming in. Now we're getting to that point like we talked about earlier, right? Verdance's magical number, 9. We have 3 AB, but every time that we get under that 9 threshold, we have to hold cards up here. So from Vince's side, really critical here to either negate this damage or be able to next turn send enough and pressure enough while keeping cards in hand to not just be dead to Storm Striders.
And we do know, seeing the Ring of Roses in the pitch zone, that we will still have to deal with the Channel of the Millennium Tree next turn. I'm going to have to look it up off the top of my head. Does Channel of the Millennium Tree give its amp bonus on your opponent's turn as
It
well?
does not.
Okay.
Start of your turn.
That would be horrible in a way that I like very much.
Thinking evil things now, Jeff.
Well, I'm like, so that 9 is 12. Can we stretch it to maybe like 30 at instant speed? Can she just be Kano?
As we get
Tear limb from limb.
Okay.
This could be good. Now, Arsenal empty on Verdance's side. Not enough to cover the 9 damage. This is probably something that they're going to have to deal with and block out. Just like last time, it looks like we have another run roughshod.
Now the real question here is, what is our attack that follows this up?
Whatever it is, I think it's going to be 6 damage stronger from the Might token and the run roughshod. Now, my degree is in English, but 6 plus brute numbers might equal lethal.
Vince is over here thinking.
Vince is one of our locals in the Pittsburgh area, and he is a very methodical and practiced brute player. So I am not surprised that he's thinking out every move, trying to figure out the best way that he can kind of hedge this in his favor. A tear limb from limb for 5 with the Might token backing up whatever your attack is certainly going to help get you there.
The problem is that if he only has 1 card in hand, how is he casting this off of 1 resource? I wonder if that other card in hand is a beast with him, and he was trying to get a discard for it?
We also may have just gotten unlucky with the discard, and
Force the Arsenal pass.
Unfortunately, that +6 damage that would have come in so handy just gets wasted. If I was Thomas, I would feel pretty relieved right now.
Relieved, and you also have a 4-card hand here to send back with this channel tree and hopefully set up and have an arcane spell to then end the game next turn.
So now if we're using this call, yep, for Fiddler's Green, here's 4 Arcane coming right at you.
Such a nice little combination there. The really nice thing with this too is that it lets you, as a Verdance, normally one of the things that she struggles with in most matchups is that she doesn't really have any 1-card plays. The deck is really designed around having 2-card plays, especially because you have no weapon. But Call with the Tree Out is just a 1-card 7, which is actually really impressive from that side. And really just goes to show the power of what this card can potentially do in these Earth Heroes.
I may have to pick up some Call to the Grave this weekend. It's not something I've considered trying in that deck.
And clearly they have to be EAs.
I think I can just get the regular ones.
You know, the EA does more, right? It blocks for 3.
All right. That's worth it then.
Oh, and he has the Pulsing Aether of Life afterward too.
So this is another 4 Arcane after the 4 Arcane that we might follow up with 2 more Arcane.
And what you have to fear here if you're Vince is that if he's giving this card here and not just arsenaling it, that
What is in your hand? What is going to happen when I play my first card next turn?
Exactly. Pondering what we can do here, how we get out of the situation. We really need to start pressuring back too. So it might be a situation where you just have to say, hey, you don't have it. I have to pressure you back. I have to do something, so I can't afford to keep giving you these cards. And it looks like that's what we're going to do from Vince's side. Just as if I give you a card here, I can't push through the damage to actually threaten you. Thomas gives up his tree here. Arsenal's this card. We'll see. Is this an arcane spell? Can he end the game with it?
I think we're about to find out literally right now. Do we have a Storm Strider's response to the Wild Ride?
Pitching a Smashing Ground. Should be 1 floating here. Nope, no response. See, normally when a Brute rolls a 6, or we get a 6 roll on the table with a Brute, I get really upset. But in this case, we're fine.
Yeah, you're just intimidating a card. It has nothing to do with extra action points this time.
Pitches our Bear Fang. 7 go again here from the Wild Ride at Thomas.
Sink below.
Sink.
Are we going to hand fix our way into lethal?
We're going to try. Currently 3 coming over at Thomas. We'll put him down to 10 if this connects.
Looks like we're going to go to 10.
Okay, so we have 2 cards left in hand and an arsenal, 1 floating here. Let's see if Vince is able to pressure any more out of Thomas this turn. We really have to rip more cards here. We can't afford to let Thomas go back to his turn, have an arsenal be able to do any kind of play into us here. So it's really imperative here that Vince is able to do something else with this and cobble together a bit more pressure.
The next, okay, the Bear Fangs. That's a hit.
Okay, coming in for 8. Thomas should be at 10 right now, so this isn't threatening quite lethal, but is putting us down into a danger range.
Well, you don't want to be at 2 against a Brute most of the time, so it could be putting you in a position that you absolutely do not want to be in.
And we'll see here what the response from Thomas is. If he wants to take this 8 down to 2, he can afford to, but it is dangerous to do so, as we are pitching a blue. Is this the Storm Strider's turn? Oh, here it comes.
Oh, no.
Arcane Twining for 1. And Vince over here, none floating, gives the concession.
Because the 1 leads to 4. Well, I do have to say, we did not see Verdance use a 6 arcane spell out of Arsenal to end that game.
You are not wrong, and Thomas Bray will finish up here. Swiss 5-1 is locked for our top 8. I believe Vince will also be locked because he was 4-1 going to this round with that last round loss. Usually you're safe in that situation. But well played from both of our players here. It did feel a little bit like Vince kind of got a little bit unfortunate with some of his draws and discards. Again, we really saw those early blood rushes, not really getting to convert into that much damage, which you really kind of need to see from the KO side.
The early blood rushes, unfortunately, too, were with almost no damage getting across from the first one. That's just not the position that you're going to want to be in. You want to chunk at least like a significant portion of their health off with that. Otherwise, it just does not feel good. Verdance, kind of okay with dealing with these decks like KO, though.
Yeah, and really interesting build here from Thomas. It was really interesting to get to see his take with it. I've seen him before playing some really interesting tech choices with it. Call to the Grave, a card that I've thought for a long time is actually a really interesting piece to explore more. We've kind of seen
And with Fiddler's Green too, like seeing it not only used to just gain some extra life, but seeing it as a way to convert for arcane damage, like I'm not quite sold. However, I'm interested.
Yeah,
So it might be something that I try out at armories for sure.
Definitely gives a lot more reach overall, gives a lot more potential to the deck, since it also lets you kind of manipulate how you do those earth engrave parts. Lets you have some really interesting positions with your combos, with rampant growth, healing potions, things like that.
Yeah.
So really interested to see tomorrow. Maybe he winds up in a Verdance mirror. Maybe we get to see how it really converts in the mirror. I would be really interested to see with it. As also the other thing though, it's a 2-block against Synra. So how does he convert that in the Synra matchup? I'd be really curious to see what he does with that, but really excited to see with it.
I might be tracking Thomas down after to ask him a few questions. Now, Barrett, that's it for today. That concludes day 1. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We saw some very good games today. I don't have an official count as to where we are right now. Last I checked, we were at around 3,500 raised for charity. So starting tomorrow, hopefully we can get that number closer to 5,000. So from all of us here, thanks so much for tuning in. We're going to be coming back tomorrow, I believe, right at 9 a.m. with our top 8 coverage. And then after that, we'll do some Living Legend coverage as well.
All right, can't wait.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.